Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back to Topstep TV. This is opening call, and yes, we've got our two favorites here, JD and the Hoag. So let's get ready for a great day here. I'd like to say hello to these two gentlemen. Good morning, JD. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. Ready to go? Hoag, do you like Hoag or the Hoag? That was the first time
Um,
I've heard the put in front of it, but I want to make
I don't know.
sure
It's
we get
always
it
just
right.
been Hogue or John or Bonzo or
So,
F
Bonzo,
head,
huh?
oh,
whatever
dude.
it is. Whatever's fine.
Hey, lady.
F and Hoag. F and Hoag. There we go.
And of course, good morning, John Hoagland, the Hoag, Bonzo. How you doing, brother?
Good morning, everybody. What did you guys do to my markets yesterday? What an overreaction. Like when my wife thinks she lost her phone, everything stops, and then, oh, there it is.
In her hand. Right. Yeah, I've did that many a times. There it is.
Yeah.
But hey,
You
we've
ever find
got
your car keys
just
in the freezer after losing them?
oh my
And
god.
just trying to think about how the hell could this have possibly happened, But anyway, let's
Like
move on.
finding your car keys in the freezer.
Yeah, exactly.
Right next to the fudgesicles. Oh, damn it. Hey, we've got a number coming up in about 7 minutes, but I'm gonna pass it over to these guys to see what we got going on. Any opportunities. So, gentlemen, what do we have here today?
Well, JD, I could go through the economic numbers first, but as always, welcome everybody. Top of the chat, Dan Trader, one time, Jibo, Shubham, and Anastasios, Christine, Thomas, Yabbersmack, Pistol Pete, J55 times 5, Flippin' Ticks, and Slippers is here this morning. Tom, Man Cave Trades, Rick Quass, and everybody else, welcome. Our focus here on the opening call is usually going to be accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. 7:30, just a couple of minutes. We have the durable goods numbers coming out. 8 o'clock, Case Shiller and FHFA house price indices. 9 o'clock, consumer confidence. 10 o'clock, Richmond Fed manufacturing index. 10:30, 2-year floating rate note. We've got 12 o'clock, a 7-year note auction. Earnings this morning. Some mixed numbers. SAP missing. Boeing missing. Lockheed mixed. GM beating. Kimberly-Clark mixed numbers, and Cisco beating on both. After the close, Starbucks, Stryker, Chubb, Logitech all due out after the close today. VIX is about flat, 1786. Dollar index up a little bit at 102.9. I'm sorry, 107.99. I want to scare you there. And the yield on the 10-year pretty much flat at 4.57%. Lots coming out. Markets got knocked off balance yesterday. A lot of new data pending. Anything can happen, traders. ACH.
Prepare.
For
Prepare.
sure.
Well, let's got us here
After
for
our
it.
dip, we ripped higher on that 8:30 open. I don't know, Hoag, were you listening to what Peter Tuchman had to say live from the New York Stock Exchange?
I
We
did
were
not
talking
have the
about
opportunity to hear that.
the market on open, the opening imbalance, and you noticed yesterday that with that huge down move and what the numbers that he was collecting for the market on open, there just wasn't enough uh, selling pressure coming from institutional sellers to catch up with those overnight futures prices. So he and his team got together and bought futures right on the open and waited for everything to come back into equilibrium, which is a
Nice.
trade that I've never really thought about before. So I made a note about it to start tracking these market on open numbers, or at least figure out a way to track them, especially when these big moves happen overnight now. So
It makes
he probably
sense.
made his trade. Yeah, he made his
Makes
trade for the
sense.
month in about
Opening
5 minutes
ranges
yesterday
were
morning.
dead ass low yesterday until later
They
on when
sure were.
NASDAQ took it out late in the session. But we were watching, on the open, or at least I was still watching just on the open. I had some things to do tomorrow, so I wasn't around most of the day. But the opening ranges were left at the bottom of the session. Usually that's telling me that buyers are in control, at least at the very beginning. Makes sense to me.
Yep. Then we just
We
drifted
got a number
sideways
coming
after
up
that.
in about 4 minutes here. So heads up here and take a look at some of the markets, some of the opportunities that we do have.
Thank you, Eddie. We didn't take out yesterday's regular trading hours high overnight. We did dip above tested weekly kickoff high in the Yankee. I'm looking at the NASDAQ futures right now, folks. really just drifting sideways. Equity's pretty much trading in range. Oh, let me throw my charts up there. My bad. Go ahead, Hoag. Let me do this real quick.
All right. Yeah. NASDAQ, as JD was saying, is pretty much hovering around weekly kickoff high. My kind of thought, or my primary hypothesis today is we may get a little bit of a day of rest. We know that we have the FOMC meeting beginning today. Lots of data coming out Wednesday with the FOMC meeting, Thursday with GDP, and Friday with the PCE number. So there's still a lot of imbalance, a lot of questions in the markets. Today seems like the quietest day of economic numbers. If nothing else goofy happens, I have a feeling we may just spend the day kind of hedging, adjusting positions for whatever might happen tomorrow during the FOMC meeting. You guys want to do the whole charts right now, or should we wait until after the durable goods numbers come out?
We got
that's a good point. Yeah, let's wait till the numbers come out.
See what hits the fan.
Eddie and I were talking. I see some the deep sea comments are already coming in the chat. Eddie and I were talking in the green room about Nvidia yesterday. The largest one day drop in U.S. stock market history for a single stock. Lost $600 billion in valuation yesterday.
It was a panic.
He's going to talk more about that.
Yeah, get a little more details on that. But watching crude right here before the number here, crude making some headway north. Watch some of these markets here. ES, NASDAQ.
And Hoag, we're adding a market today, aren't we? What's the surprise market?
Yeah.
Surprise market
We're going to add the YM. It seems very popular, and it was an important market yesterday, and we'll talk about that once we get to the charts. But it's another equity market, but if there's other markets that we want to add, I mean, we've got plenty of time here and now on the opening call since we're starting early. With three equities, it seems kind of redundant, but they're always a little bit different. There's always something that one's doing that one's not. Why is that happening? I thought it would be interesting to take a look at that. Another market that I thought about would be the euro, because we do those weekly kickoff numbers every week, and man, those weekly kickoff numbers in the euro have been really good. I've been watching them. I don't trade the euro, but I do the same analysis that I do for the other markets, and so maybe we'll add that next. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, durable goods ready to kick in here. They're looking at 0.6% prior, negative 1.2, and hitting the wire here. Coming in negative 2.2. They were going to get a positive 0.6. Coming in negative 2.2. U.S. core durable goods coming in at 0.3%. They were looking at 3%, so way to go on that one. Next number we got coming out is going to be our red book at 7:55, 8 o'clock. Case Shiller house price index. So we'll keep that in mind. But otherwise, I'm going to pass it to you guys. Let's see what we can do here today.
Pretty much Eddie. Done on that number. It did get a little thin in the NASDAQ dome, but nothing all that impactful from that durable goods number. JD, you were going to say?
Yes, just a quick test in the chat. We got close to 800 people watching already. Maybe we start today with a quick poll. How many traders in here are watching or trading the euro? Then we'll run this poll again later and test out, compare morning versus afternoon viewers who's watching what markets. If anybody's back there to do a poll, I don't know. Otherwise, just raise your hand in the chat. Are you trading the euro?
Raise your hand in the chat so we can see it. Yes.
Maybe later we'll do another poll and find out what's the next market we should add. Maybe that's what we should do.
Yeah, we were trading Russell yesterday. Maybe we should just do the entire package, the entire equity package. But I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll talk through it more.
I like my Russell.
We'd have to open the opening call at 5 a.m. if we were going to do all the markets.
Yeah, right.
And we'd never sleep.
Okay.
We never do anyway, John.
Days get longer and the years get shorter around here.
We're vampires here at Topstep. But I
All
guess
right, Hoag,
vampires
we
sleep,
got the
right?
numbers. Yeah,
All
during the day,
right.
right?
All
Let's hit
right.
those
Well, let's
charts.
dive into the 5 markets that we're going to be checking out. And at least for now, we'll see if we can find something better than the Dow. But a lot of people seem to like the Dow these days, so we thought we'd add it in. There was a big difference in the Dow between the S&P and the Nasdaq yesterday, and we'll take a good look at that right now. So, okay, news. Market breaks when bad news hits. We talk about that all the time. We had huge volume on that down day in futures. Open interest change estimated a drop of 18,000 contracts. Makes sense. We had a big move to the upside when this happens, and it was an emotional move. Lots of what uh weaknesses in structure down there. Well, we went down and looked at a bunch of them. So we've taken out some of those weaknesses in structure. That loss in open interest indicates long liquidation, which again makes sense. We've come a long way in a short period of time. An emotional up move usually brings an emotional down move. All it needed was the impetus. And yesterday, the impetus was NVIDIA and deep fake, or whatever they call that thing from China. So look at the long shadow at the bottom of this daily bar. Boy, we really overdid that move to the downside. Sellers absolutely vacated the area, particularly in the S&Ps. Sellers never came in the Dow, and they really tried in the NASDAQ. We'll see that again shortly. There's still a lot of uncertainties out there. We're still a lot of data due out. Of course, the FOMC meeting, which begins today and we release tomorrow, the GDP on Thursday, and the PCE on Friday. So a lot of big numbers. Big move yesterday. What are we looking at today? Well, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay. So here's, wow, 30-minute bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. A million red bars to the downside in the overnight. Boy, if you caught that move, good on you. Holy smokles. You know what? You guys are right. I may have to stop sleeping so that maybe I can catch some of those big overnight moves. But when the market opened, again, the opening range in the S&Ps was left at the dead-ass low of the day. It was a massive opening range. Let me take a quick look. And I was saying 15, a 20-point opening range in the S&Ps. That's huge. Sellers vacated the building, and that big move to the upside began. We ended up really just a kind of a buyer formation, but a normal variation day, with the opening range remaining the dead ass low. After we put in the failed upside auction right there, the market became rotational pretty much for the rest of the day. The market did close well. Okay, so on the down move, we probably saw a lot of long liquidation. We lost 18,000 contracts, but on the 30-minute bar, most of the volume came in on the up bars. It's almost like there were some shorts in this market that covered a lot of those shorts yesterday with that negative delta. When we see the overnight usually doesn't have huge volume. Here it is when the regular trading hours come in. So it's kind of a question as to what side that open interest was lost yesterday. Well, overnight inventory, we were looking a little bit long now, but looks like we're probably going to be open with a gap to the upside. If that is the case, then gap rules apply. If we can't close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term, then we look for continuation to the upside, which to me would be a very good thing because we have a weakness in structure above the market, which is this gap, but it's also the island top. If we can close that gap and get back into this range up here, I would feel a lot more comfortable holding into some of those longer investments, which I have not really changed all that much. I got out of some NVIDIA late last week, still have some, looking for a way to get back into it now. Excuse me, I apologize. So anyways, We open with a gap, can't close the gap. Maybe we can get up here and close this gap, which would seal off this island top, which is a usually a very strong reversal pattern, but nothing surprises me in the equities, and these equities have always eventually proven to be very very positive, and there's no bad news. They just kind of grind to the upside, and they are very very I don't know what's the word. Uh, I don't know. Why? Anyways, gap maybe.
Fill in the blank.
Profile yesterday, normal variation. Gap. We'll see if we open with that gap. Very resilient. That's the word I'm looking for. Resilient. Very resilient.
I thought you were thinking about resilient, but I don't want to.
Fancy.
I didn't want to shout it out.
Oh, this old brain of mine just does not work sometimes. So sometimes it takes me a minute to come up with those words, and forgive me, but that is one of the things that I deal with. Anyways, NASDAQ. Huge volume on down day. It always happened. You look back on a daily chart, and most of the big volume days are to the downside. Open interest now in the NASDAQ increased by 17,000. We've been seeing that the NASDAQ has not been really providing a lot of positive open interest on this move to the upside. As a matter of fact, it's been quite the opposite. We added a whole bunch of sellers yesterday, and I think we've been adding sellers ever since we've been putting up these highs here in longer time frame, perhaps. So we added a whole bunch of new shorts yesterday per that open interest. Looking at the daily chart, the volume was good to the downside. It's a down bar, lots of excess on this daily bar, and that excess takes us basically right back to weekly kickoff high 21,380, or well, relatively close enough. It's 50 points away from it, but everything is a zone, and especially in the NASDAQ. Still a lot of day to do. What are we going to do today? Well, waiting for information. We do have some economic numbers. What are we looking at here? So yesterday, opening range was the dead ass low in the NASDAQ. We had the same failed upside auction that we had in the S&Ps. The NASDAQ actually came back and took out the IB low. Typically, this would be something I would expect in a market that has left a failed upside auction. Usually the target's going to be the IB low. It didn't do that in the S&Ps, but it did so in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is still presenting as the weaker of the markets, S&P and Dow for sure. So the market ends up kind of recovering off of that, closing centrally located in the range. Overnight inventory, not really, nothing really to speak of as far as overnight inventory. And the NASDAQ is probably not going to be opening with a gap. It's not going to be opening above weekly kickoff high. It's probably going to be opening in range and likely in value, which tells me, hey, maybe it's time. Maybe we just should wait, look for better trade locations as the day goes on, and think about the bigger context. There is a lot of information coming out over the next few days. A lot of traders are going to be just positioning themselves, hedging themselves. I could see today just being a day that it's going to establish a range and is probably likely to respect those ranges as the day goes on. I've been wrong before. Markets love to make a liar out of us. Just knowing what we're heading for, I think a lot of traders are going to be just kind of positioning themselves and hedging for whatever happens tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. What was the profile? Normal variation, extended on both on both extremes of the initial balance, finding location. After a market that opened as out of balance as it was yesterday, I think that the markets did a very good job of finding the area of two-sided trade, and they're still largely in that area. Let's take a look at crude oil now. All right, so crude. Volume was okay yesterday on that continued push to the downside. Let me bring that up for us. It was okay. It wasn't tremendous. It wasn't great. We lost about 16,000 in open interest. Probably some more longs liquidating some bad positions. You're long up here and you're liquidating down here. Pretty substantial losses. Weekly kickoff low, 73.40. seems a little bit more important or consequential now than it did yesterday. Kind of hung there for a little bit and then walked through it. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. So, opening range, initial balance. Again, a very, very small initial balance. When we have a very small initial balance, it doesn't take as much energy to extend far outside of that initial balance. But what was the first thing that set off the potential break that this market started yesterday or had yesterday? Was the failed upside auction. You see that little piece of a shadow up there, just looking above the initial balance low, closing back down below it, and then the move to the downside began. And it was a pretty substantial move. You can see a little bit of a stutter step here at the weekly kickoff low, which was also a naked point of control. The market focused visual target right to this naked point of control right there. Where was that? 72.69. Put in that low. The rest of the day just kind of centered around that area. Pulled back a little bit. We have overnight longs in this market. You see the 8 o'clock bar. Well, we're not open yet, but we do have some longs in this market. This is where the sellers came in yesterday, right after the open. Right at the initial balance low. This looks like a really interesting area for an execution. So we'll see if we see any more recovery or if we continue to see over a longer period of time, and this is short time frame, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. I think we're still looking for an area to sell crude oil, a good level. Be cautious. What about the profile yesterday? Double distribution trend day to the downside. Looks like we're going to be opening near the upper distribution. This could fall into repair, which could have a range of approximately, let's call it 74.35 down to, let's call it 72.90. The high volume node up here, the high volume node down here. If the market price opens the following day between those levels, there's a tendency to trade to one or both of those distributions of time and volume. We shall see. Let's take a look at gold. Gold has been one of my favorite markets of late, but it has just taken it on the chin. Yesterday, losing 14,000 in open interest. You can bet that was long liquidation. How was the volume? Wasn't all that great. Took us down to a two contact trend line. Not all that strong. Obviously, I mean, I basically closed right on it. I'm watching this level to see if we can recover back above that level and continue the upside move. Or if we look for the weekly kickoff low, which is 27.26 even. Now, think about stocks yesterday. Big sell-off. Usually when we see a sell-off, well, I don't know if it was that big, and it was overdone. What we didn't see was flight to quality. We did not see flight to quality in the treasuries. We did not see flight to quality in gold. Where was the flight to quality? The flight to quality was in the Dow. If you were liquidating positions in tech, man, everybody just went into the Dow. The blue chip stocks, they're the most dependable and least risky. That's what it looks like where they put their market. Anyways, this trend line seems to be in play. No flight to quality yesterday in the gold from the equity break. All right, here's what we did yesterday. Initial balance high, initial balance high, initial balance low. Once we found some acceptance below that, the continuation to the downside began. Settlement 27.38.40. We've been kind of rallying overall since the 5 o'clock open last night, which was down here. So are we holding a little bit of long overnight inventory? Quite possibly. And we did leave a gap from Monday to Friday. We also have a island top. Some would call this an abandoned baby. I prefer island top, but I'm really hoping for longs that we can get through the gap yesterday from Monday's session to yesterday's session, which would then also close the gap for the island top. If we can do that, I would be happy for longs. I am not holding any conditions right now in that market. So I'm just trying to monitor and see what is going to happen next. Again, overnight inventory is long. We're inside range, above value, trying to hold above this trend line. It was kind of resistant in the overnight session, and now we're seeing maybe some continuation to the upside in that. Yesterday's profile was an opening range was the dead ass high in gold, indicating a down day, which did happen. It ended up with a trend day to the downside with the loss in open interest, calling that a liquidation break. I think the most important nuance really remains that the island top remains above price here. This is a reversal pattern, and you're going to be looking to see if there's any opportunities in and around the gaps or the gap close, or boy, if we could find acceptance in the range from the 24th here, that would be something good. We've been seeing in the longer time frame on this move to the upside. We had a lot of we had a lot of open interest increasing at higher levels with negative delta. I believe that the longer time frame traders that accumulated all those longs are still holding those longs. Where are they going to protect becomes the question. YM. So, wow, look at that day yesterday. The overnight scared the crap out of everybody, and big recovery in the equities, and the S&P, the NASDAQ, not so much. Where did all the money go if there was liquidation in any of those markets? And I think it came into the YM, because the YM closed higher. Everything else closed lower. It was like doomsday. Except unless you were trading the YM, then everything was rosy. We know that the opening range was the dead ass low of the day. It was a trend day to the upside, a double distribution trend day to the upside. We had opening range the dead low, overnight inventory short. This played out like it probably should have without any new information. Overnight inventory was too short, took us first back to settlement. And then we saw continuation buying, and we closed right on the high. No late spike on the high. Doesn't look like we're going to be opening with any kind of a gap. That's something that we'll be watching. But I'll be watching to see if we find acceptance inside value. 44,790, let's call value high. Last week's high looks like it's holding a little bit of a degree of support, which is right near value high from yesterday. Narrow range in the overnight session. Anyways, that's what we're kind of looking at here. Just looking for context in these markets. Remember, there is so much information coming out in the coming days. What's going to happen today? I think that there's a pretty good probability that the market sets a range and then spends a lot of time in that range, allowing traders to adjust inventory and to get themselves hedged for tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. There's a lot. We've got Tesla, Microsoft, and Meta reporting tomorrow after the close, just to further complicate things. We've got Apple, Visa, Intel on Thursday after the close. And we're getting into some of the petroleum companies. We've got Shell before the open on Thursday. We've got Chevron and ExxonMobil before the open on Friday. So there is a whole lot of forces that can move the markets that we are just kind of waiting for today. Seems to me, and this is just me, it's opinion, no proof of anything, that today might be one of those days where the market just kind of takes a hangover day, sits on the couch, allows people to adjust inventories for the fireworks for the rest of the week. This is an action-packed week, folks. Action-packed. There's a lot going on. We're going to see a lot of shit going on. So let's get down to it. Gentlemen, what do you think? Eddie, you got any ideas on crude?
Well, you know what? I'm going to get to that, but we've got some news talking about this NASDAQ futures contract pointing higher today. Following, we're talking about the day of the sharp decline, heavy index after the worries of the spike of the Chinese artificial intelligence model. that could dent AL leaders. NASDAQ futures right now up 0.3%. We do see the Dow tick down by 0.2. Also, the S&P also pretty much unchanged. We did see NVIDIA rise in the pre-market trading, clawing its way back to some of the steep losses we saw yesterday. The chip giant and poster child of the AI boom slumped nearly 17%, 16.8, erasing nearly 600 billion in stock market value. Its worst drop ever. And you thought you had a bad day yesterday. If you did have a bad day, market route chip maker NVIDIA cost its CEO, Jensen Huang, lost 20 billion or 20% of his net worth on that. Don't mean to laugh, but that is a lot of muchacho.
Mere
Over
bag of shells.
20 billion? Yeah, maybe. That's a
Easy
pocket
come,
change.
easy
No,
go.
20 billion is a lot of cake. Asian markets. The Asian stocks move flat to a low range today, with the Japanese markets leading losses in the chip making stocks. Also, talking about that deep seek fallout. Markets in China and South Korea were closed for the Lunar New Year holiday, with regional trading expected to remain slow throughout the week because of several more regional holidays. Hong Kong markets firmed slightly ahead of an early close. And John, you mentioned crude. Dude, where's the crude? Well, oil prices checking out right now here, just coming off a higher high. We just traded here close to about the 74.20s. We do have a top here on my ETH, 74.57, and a low of 72.38. Brent crude was up about 35.45%, and WTI up just about 0.41%. So that's what I've got here. Remember, hey, the U.S. weather forecasts are warmer than normal temperatures, so that's also going to weigh on demand with the heating fuels. So keep an eye open on that, and that's what I've got here so far. And if we got time here, we're almost top of the hour here, and I got about another 6 minutes before we have some minor numbers. I will get those out as soon as possible, but we do have time for tip of the week, where the three of us can give us our little explanation. Trade with a plan. Well, the thing is, you don't have a plan. Emotional control is out the window. A structured plan minimizes emotional trading, which can lead to costly mistakes. Remember, folks, have a plan. All right. Don't be the deer in headlights. All right. Know what you're going to do before the market gets there. Have a strategic plan. Take a little time out before you start trading and make an effort. It's going to help you with a better trade day, whether it be good or bad. JD, what do you've got on our tip of the week?
Man, it's never a good idea to fly blind, right? Shooting from the hip, you might get lucky a couple times,
Yeah.
but that is definitely not sustainable. Know where you're getting in before you're getting out. It'll only help you out in the long run. That's my take on it.
Johnny, what do you got?
Well, you know, I firmly believe that just about anybody can succeed at this. You can do anything, but you can't do everything. You got to focus. You got to take things one at a time. Having a plan, putting together that plan. If it's a list, if it's some sort of system that you look at the markets every morning that you do consistently, it's going to take that focus to really try and get into some sort of profitable system, some sort of profitable process. So just start it. Just start your trading plan. And again, you can't do everything, but you can do anything. But just take it one step at a time. Get your process going. Start that process that you have in the morning before getting started. Set your hypotheses. If none of your hypotheses come true, don't do anything. If one of your hypotheses begins to come true, apply that strategy. Try and keep it simple in a very difficult environment. Having a plan
Right.
can help.
What was
Simple.
Linda Rashke's quote, Hoag? Was it you only need one good setup or chart pattern to set yourself up
Yep.
for retirement, something along those
Yep.
lines.
Yep. You only need one good setup. One
Just
good
one.
setup to build an empire.
There you go.
It's the truth, right?
Speaking of setting up, we are very excited today. As we've been mentioning throughout this short week and last week, we got Brett Steenbarger going to be with us here, Top Step TV today, 11 a.m. Central. Brett, trading psychologist, author of Daily Trading Coach, is going to be right here at Top Step to answer questions live, and we'll be asking him a lot of questions. I know that a lot of you have sent in questions. We appreciate that. We got a nice collection of questions to ask him. And Brett has been an inspiration to a lot of people, especially Michael Patak, since his early days in the markets. And don't forget this Thursday, 11 a.m. Central, Jim Dalton, market expert, Mind Over Markets. Really looking forward to that. And that is Mr. Hoagland's man of the hour. We'll be talking to him Thursday. That's some great educators coming in here this week. And you're only going to find it here on Top Step TV. Yes, Top Step TV. And today, not only do we got Brett Steenbarger, we're going to be doing a VIP draft continuing today. And we're picking 100 more new traders. Could you be one of the lucky 100? So at 9:30 a.m., around that time-ish, we're going to draft about 50 traders for Coach Nick Furtick's top picks. It's going to be his VIPs, and around 10:30, we're going to draft 50 more traders for Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. So Nick Furtick's name for his team is Top Tick, and Coach Hoops are Pit Raiders. So we'll be doing that also. I do have Coach Dakota and Nick Furtick going to be joining us for Fast Market, but we're coming here on the top of the hour here. We got some minor numbers, and I'm going to pass this back. I'm going to pass the torch back to our gentleman here, see if maybe we can even find a trade before our 8:30 number. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, let's do it, Oak. I got the crude oil chart up. We're 1 minute away from regular trading hours open. The bell's about to ring in crude oil, so watching that right now. Everything else seems to be trading in range and value, with the exception of the S&P trading in range, just above value from yesterday. Everything seems to be a little flat this morning. We do have some big numbers coming out of our live funded traders overnight, though. Mentioned Dakota's going to be here for Fast Markets, number one on the big board, up $2,200 so far, going into the open. We've also got Kingway up almost $19,000. Josh and Bear up $7,200. Christopher W up $5,400. Solid numbers overnight from our live funded traders. Big shout out to those guys. Nice little cushion.
We got
going
10
into
seconds
the open
here on these minor numbers. We'll get these out here right away here, and we'll see if there's some open ground and opportunity. All right, Case Schiller. They were looking at 4.24, coming in at 4.33%. U.S. house price index prior 4.5, actual 4.2, and the price index month over month, they were expecting a 0.3. Oh, they hit a bullseye, and it comes out 0.3. And that's what we've got here so far on these numbers. Back to you guys.
Crude oil is now open. Hoag, you seeing any opportunity anywhere so far this morning? The house account is open. I got the keys. I'm not seeing
Just looking
anything.
at IB low from yesterday in the crude oil, and it slipped away from us. Good trade location has 74.17 is the IB low, and that's pretty much the overnight high. So I like that level to look for an opportunity. It's a little bit contrary to the shorter time frame, lower highs and higher lows, but it is congruent with the medium time frame, lower highs and lower lows. So if we get a chance there, I kind of like to see if we get an opportunity. At the very least, it lets us limit risk. I'm watching the opening range here in crude oil, JD. If we do get a small opening range and a break to the downside, that might be something we could certainly take a look at, because again, anything that limits risk, I'm interested in. Some of the best trades I have ever made were taken just because they were cheap. What about gold? What about gold? Well, gold is IB high, opening range, middle of the range. We're still in range. IB low is kind of in the area here for gold. Mm.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
just broke above yesterday's value area high, 27.51 half in gold, 27.51.50.
like I say, you
Trading
can't
above
hold
that
gold
now.
down. Cannot hold that market down.
Yeah, it's making new highs now, but really, it's coming off a bit of a range going back to 7:30 Central Time in the last half hour. Looking at a 5-minute chart here, trading above that 5-minute range just by a couple ticks. And
It
yes,
was
on the
definitely
highs.
a trend day lower yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Thought we had a bear
Yep.
flag setting up later in the day going into power hour. Did not play out though. Just kept drifting higher into the
Mm.
close.
I mean, it's basically by power hour, gold is pretty much done for the day.
Yeah, it's dead. It shouldn't be trading it during power hour anyway. Yeah. Didn't mention that. I always feel like you're trading aftermarket if you're trading gold at 1 o'clock Central Time.
Like all the paper dries up and you're just trading with other locals.
Yeah, that's it. Just cannibalizing each other.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was going to say, wait a minute.
Picking pockets.
Chicken fight in a garbage can. A lot of these markets sort of moving together, running running the same bus here. On my 15-minute candlesticks, so trying to figure out who's the leader, who's a lagger, if there is. And the gold right now, 73% long in the tilt, with nicely 66% in the money.
Mm.
Looking at a 15-minute chart in the ES, we're trading right at yesterday's regular trading hours high. We did just make a lower high. What do you think about a move shorting into settlement, Hogue? We could find a cheap,
Mm.
cheap shorting opportunity
What market? Sorry.
to looking at the ES S&P.
Yes. Shorting into
Taking a short
into
into
settlement.
looking for a retest of settlement and then possibly move back into value from yesterday.
I mean,
If
it's
we're
holding
thinking we're just going to
above.
be trading sideways.
Yeah, I mean, it's holding above the range from yesterday, indicating a
Hmm.
potential gap. And if we can't close the gap, I like the longs.
Hmm. Gotcha.
We've got gold trading right at yesterday's IB low.
What is that? 27.55s.
Yes. Yep. 27.55.40. Exactly, Eddie. Thank you. And that's the initial balance low for the 720 open. So it may look a little bit
Hmm.
different on everybody's platform. I mean, we've got a pretty decent, there's one, two, three. This will be the fourth green 30-minute bar. Let's take a look at this on its shorter time frame.
Still looking at gold there, Hogue? Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday's IB low was, somewhat supportive for a period of time. And once it finally broke, sellers did come in at that level. It's you're risking, let's call it 25 points on this if you're going to short it so early in the session. The opening range is neither the high nor the low, and it seems to be struggling a little bit here at IB low from yesterday. Let's take a look here at something else. 720. 720. We'll open this thing at 720. So I mean, if it were Jay, we're above that 720 bar. We're above the VWAP from the open. He would be looking for opportunities for longs, quite possibly.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I like this level is because, again, it helps us limit risk.
Yeah.
We seem to be holding inside the IB low now, so I would be looking probably for more structure against this level before looking for the opportunity for this short, which may cost us in trade location, but I'm not all that pleased with any rejection that we might be actually seeing. Tempo isn't great to the upside, but we're not seeing any sellers coming in up here. I'm going to hold off on this one for a little bit. Equities. Nasdaq's not going to open with a gap with great probability, so that just tells me let's stay patient for the Nasdaq. We're going to be looking at an equity. I do like the S&Ps because it's likely to, well, maybe. There's a lot of time left. If we open with a gap and can't close it, then we see some more recovery to the upside.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're starting to see a little bit of selling coming in. It's going to be a while before we see any kind of 3-bar reversal in gold.
Seeing some buying in crude oil right now. Buyers stepping in.
We left the opening range at the dead ass low, and it's a 92 to 84. It's an 8-tick opening range. For 10 ticks of risk, we could be in a 30-tick winner right now.
Man, we should have been eyeballing that.
Now we're starting to see some of those sellers come in at initial balance high, but look at balance low in gold.
Now we know Hoag. Hoag, I'm marking that down for upcoming episodes. We should start taking a closer look at the opening range trade in crude oil each morning. You like a 1-minute opening range in crude oil, right?
Yeah. It's been very, out of the last 15 trading days, it's only happened twice. Low probability, but when the risk is that small,
yeah,
how do you not?
The juice is worth the squeeze.
Yeah. It's something, no risk, no story.
No risket, no biscuit.
Guys, talking crude here, we're looking just about 50-50 in the tilt. Really showing no direction, even though we are sort of stretching it out with some buyers showing face right now.
Oh. Well,
Still
there goes the gold
crude
trade.
seems to be what happened in gold.
Sellers coming back.
Oh, you nailed it. What was that initial balance low again, Hoag? 27.55?
27.55.40.
40. We're there right now. We could still get in this trade. Pretty cheap.
We're looking at 30 points of risk now, at least. You like it? Heading back down to that open VWAP. 53. 27.53.
All right. Working the offer. Short one gold, 27.54.30. House account.
Mm-hmm.
We are only taking $250 worth of risk on this trade.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yep. No risk, no story.
No risk, no story. And with that, we'll go for a 2-to-1.
JD, explain. You just said a 2-to-1. Can you sort of give us detail? What is a 2-to-1?
Risk to reward, risking $250 to make $500 on this trade.
Thank you, sir.
We could readjust depending on what price action looks like. Maybe possibly just trail the stop. But right now, a decent target looks halfway back to that VWAP that I have at 27.47, which is a continuation session VWAP.
Overnight VWAP.
If we had more than one on, I would peel it off halfway and then wait for VWAP. But since we're all in, all out on this trade, we'll take a a solid 2-to-1 risk to reward on this.
The gold,
I don't
66% long, 34%
don't have good
short.
feelings about this, JD.
Not liking it, Hoag?
No, because I mean, I firmly believe that the bigger picture is still there's more upside to
More
gold in the
upside.
bigger picture. Yeah, and you know we're above overnight VWAP. We're above the opening session VWAP. Where's your CYA on this?
56.80. So it's pretty tight.
Okay.
CYA,
cheap
for those
trade.
that are new here, that's where the stop is on this trade.
We're not supposed to use. We
cover
don't
your
use that
butt.
word. We don't use the S word
Don't-
anymore, Eddie.
Well, I'm explaining it to those that are going, what the hell are they talking about?
CYA,
Every time we
cover
say
your
the S
ass.
word. Yeah.
Yes,
Every time we
cover
say the
your
S
ass.
word, the market has a tendency to come run through us.
Well, we need a Jerome then if we're short here. We got the cure.
Stop is the only bad word on TopstepTV.
So we'll let this one play out. See what's happening in some other markets. Crude seeing a little selling coming in. Not a lot though. Still around session.
No, it looks strong here. I tell you, buyer's strong.
Tapping on the ceiling. Session highs again.
Still showing 64% short in the tilt on crude, but higher highs here, pulling back slightly. We do have that high ETH 74.57, so not too far off.
Gold right back to the top of our 5-minute range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the bigger picture is higher. The short time frames putting in higher highs, higher lows. It is a cheap trade, which I love cheap trades. Yeah, baby.
I like Cheap Trick. They got some good songs out.
All right, what's happening in equities now? We were tracking the ES a little while ago. Not much movement there.
Right where it was.
Right where it was, exactly where it was.
Trying to open with a gap.
Still trading inside range, above value though. And the NQ is also sideways. Coming up on settlement price and NQ 21,258 settlement price. Just a few points from there. 20 points from there. Gold tapping on the ceiling to new highs. So NQ trading inside range, inside value. ES looking to open with a gap. Who's going to play catch up? Do you think, Hoag?
Oh man, it is as weak as the Nasdaq was yesterday. It seemed everybody was following it except the YM.
New high in gold.
Yep, just by a couple ticks. Little liquidity grab there. Looks like it's going to come and get us. And we are flat gold.
All right.
Minus house count minus 253. Still making new highs.
All right, testing the water. Well managed.
No.
Kept it tight. Still drifting higher.
Oh. Inside IB yesterday. NASDAQ really just coming off here, really looking like it's just going to open in range and in value. Stay patient.
Mm-hmm.
74% long here in the tilt for gold.
For
With
gold,
about almost 70% in the money.
what's our average long price there? 27 52.46.
There it goes.
Bad.
It came and got us.
It did. We weren't tick though. We weren't high ticked, I should say.
No.
72% long here. Everything else is pretty calm right now. Just a reminder here, when I do mention the tilt, the state is for entertainment purposes only. It should not be used as a buy or sell indicator. Chop, chop.
A little bit of a sell iceberg, 27.56. 318 traded there, 253 on the bid, on the offer, I should say. So somebody was replenishing some offers there.
Mm-hmm.
So
starting early should have been shorted our stop price. We're already there
again. Yeah.
But I will keep an eye on gold for the rest of the day.
Levels there.
Still not back to our, well, nowhere near our entry price, but
S&P's still probably going to open with a gap. Maybe.
Gonna be real close. We got 12 minutes of the open. We're gonna cut this at 8:20. Make sure everybody's in here and get in here 5 minutes before the opening bell. So we got about a minute left here, guys.
Awesome.
Exactly. Well, just a heads up, we do have Coach Dakota hitting his daily loss limit here yesterday, but took a NASDAQ long trade in the slow markets last night. We're going to find out what happened there. And also, Nick for Tick, where he's going to be picking, well, actually, he's going to be getting his team here. Nick for Tick made almost 4,000 live funded account yesterday. We'll keep an eye on that. But also coming up here, Nick for Tick's top tick draft, 50 traders coming up here at 9:30. And at 10:30 Central Time, 50 more traders for Coach Hoops Pit Raiders. So we're going to take a little break here right now. And Andre's back in town. That's what the word on the street is. And so nice to have him back. He's got a lot to talk about here with his trip to Aspen and Alex Fiera. And oh boy, I can't wait. So we'll take a few minutes here, and fast market coming up next. So don't go away.
We'll got something to say.
Take a deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered, and pray for peace.
And if you're living under a rock, Coach Dakota is going to be here. Did you guys see what he did yesterday? Who saw what he did yesterday? Live on Topstep TV. Took a $227,000 payout live on Topstep TV, boys and girls. Give him some love when he shows up. That's it. Let's do it.
All right, welcome back. Let's get our skiers in the gates here. And look who's back at the driver's seat. Good morning, Andre. How are you, buddy?
I am doing excellent, Eddie. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. I am back. Thank you for keeping the seat warm for me. We got Dakota in the house, number 1 on the board. We got Hoag in the house. Nick for a tick, number 8 on the board, looking to make some real profits, real traders, real P&Ls here on Topstep and Topstep TV. Man, I missed you guys. I am back from the snowy slopes of Aspen, Colorado, doing some corresponding with the X Games with Alex Ferrer. He got robbed by the judges. We can talk about that at a later moment. We got 30 seconds till the open. Hoag, man, catch me up to speed. Looks like gold keeps pushing higher here. What kind of market are we in right now?
Gold had a significant pullback yesterday.
Okay.
It did not bring in new sellers. It was old buyers getting out. So
Here we go.
Longer time frame, I still think there's more legs to the upside. Short time frame,
Okay.
it's putting in higher highs, higher lows. We had a short earlier at IB low, small loss on that one. Seems to be kind of pushing the upside, but now the equities are open.
They're
see what
open.
we're seeing here.
All righty. Awesome to be back. I missed you guys. Missed the markets. Well, selling coming out of the gate thin on the ladder. My goodness, the NASDAQ ladder is thin. That didn't change while I was gone. ES ladder thin as well. Nick for ticket course number 8, making what, $3,800 yesterday. Dakota taking a Mondo payout yesterday, $227,000 on Topstep TV. Very, very awesome stuff. Dakota, I see you got the bull behind you. I missed you, buddy. What are we thinking for the today for the markets?
Andre, yeah, you're over there playing in the snow. Yeah,
frolicking.
It was a working trip. You didn't have any fun.
Tomorrow. Yeah, big day.
Yep.
I need to join you guys. I just considered it, but I decided against going to Aspen. I've been here enjoying myself, but
Good for you.
big day tomorrow. We all know lots of earnings, major earnings coming out tomorrow. We also have the FOMC. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. We're talking before going on air that we might see kind of a messy day today. Some consolidation, whether it's to the downside, upside, whipsaw. It could turn into a very ugly day while traders and the markets wait patiently for what is to happen tomorrow. Lots of volatility. We've seen lots of volatility, especially at night. Man, last night was even more. I was, if you guys tuned into my slow markets class, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Last night I was in a long. Trump sends out a tweet or something, crashed the market 80 points, right back up 80 points. I jumped back into the long, and you can see I finished last night up $2,200. I netted another $2,700 on that rally last night, cover that $500 loss plus some. So I mean, volatility's back in the market, and I think last night will always continue to show the importance of a stop loss. Anything can happen. Even in the middle of the night, even during slow markets, during the Asian session, just a random 80-point sell-off. And even more importantly, here in the NASDAQ, if you're not trading with a stop loss, you really need to pay attention to what's going on. Because even though I was watching, I clicked the sell market button, but the market just moves so fast. If I didn't have that stop loss, I probably would have lost another 10, 15 points.
Okay. Stops, baby, stops. All right, Nick for a tick. Looking like we're seeing some selling here in the equities. But really quick, my man Tony Lyons in the chat says, my main criticism of TopStep TV is your too narrow focus on equity markets, particularly NQ. Well, Tony Lyons, before I throw over to Nick for a tick, I want to let you know that gold's trading at high of the day right now, $27.59. Oil is selling off $73.69, about 20 cents off the lows there. We'll keep you in tune with other markets outside of equities, particularly NASDAQ. But hey, Tony, I'll let you know, NASDAQ is the most popular product here at TopStep, so we do have to spend a little bit more focus on that, but I catch your drift. We'll keep you in tune with some markets outside of NQ and ES. So Nick for a tick, seeing some selling here in the ES and the NQ. Nothing too crazy. In the green room, we were talking about perhaps range bound to the upside a little bit. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I would just expect us, since we basically took out the previous week's low, and we did that in the, I guess, the pre-market yesterday or during the London session. So since then, we've kind of just been chopping and moving up slightly higher. So I'm curious to see, do we pretty much defend kind of around settlement, the 46s on ES, basically staying above 6,000 SPX, which would be the kind of large option strike. That would be telling. Also, do we see if the dip is being bought in NVIDIA? Currently, it looks like it is. The bloodbath may be over, at least in the short term for the time being, as we digest more of kind of the new AI narrative that maybe we don't need 4,800,000 GPUs to run some of these models. So we'll see how the market kind of feels. It seems like, I don't know, from the initial, it could have been a little overdone. I think a lot of people were sitting down there at those like 117s, 120s, 115s, looking just to buy all they could of NVIDIA. So I think we'll see if that continues. So I'm expecting potentially just to continue to be a little bit range bound as we kind of head into FOMC. I just don't see everybody, kind of jumping off the boat, especially if people put on some hedges going into kind of the rest of this week, especially if that may have scared anything for the Mag 7 earnings. So usually when people start hedging like that too, for these more event-driven volatility, releases, it just kind of limits the downside temporarily. So for the time being, I would expect a little more range-bound action today.
Hey, Nick, Can you catch me up on that NVIDIA story really quick? I know I got hammered yesterday. What's going on there? Something with China. Can you catch me up on that story?
Yeah, so without getting too in the weeds, because I am not an expert, I'm still digesting it a little bit myself. Sure. There is a company called DeepSeek that released a version of a new AI model that is using significantly less compute power than what we have seen with the likes of OpenAI and Meta, where you don't need, the most powerful, crazy, let's call it thousands and thousands of dollars for the compute power. They may have done it with honestly just a box of scraps. If it is true, we'll see. There's some, we'll see. What you never can trust everything that China says, especially in the initial release. So we'll see how much they're actually using. So that's kind of where it seems like a bit of a, almost 20% down on NVIDIA seems like a lot, when it's just like, hey, take a breath. Is that really all of the information that we have with this? But the logic would be if they were able to do it, that could really change the narrative on how much, capital expenditure some of these companies need to, input to actually developing some of this AI models. And like I said, I am not an expert. That's just stuff that people that are smarter than me have been talking. But it creates a little bit of a different story than what we've been told by some of the largest names in the the AI story.
Awesome.
Oh, and bear down, by the way.
If I see that in the chat, bear down indeed. We got you guys in about 6 weeks. We'll be playing you guys. Big 12 basketball underway. All right, we're starting to see some sellers here in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Dow did see a push to the upside here. Crude selling off. Crude hanging out by the lows. Crude.
Open ranges that as high, NASDAQ and S&P. Close the gap in the S&Ps immediately. Back in value in the NASDAQ. Gold continues to push higher.
Sellers here.
Go.
Crude 73% short in the tilt. Sellers coming in here strong here right now.
I'm selling in the
Nick, I'm a buyer of NVIDIA. I'm probably going to be owning some NVIDIA shares if we could get below $15 or $115 by Friday.
What is NVIDIA trading?
I'm one of them.
$119.
You're one of those guys.
Hey, earnings don't lie. Until the earnings start to shake or something dramatic, then I mean it's a long run play.
It's not
Day trading is
not,
completely different.
not advice, but I get bids down there too, Dakota.
Oh,
Oh,
you're one of those guys, Nick says. What do you
Oh.
mean one of those
Oh.
guys? One of
Well,
those
I
guys
know Dakota
to buy
likes
the
to
dip.
sell, I believe. Aren't you did you use some of your payout to start distributing some cash covered puts or other things if I've known you well?
were watching yesterday. You were watching. You know
You're one of those
exactly what I'm doing. The will. Traders called it
Hey.
out. It's one of the most basic, simple strategies. It's the will. It's the will strategy. I use that after I throw it into a Roth IRA, and yeah, it's one of my favorite things. Talk about wealth
Wheel play.
building.
Awesome. Man, all right, a little bit of like selling here, like Hoag said, dead ass high open initial balance. So we will, I know Hoag will be looking for perhaps moves to the downside. We're talking equities, of course. But also, really quick, it is good to see Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Have those open. I do see we are getting more levels than just NASDAQ and S&Ps. I'm starting to see some corn levels. Hello, shout out Hoop. I'm hoping. Hoop. Coach Jack, I take that back. Jack, I'm starting to see some cattle levels. Shout out to Hoof. I'm seeing some soybeans levels. Man, oh man, we are broadening our horizons here. Look at even little micro Bitcoin levels here on Topstep day
It's
levels.
the futures.
Yes.
The futures, man. More than just the NASDAQ.
Yes. Markets are more than just the NASDAQ. But we got all the levels up. Make sure you have those. Got pinned at the top of the chat. Make sure you have some real estate on your screen for Topstep daily levels. We'll definitely be talking about those throughout the day. Hell, even some people have them overlaid on their charts here at Topstep X. So however you want to do it, let's do it. Hey, my main man, Eddie, says, Andre, the economic numbers calendar is ready for the day. I took a peek, Eddie. So we had some stuff in the rearview mirror. But what do we have on tap for today on this Tuesday, Eddie? What's up, man?
Well, we got some nice October ale on tap.
Ooh,
So
yummy.
grab a mug. It'll be frosty. Also, we've got consumer confidence coming up here. It could turn the blender on here in about 20 minutes. The also Richmond Manufacturing Index coming up in about an hour. Inside an hour here, we got the Dallas Fed revenue. We got the also 12 o'clock 7-year note auction. And after that, later in the afternoon here, API weekly crude stock. And that's what we got. Andre, back to you, my brother.
Thank you, Eddie. Of course, after the bell, we got Starbucks earnings coming out. Nick, for a tick, how much Starbucks do you purchase on a day, around a week? Are you a coffee guy, Nick?
Zero. I'm not
There you go.
I'm more of a, take a shot of espresso kind of person. So that's not, I know you're a big PSL guy, but not really where I spend my money. I tend to do like green tea extract and other forms of caffeine to get me going in the morning. So I'm not the biggest coffee shop kind of person. It just never has been my thing. I'm actually trying to wean myself off caffeine slowly.
Good.
All right, so
good.
Nick for tick did not contribute to the
did the
Starbucks
same.
earnings. Yes,
No,
Dakota did
but
not
my wife
contribute.
does.
That was
Yeah.
always one of the failures.
My wife's a big fan of Starbucks as well. Whenever she goes there, I said, "Are you going to get another Costa latte?"
Cost exactly. $5
Exactly.
cup of Joe. Let's see what the earnings look like coming out after. Hoag, are you a Starbucks guy? If so, what's your order? You a
No.
venti? You a grande?
Black coffee.
Thank you. Like a real normal order.
Black coffee.
Hot.
Nice.
I know it's
What are we
boring,
seeing
but
No, it's just that's how coffee should be.
like
Anyways.
bourbon. I like that pure.
Neat. All right. Look at keep an eye on gold. Gold continue to make new highs here. 27.60. A buck off the highs
Dunkin'
there. See
Donuts
some more
for
selling
sure.
in the NASDAQ and the ES. Dow staying stronger of the three. And then we got crude kind of chop around. Crude was up in the $80 level. Seems like we have come back into $73.70. Call it last trade. Nothing on the tilt. And like Eddie said, we got consumer confidence coming out in about 19 minutes. How confident is the U.S. consumer? We'll find out here shortly. Huge week here at Topstep TV. It's VIP week here. We got Steenbarger in the house later today. We also have FOMC tomorrow. And if that, we got Dalton on Thursday. Man, oh man. And we got VIP throughout. Top ticks, got Coach in the house.
Yeah.
Tick. Let's get it, man.
Topstep VIP, man. It's a big week. It's a big week.
Hell
2
of a
teams
week.
a day. We finished 2 of them. 2 more today, right?
Yes, sir. We got Robert and we had Pit Raiders coming out yesterday. I do believe, yes. Pit Raiders today. Coach Hoop coming in again, getting you into the cattle, the hogs, all the good stuff. Aggies over there. Who knows? We burst some lean hog traders here at Topstep, get them ready for that Stenson challenge that we may or may not do this summer. Nick for a tick, of course. One of those winners with the cool cowboy hat. All right, let's get back to the markets. Let's trade
Yeah, what
60.
are we doing here, Nick? We're selling
Selling
off.
off, guys.
We're here at the 180s.
We're coming back in pretty much where we were chopping around majority of kind of the second half of yesterday, right around that 60-33s.
I'm long one.
We're in.
I'm long one at 195.
Yeah.
195. Oh, 195. 21,000.
One, Hoag.
Okay.
All right, we're with you. 187.
187s. This is Dakota. Yep.
Keeping the size
long?
small. Keeping the size small in this volatility. Good to
180.
practice what we're talking about. Looking for this market not to be very directional, with tomorrow being extremely busy, right? So I'm looking for
Opening range
some
is the
type of
high of the
support.
day.
What's that?
That's why we're only on one. What's your
Okay.
CYA
Only on
on
one.
this?
Right now, my CYA is going to be right around 130. Looking for some support. We found some support here yesterday. This is a nice support and resistance zone. And yeah, just looking to see how we handle this in these 180s, 190s. And I will add if we do find some support and the market starts to find some structure around this zone. If not, small loss, one contract.
All
All right. House and Dakota long the NQ. But for my man Tony, I'm going to keep one eye on the energies and metal state for you, Tony. You know what? You're right. We do give a lot of love to the NASDAQ and ES, but it's because they're the most popular trade products here. So, all right, we're trading here 21,179 last trade in the NASDAQ. 60.34 last trade in the ES.
Just drifting down.
And volume isn't too crazy. So, see, we do have that number in about 15 minutes. Consumer confidence. We got a 7-year auction at noon central. That's a ways away. See if we can get some buyers in here.
I missed an ad. I missed an ad right there. Missed it. That's okay.
Yeah, ES didn't
Usually
take out
that
the overnight low, which I was kind of waiting
It
for
is
as well.
Dakota.
Pop City right there.
What's that, Hoag?
So usually when the opening range is the high of the session, I look for shorts, but it is Dakota with this long, so we're in it.
Well, we got to practice
Looking
what we
good
were
so
talking
far.
about.
Yeah, nice pop.
We said tomorrow is going to be a very busy day and not expecting this market to be very directional. Came down to this. I missed my freaking ad, so that's okay. I don't mind capturing this. I think this could be a good example. I'm going to go ahead and tighten up the stop loss. Let's go ahead and tighten that CYA up to, I have it at 65 right now.
Crude still selling off. New lows in crude, $73.38. Nice pop in the NASDAQ. The fellas are long. Charles Chapman says, buy them, both hands. Hey, it's kind of what happened right there in the NASDAQ. Hoag knows what that. I'll buy them, both hands. That means you really want them. You'll take anything you got.
Buy them, you F.
Buy them, UF. That's right. Both hands means I'll take everything you got. Whoever else that runner is going to bring into the pit, I'll take those as well. 21,200 last trade in the NASDAQ. 80%.
We had some fun trading in the old soybean pit a couple of weeks ago, didn't we?
We did. I got nervous. Man. I forgot what to do for a second. I had to practice. Oh, man, you guys were crazy. I never traded in the pits, but that was just wild. How
I'm going to get out of this one, Hoag. I'm going to get out of this one. And I'm going to add back into it if we get another push down. Got that nice bounce. Yep.
Man.
Crude, 79% short here in the tilt with only 21% in the money.
Ooh, Eddie. What's up, Eddie? Good to hear your voice. I miss you, buddy.
I missed you too, Andre.
Love seeing opening call starting at 7:20 a.m. Central now. Get all those big numbers. The PCs, we got PC this week. CPIs, the employment. All right, new lows coming in here in the NASDAQ.
I'm trying an ES long here.
Okay. for Tick looking to get in. Again, number 8 on the big board. Making a cool real profits of $3,800. Again, real trades, real profits, real
What do you like
executions
down
on
here,
Topstep.
Nick?
I like us kind of sweeping this overnight low. That's now we're.
Wow. You didn't get it? You didn't take it, did you, Nick?
I did, but I'm about
did?
to get out. I'm just gonna watch for 2 seconds here. See if we get back
Hang tight.
over 25s.
Who are they selling? All right, more selling coming in here. It's 60.24.
I'm back in long the NASDAQ at 65. I bought back in at 165.
Okay. Dakota getting a better price there. Long 21.
Yeah, this is a good example. Stop loss where my entry where my stop loss was.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Dakota, after this trade.
Dakota.
Cool. House is in. What price did we get, Hoag?
No, I got a bid in. I'm trying to get a little pullback to try and get in on this. Nick, for a tick, S&Ps went straight down to the naked to the TPO point of control, which was 23.5 to the tick.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Am I going to stay in this? Is the question.
Hang tight, baby.
Okay, had it right there. I'm long 2 at 72.
Long 2 from 172. Long 2 from 172. Dakota, number 1 on the big board.
I'm going to squeak in on that one too now.
Over $250,000 payout yesterday. Awesome stuff.
What kind of car are you going to buy, Dakota?
No car.
Buddha?
I almost got one over the weekend, but
you almost got a car?
I did.
Hey, crude, 83% short now.
Man, they are piling in there.
15% in the money.
Oof.
Crude heavy here.
Heavy shorts. Heavy shorts in the crude. Thank you, Eddie.
There's a move. There's a nice move right there.
Get that pop in here. Hoag, did we get in? Or did we get filled on that bid?
No, we're not in yet.
Flat. Okay.
Trying to squeak in, but keeps running away from us.
Get back here, Mark. It's all right.
It's okay if you guys don't get in. If this just keeps going up, that's fine.
Man,
whoa, there we go.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for a reaction at 33s on ES.
Come on, Nick, for a tick. What'd you get? What price did you get, Nick?
27 3/4, which I don't love.
You held it.
I held it. Stop set, basically a new low now.
27 3/4. Oh, pretty much at entry right now.
Got right back up to those 212s, 213s again. We sold off once more. You can see we had that nice really bounce up to these 212s, 213s. Sold off, ran some stops, got back into this market here at 172. Did the exact same thing, 212s, 213s, and now we're selling off once more. Pretty choppy of a market so far at these 180s. And this could be a nice ad at these 180s. Well, I missed it.
If we get them, yep. Yeah, we're watching some pro ball trading here, folks. Real traders, real profits, real losses as well. These are real trades executed in real time, live pro ball trading here. You got number 1 and number 8 on the big board. Big boy trading.
That's what happens when you show everything, right? You're going to see the good, the bad, and ugly. There's no cutoff screen, no zoomed in, no switching.
You guys, man.
Forth. This is everyone gets to see exactly what I see. Everything that I see is what you see here.
And what the risk managers see, and what the competition sees, and what the market makers see.
Yep.
I was talking to MP about this over the weekend. Look at this pop. Now you're watching a real winner in progress.
I'm going to go ahead and close one out right there at 30.
Big boy trading, real trading.
Stop loss.
Pro ball.
There.
Number 9 minutes, boys.
Crude weekly kickoff low. Getting that right about now, just below that right now.
All right, I got one off.
Well
I'm flat.
Well done,
flat.
boys.
There we go. Man, look at that.
Update those P&Ls when you get a chance.
$4,300.
Real money, real profits.
43 points.
Really good to see.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Go down 4,300. Nick for Tick still in there, taking some heat on those longs. But man, he just grit his teeth, pucker up, and said, "This market's going to turn around."
I'm on. Go to
60,
VWAP.
30.
I'll cover there.
Go to VWAP. What do you got VWAP at? 48s?
No, it's 24-hour VWAP 39s.
Okay, 30. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Yeah, Nick for
No,
Tick.
it's gonna tag. It's gonna tag me. I'm trailing. I'm out.
Okay.
No, there we go. There we go.
That's what I get for
Plus
trying to
900.
squeeze into that trade.
Nice job.
That almost got me. That almost shook me out. But I believed in that one. That's
Yeah,
two knife
did.
catches, which is not always recommended when, like Hoag was saying, the high of the day is the opening range high, and we just start melting down immediately. But I kind of like the flush below 33s and then the retest back up to it. So
Nice. Hey, Jacob in the
I'll
chat
take
wants
it.
you guys to explain that
Does
trade,
the
Nick for a
TPO
Tick.
point
Jacob,
of
what?
control make a difference to you, Nick, for a tick?
Yep. Go ahead, please.
23 half naked point of control
No,
from
for me,
yesterday.
this was more
Good pick.
of kind of an options level getting pierced and then us coming back up to it, just kind of acting as a magnet. It was that same like spot yesterday that sellers just could not like push us down below and really hold us for very long periods of time. And then once we pierced the overnight low, that's kind of why my entry was a little bit lower. We do have the VWAP going back to Sunday was down there too, kind of around 30. So yeah, tough trade, right trade. I still think this is going to, maybe that is the kind of low and we start balancing back up in the top of this range so far. I don't know. It looked cleaner. Dakota's entry on NQ, I did like more than mine as it kind of was coming back towards my stop. I kind of wish when
Hey,
I
there
was
we
in
go.
that trade, I was like, I should have taken this on NQ.
That
Coach
was an
Shane,
example of a stop being a better entry than your stop loss being a better entry. Because we were long before, we got that nice bounce, right? And then we got out as we were starting to sell off, got right back in where our stop was, 165. And yeah, almost 100 points ripped right from that end. I mean,
it did.
Wait,
there you go.
Dakota, what was your size on that? I was managing mine and I wasn't paying attention.
It only let me get into 2. I was gonna see
Okay.
if I could build into 5, but good location doesn't last long, and I mean, still made 2K 2200 on 2 contracts. So
Beautiful. The day is just
That was,
started.
$1,000 on 3 contracts on ES. So you still don't need to trade a lot of size to catch a chunk of a move and have a good day.
Pro ball
correct,
traders,
yeah, and
folks.
here we are pushing right back up to where we opened.
Yeah, and there's the 39s.
Nick
But here's the thing: knife catching, counter trend trading.
Yeah.
You see profit, take profit.
We
Definitely.
can't
Even though this may
argue
go
with
all
that.
the way back
Right.
up.
Don't do that to Nick for a Tick.
I mean, it's
Like-
when I swear I always fumble paper hand
Bottom's bad.
longs and then I'll hold shorts too long. It's the way I'm wired for some reason.
You have Nick for a Tick and call the bottoms. It's pretty good.
But you can definitely see me call a bottom when I'm not still in the trade. Like
Correct.
there's a good chance. Who knows? That could be low of the day, and I wouldn't be shocked by it. That's just the way my trades to the long side tend to operate.
Don't do
It
him
might
like
be.
that, Mark.
It might be, Nick. It might be. We can see this thing consolidate. That might have been just like the shakeout this morning. And we were talking about this. We talked about this before we came on. We talked about this before we took the trade. We're not looking for this. Excuse me. This market
Bless
to sell
you.
off.
Bless you.
I mean, that's kind of what you do, right? It's you come up with a theory, a plan, and you execute. Like simple. Like, yeah, we're not looking for this market to sell off or be very trending. We're looking for it to range. We get the sell off that brings an opportunity. We buy the dip, and yeah, you just seen Nick for a Tick do it on the ES. I did it here in the NASDAQ, and that's trading, I guess.
5 minutes
Live account.
remaining.
Thank you. Yeah,
You're in your live account, right, Nick?
Yep, that was live.
Live.
Pro ball, baby. Real profits, real losses as well. All in front of everyone watching here. We got over 5,000 people watching us on time. 141,000 subscribers. My, oh my. Very good to see. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Give us a follow. We got hashtag Fast Marcus, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Almost forgot that one, guys. Gabe, I almost forgot that one. I'm a little rusty. Bear with me. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Send us your trader station setups. I love seeing all the screens, the desks. Heck, even some people are trading from their Ubers. We got people around here. Stanley drives Uber and also puts trades on his Topstep X mobile-friendly trading platform over there. So I like to see all the different types of ways.
back of a backhoe.
Oh.
There's some heavy
Yes, you see
machinery.
that?
Yeah, I
That
see
was
that
cool.
one. I see that one.
That was so cool, man. I love about trading, all the different ways, all the different people. They all trade differently, man. Some people have a million screens. Some people have a little laptop. Some people just have their little tablet or mobile device. We're all in it to try to do the same thing. Dakota, real quick before this number comes out, remember coming into January, you did a lot of back testing on December and said you left a pretty decent chunk of money on the table. I want to know now this is the last week of trading in January. How have you assessed your changes, your adaptation to your trading strategy for 2025 so far?
You guys kind of just seen it a little bit, right? I mean,
That's why
it's
I
not a
asked.
function of I'm going to adjust something and my whole entire trading is way different. It's fine adjustments, and I think we just like this is a great example. I was just talking how I got in long around 90s, right, in this zone right here, and the overall trade idea was the same. Nothing's changed with the way that I trade, but a small tweak of getting in and getting out and how to manage that trade is what has changed. So I get in here and typically I just jump in with 5 contracts, right? Or like depending on the situation, jump in, maybe scale into it, whatever you guys seen me trade before. Stop loss was at 65, right? Well, original stop loss was lower. Once we got this nice bounce, I moved my stop loss to 165. Well, as we started to sell off, I got out of it really quick and made that decision of having a stop loss where my stop loss was
Thank you, Eddie.
being the entry. So I got in at 165. That was my entry. Let me make sure. Let's see. Yeah, 165 and a quarter. 165 and a quarter. That's where I got in. That's where I bought this, which it's hard to do. It really is. Buy at 165 and a quarter, and then I added to it. Looks like I got in 179. So then I added as we started to, make that structure again. And then we got that nice breakout. We got the pullback and that we could be adding right here. I did it. And then we got that nice rally. And here we are sitting well over 100 points higher from that. And can you imagine if these 160s is going to be the low of day?
Oh, no.
Obviously.
10 seconds.
If
10 seconds.
You just never know, though. It's hindsight. When it gets to that point. You always wish you had bigger position size and held it for longer. If only we had a runner type thing. But the whole idea is process over profit.
All right, we got consumer confidence coming in here right now. They were looking at 105.85 prior, 104.7, coming in at 104.1 on that. So Richmond coming in at -4. They were looking at a -10 prior, -10. That's what we got. Back to you, Dakota.
Thank you, Eddie.
A little lower than expected. See how the market wants to digest that. Well, we were pushing through here. Just busted through VWAP in the NASDAQ. Let's trade 21,303. I got VWAP at 289s. That's 24-hour VWAP overnight as well. In gold chop around about $4 off the highs there, 27.57. Crude oil, $73.44 a barrel of the Texas tea. And the Dow, nice little bounce there, 44,860 last trade in the Dow. Take a peek. Look at this. NASDAQ driving higher. NASDAQ leading. Go ahead, Nick.
I don't want to say it, but Dakota, on the 5-minute, that looks like a pretty clean low.
It does, man. It does. That was clean. That was clean.
On both.
That was clean. Let's go make session highs. Let's go up to overnight highs into these 400s.
Oh God. Here we go. I might have done it, guys. I might have done it.
I think you did it, Nick. I think you did it.
Hey, everyone, there's 5,400 viewers. They gotta watch this for free. They get to watch this for free every morning. This is something you typically pay for.
Is that true? This is something people would pay for, Dakota? Man, oh man.
You'd be surprised what I see out there on trade.
I know.
I don't know. I provide,
especially in live.
I provide
right? You don't see anybody
entertainment.
trading live. You don't see anybody else trading live accounts typically on YouTube or their stream. And you pay to see this kind of stuff.
Pushing higher here. Man, oh man. Shot out of a cannon. About 180 points off those lows where these fellas got long on the NASDAQ.
Took out the
S&Ps. Here we go.
Took out the overnight low. Let's take out the overnight highs. all in the span of 15 minutes.
Seriously, man, oh man.
Well, we said it when we came on. We said range bound, drifting upwards. So you may have shaken out some of those overnight longs and people that got long towards the end of the day. And now we're back to kind of just bouncing. NVIDIA back up, just tagged 120s and is kind of just teetering around there, up 1.25. So yeah, let's see.
Lots of Discord subscriptions.
What a
Now we wait.
Now we could have been a very clean bottom there on the 5 minute. Vicious.
You know,
All right, Hoag.
That's trading though.
It is. Hoag, when we see that the opening range is the dead ass high and it's lookout below, and we start seeing some buying coming in like this, what do we make of that? Is that still sticking in your mind anymore in terms of, you know how typically we see this the dead ass high on the open, we're looking for shorts, but then we see such a clean bounce like this and the bulls take over. Do we just kind of put that in the back burner then moving forward? How do you interpret something like that, Hoag?
So looking at profiles, the NASDAQ, it traded all the way through the volume value to the downside, and it put up a decent reversal pattern, 3-bar reversal, right? The S&Ps traded straight down to the point of control from yesterday to the tick. Exactness like that does not encourage confidence. All right. So the NASDAQ seems to be running things right now. I like the fact that it did not trade all the way down to the TPO value low, which was all the way down at 21,140. If we can take out, well, we just did take out the opening range in the NASDAQ. So, you know, the power of the opening range is now gone. I still believe that this market is likely to kind of turn into somewhat of a rotational day. We have a 203 point initial balance already, and we're still not finished with the initial balance. The wider that initial balance gets, the less likely it is to be extended. So I'm going to watch this opening, watch the initial balance high and low from this point forward to see any bigger opportunities, cheaper opportunities at those extremes. We're still inside the opening range in the S&Ps. We are Dow looked lower, took out the high of the opening range. It is also looking higher. Dakota, Nick for a tick. When there's no bad news, what do they do?
Buy it up.
They're going to buy it.
Buy it up.
And then you look back on, maybe after the dust settles with FOMC and Mag 7 earnings, and it's like, well, I guess that was a generational dip in NVIDIA, at least in the short term.
What did NVIDIA bottom out at? I just see $120 a share last trade in NVIDIA. We talking what, 14s, 15s? What did we?
It went to 16. It took out yesterday's low, so it went to 16.25.
Man.
Yeah, almost hit those 115 puts.
Discount.
Still have till Friday though.
Yes, we do. All right. Well, I need to get.
So are you done for the day, Nick?
One thing I can tell you is the next time me and Dakota says, all right, I'm buying it here, I'm not going to try and squeeze in. I'll give up a little bit of trade location instead of trying to work the trade location. That was a really good trade. And I was trying to squeeze into it, and it just didn't work for us. It's all right, but
it is.
Live and learn.
On the same page. Nice read there. Hey, look at that V-shaped bounce right there. Where's MP with the trail map or the treasure map? I think you might see him on this week a little bit. Those good old days. X marks the spot. That's where you go find the treasure on these V-shaped bounces. Anyways, I want to throw it to my main man, JD. JD, good to see you there on opening call. Taking some trades earlier this morning. He's going to update us with some top 5 live P&Ls, Pro Bowl P&Ls here at TopStep. Real trades, real profits, real losses, real executions. Only at TopStep. Here we go. JD, what's up, my man? Top 5 live P&Ls. What's it look like?
Welcome back, Dre. We got some whoppers from yesterday. Big moves in the markets and big profits from our live funded traders. Here we go. First on the list, popular name. We all know it by now. Kai Chun, $54,000
Yes. Wow.
trading
Holy
the
moly.
NASDAQ in
Dang.
that live funded account. Lin Chi, $40,742, also trading the NASDAQ. Big day. Daniel G trading the Dow, $27,397. Yun Young trading the NQ, $23,771. And Juan A also trading the NQ, $21,317 in profits. They're all live funded traders. Taking real money out of the real live markets, folks.
Wow.
Man,
I'd be
live
curious
traders.
what portion of the
day.
day these guys caught. You know, was it the gap down and just flush, or did they catch kind of the V bottom, or were they just carving it up yesterday with the chop?
Dude.
Actually, we
Nick,
kind of get like intraday, not intraday, like every couple of hours we get an update from the risk team about who's up on their live funded account. So Yun Young was up 23,757. Basically pre-market, 8 a.m. Central Time yesterday morning. So made the money overnight, didn't trade during the day session. Kai Chun was up 54 grand overnight, did not trade the day session. I think this is a
interesting.
popular, pretty solid theme.
Interesting.
I don't have updates on the other guys. Oh, Juan A. Yeah, Juan was up 21,315, basically 21,317 going into regular trading hours. Did not trade again for the rest of the day. So 3 of these 5 traders were up in the overnight session, caught a bit of that move to the downside, and then just locked it up for the day. So a little insight.
I tell you what,
into their
JD,
habits from yesterday.
Good stuff, JD.
the overnight session has been amazing the past few weeks. I have been talking about it for slow markets. Is you don't have to trade the New York session. You're seeing it here. These are live traders that they trade the overnight, either Asian, London. There's moves to be made. We have traders around the world. And so regardless of where you're at, you don't have to force yourself to trade the New York session. There's opportunities everywhere. This is an amazing example. I see some traders in the chat talking about having that fun of don't bankrupt Topstep. Is this 5x the face? These are live traders. So this is coming out of the live markets. This is what a real prop firm actually does, is you have live traders, live money, pulling money out of the real market where both benefits. It's a symbiotic relationship. Live traders making money is very beneficial. I'd love to see it. That is the big leagues. It's real money.
There you have it.
Thank you, JD. Kai, the month of Kai. I think he's might be, yeah, what a month for Kai. And Nick, for Tick, you said the markets were just choppy yesterday, and this guy's still able to
well,
pull 50
okay,
G's
so
up?
the New York session was choppy. We was choppy and kind of moving slowly to the upside. There was a couple, I mean, I caught the probably one decent long outside of the move towards the end of the day. Other than that, it was pretty much, I mean, we can look back. This doesn't scream like great trade. I mean, there's a couple rotations here that you could have caught, but you know, you had the initial move off the open, and then we were just kind of range bound on ES. I mean, a pretty wide one, but you could have gotten caught trying to play, you know, the reoffer or just getting long, and it just was not really giving you like the extended trend move of the intraday session. So the big moves came in the overnight and in the pre-market. If you were, you know, obviously short when Dakota was on. I mean, even when I started, we violently gapped down 200 points. I thought my charts were broken. I was looking at TradingView, looking at MotiveWave, looking at Topstep X, and I'm like, wait, where's the current price? Like, I was so confused. If you watched my show on Sunday, I had no idea what was happening. So the better trade clearly was in the pre-market, but I caught a chunk of this long here, this little move. But nice. Hopefully we get some more violent range bound activity like we've seen so far this session, because at least Thursday, Friday last week, and even obviously parts of yesterday, New York was a bit of a snooze fest compared to Globex.
Overnight. See,
it's been fun last night. Like I told you, just randomly.
I will kill it though, Dakota. If I start trying to trade it, you know it's going to die because I am horrible at it, and it's just going to ruin it for everyone.
Yeah. Stay away from my Globex.
Come on, Nick. Come on.
I would love for the risk team to actually run my numbers between 5 p.m. and 7 a.m. and I guarantee I am so red. Like there's no question. I have lost significantly more money during the overnight session than I have during the New York session. So I need to just continue to stay away.
Well, let's say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Oh, that's funny.
Well, I tell you what, it's man, if you want to talk about adrenaline for some traders, just chill. We were just chilling there last night and just in the middle of class for no reason, just down 80 points in 2 minutes.
Crazy.
And it's like, oh, what happened? We look, talking tariffs, yada, yada. Same thing happened. Like, it seems like that's happened, I think 3 or 4 times over the past few weeks. It is some tariff conversation and insane volatility. And the order book's thin, so it's scary. Even if you have a stop loss, you might risk 10 points. You might end up getting filled at minus 20 points at some point.
Oh, don't look now. Dow putting in new highs of the day, 44,000, call it 45,000, even high of the day.
Apple's continuing. I mean, I know we're back to the chip narrative again, but
Sure.
Apple was very resilient yesterday and is continuing its move up. It was up like 3% yesterday and up again another 3% today.
What's the new processor Apple's coming out with? I saw them advertising
Well,
over the weekend.
they're building its own, and it's much more cost effective than like the Nvidia's graphics cards and things. So I think it also fits into that narrative that eventually it just creates more, just like you're seeing with DeepSeek potentially doing it with less compute. It just creates more options, and it just brings down the overall cost to probably build some of these models. So Nvidia as a monopoly can take that CapEx hit in theory.
Big shout out to Jose, still holding the long entry from 164.
Are you? Jose.
Man.
Nick for a tick
the cojones that Dakota and I did not have.
Yeah, that's a trade. That's the ultimate.
Speaking of which, I'm going to cover
that one. You're not
along
in a good
from
place.
Yesterday's lows here. Hang on.
All right, taking a look for another long, possibly. Yeah, I saw over the weekend.
Right.
Watch the football. Are you in?
No, I'm out of a long from yesterday's lows.
Okay.
You know me, Andre.
I know. Hey, you're a good trader, man. We're scalpers, man. We're scalpers. I don't know how people say I'm not a scalper. I think we're all scalpers in the grand scheme
In
of
this
it.
market. Yeah. If it was another day, another market, and I can see holding a runner, that would be a different story. Maybe if I was able to build a position, have 5 contracts, close out 4 of them, and then leave a runner on. Sure, there's a lot of scenarios that you can run that will allow you to hold a runner. Today was a lot harder. You can't argue with 50, 60 points.
Nope.
Yeah.
What's the
cutoff?
cutoff?
It was also, Andre, I was on with
go
you and David Green during that FOMC flush, and he was, someone that's been in the business and been trading for way longer than Dakota and I have, and kind of reaffirmed something that I think I needed to hear at the time too, which is like don't be piggish with some of these positions and swings and things like that, and especially when you trade shorter dated options, like I tend to express swing trades in. I do it in micros. I used to do it more in micros, but I've been doing it more in short dated options lately. And it's just that constant reminder, like I'd rather scalp it because the market doesn't care. And the way we move sometimes, it's like it can be just painful to hold positions more than a day or two. Unless you just happen to catch perfect bottoms and can ride a real trend up. So I've been trying to do that more, where if I catch a good 1% move in my direction, a day or two after I have opened that swing, like get out. You can always redo it. That's the way the market's been trading for the last year plus. So I'm trying to continue to do that, which is just not be greedy. And I do that in my scalps and futures, and I'll do that in my longer time frame swing trades.
How's that been working out for you, Nick? More profits?
Much better since I've been, okay. So I also had a swing short from like Friday's highs that I covered at Friday's close because we got that big flush down. And then I woke up yesterday and that trade would have, Dakota, I made the joke during your slow markets that they were up like 600%. And then you saw the flush continue in the morning. And so they would have been up a good 200% plus from there. So would have been like a 20x type trade in not 24 hours, but like a full trading day. So I try not to think about that, I guess. Yesterday hurt when I saw that waking up and I had covered the trade for a modest gain, like a good gain, modest though. So I just think you move on to the next trade. If you have the mindset that you missed the bigger move, then you're going to eventually spiral into, holding for too long versus doing what I've been doing, which is like just taking the profit, moving on to the next trade. And I'm not kidding. Like I've grown the account 600% since
Damn.
November when I started trading like this.
Great work. Yeah, that's awesome. That's
Like
amazing.
that is what
Those
life
options
is.
are fun, right? And
It
question in
it
the
is.
chat.
If you're not stupid, there's a good way, especially if when you watch the markets, probably the way that a lot of us do, and people in the chat, when you're in this day in and day out and you see how things move, I mean, you can be scalpy with this stuff and just see profit, take profit, move on to the next day.
Yes.
Great stuff, fellas. Again, number 1 and number 8 on the big board here at Top Step.
I'm just going on my charts. Oh, we're still back.
The
on
pro
that old range,
ballers.
that's why.
These are pro ball traders here. Watching it unfold in real time. Lido. Oh, Lido. Where's Hungus? I haven't seen Hungus in the chat yet today. Shout out to Hungus. 5,300 people watch, and give us a click like, click follow, click subscribe.
Yeah, come on.
On the march to 150,000 subscribers. My goodness, let's get there.
Oh, a new
I'm
high in the
excited
Dow
to
right
see-
now.
New high in the Dow. Yes, Eddie, great call. New high in the Dow. Indeed. Last trade there, 45,008. What's up, Hungus? There he is.
He's listening. There he is.
There
he
What's
is.
up, Hungus?
Buddy Carl.
Yeah, crew trying to turn up here. $73.53. Last trade there. Bottomed out about 30 cents lower, $73.22. We picking the pop
What happened to
squad.
my
Oh, we got
trade
VIP. Oh, yeah. We got some VIP drafts coming out later today. It is VIP week here at Top Step. I do believe Coach Nick for a tick. Top ticks will be selected. Not too distant future. We got some more pit raiders getting drafted, selected later today as well. Nick for a tick. What are your thoughts on have you ever been a coach before in any other capacity, Nick? Ever, in anything? Have you ever coached before?
Only powder puff football in high school.
Oh, you would be a powder puff coach. You dog, Nick for a tick.
Well, I'm
dog.
I was the coach that was trying to clearly teach some concepts and, not zone read, like wing T type stuff in flag football for some girls in my high school. And it like you have the ones that could easily grasp the concept of how to run motions and hand the ball off and all this stuff. So yeah, that was the only other time. We won as juniors, we lost as seniors.
Oh, come on, senior girls. Pick it up next time. How would you describe your coaching style? Are you a pat on the rear, or are you pat on the back, or a kick in the rear type of coach? Or is it case by case basis based on the trader or your players?
It's going to depend on the I naturally, I think I'm a little more of a tough love kind of person, but just because I think especially in certain things, like it's the only way you learn. Like the only way you're really going to learn and grow in trading is you have to take the licks. If you never take them and have a bad drawdown or have some bad trades that blow up, like you don't learn the good habits of how to not do things like that in the future. And I'll still make mistakes. Like Dakota is going to still overtrade, take some bad entries, hold a trade too long, the usual stuff, just like I will. But it doesn't mean like you don't even need that reminder. Even people that are decent traders that are in this or trying to, are entered into the the raffle to get on the VIP teams. Like I'm sure there's something that you're going to take away from me because the way I trade is very different than Dakota at times. We see the same setups, but we see them very different ways at times. Like the way he looks at it versus the way I do it different. So your learning styles may also resonate a little bit differently than when you hear someone like me talk to the information versus hearing Hoag talk about it if you're sitting here every day. So I think, it's really going to depend on what traders are looking for from me. But yeah, I'm excited. This should be a lot of fun. It'll be cool. And then it'll be cool when we transition to Topstep Trading League too, because I'm ready to take on Team Dakota over here.
Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be way fun. You're gonna learn a lot, Nick. When you start teaching, you'll learn a lot about yourself. You're gonna learn a lot through other traders. It's unmatched. Where Topstep TV, there's an aspect of entertainment, but the bigger aspect is actually helping traders, doing this VIP, providing these coaching, being able to do this, and be able to have something like this, which is just something you don't see. And to have to have Coach Hoop, Coach Jay, Vince, Paul, and some of these other coaches with years and years and years experience, much more experience than I have, much better than I am when it comes to being able to articulate how to trade and helping traders, it is just next level. And I'm continuing to be more and more optimistic each and every week. It's a beautiful thing to see, and seeing some of the success, like we just seen live traders. That it was in one day that KI has done that. Like what, 3 days over the past month? Like
250
where you're going to
grand or
find that?
something.
It's just the best of the best, and it's proving, and it's going to continue to show. Topstep and these traders are going to continue to show like how average I really am. Like I'm average. You're going to start to see some of the best traders come out and become the best, and I think we're going to see it. I don't mind. I mean, I think at this time next year I might not even be on the leaderboard the way it's going.
I want to know how, and obviously it's all about the VIP. It's all about the trader. I'm going to be interested to see how, if any way, this helps you guys enhance your trading or makes you guys look at the markets in a different way than you hadn't normally thought, and see how it affects, number 1, number 8 on the big board, how it affects your guys' trading. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this unfolds. And we do have the draft coming, 2 drafts today coming out in a little bit here on Fast Markets, Topstep TV.
We really just
right now
we're stay high.
Yeah, we're making new highs here. We're about to make
Dakota
some new highs.
and I called low of the day, and the paper handed it. There you go. it happened.
Gold.
That was the low of the day.
Tagging a new high here.
And there's my man Eddie. Eddie, I want to throw it to you. Let's get some announcements in. I think we got it. Alex Ferreira saw the fella this weekend. Man, he got robbed by those judges. 0.6 of a point.
Yeah, 0.66.
I
saw that.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, Eddie, come on in. Eddie, come on in. We're making some new highs in the equity, so come on in, Eddie. Let's get these.
Topstep partner and gold trader. He's trading here at Topstep. Alex Ferreira won the silver in the men's ski super pipe at the X Games on Saturday night. We watched that. I was watching the knuckle huck, and then we saw him come in. But I tell you, these guys are not so crazy cool. In case you missed it, you can catch all the highlights on Alex's Instagram. If we can get that link, just post it in here if you got time. Save it. But some cool stuff, and props to Hot Dog Hans. I'm really digging that on YouTube. Cool stuff, Alex. If you're listening, keep it going, brother. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Yeah, Hot Dog Hans. That guy is a menace. That guy is a absolute.
I watched a few episodes. That cracked me up.
It's funny shit, man. I tell you,
he's a troublemaker.
Yeah, just because you could grow hair doesn't make you a man.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's half of what.
I'm looking for some way to throw that in, and I've been debating. I could get my hand slapped by the team in the background.
Right. Well, I let them experience it themselves, and it's a great line.
Exactly.
Yeah. Check out Hot Dog Hans. All right, take a look at these markets, guys. We just put new highs here.
0.6 of
I know
is what you lost. What do you think happened? Do you just not enough money to the refs?
Dakota, you should have heard what we were saying when we were there, man. We had some very choice words amongst each other, but yeah, great question. It's insane watching these guys do these flips and tricks and twists and turns and landing and stuff. I mean, these guys are flirting with death. Let's be honest about it. We've got a lot of footage. We'll be pushing that forward here throughout the week, but we got a lot of footage, behind the scenes stuff. And P and myself, we're there. So what's up to Alex? But he was locked in preparing. Crazy. These guys are straight up athletes. These guys are the top of their mountain, and the way these guys focus is pretty cool. So hopefully we'll have Alex on. There are more competitions later this season, but we'll hopefully have Alex on. We'll talk about what his mental preparation, daily routine is like to get ready for something like this, because he was locked in. He said what's up briefly, quick fist bump, but he was locked into competition mode. So pretty cool to see. Anyways, all right, let's get back to these markets here, fellas. 21,438 last trade in the NASDAQ. Man, oh man, Nick, we're about 300 points higher from where we were about an hour ago. Gosh,
I mean,
I know.
There's not a lot to say.
I mean, what do we do now, Nick? We bought the bottom.
I don't know, because I bought the bottom. Done. I also covered my swing long from the lows, clearly about 100 points too early too. But it's what I was just talking about. I mean, you, in a weird way, like, you can't beat yourself up. You move on to the next trade. I'm not going to chase this right now. I'll see if there's, a rebid back towards in the 300s that maybe we can jump in on to get long. I mean, this is off to the races. We're going to 60, 80s, 60, 90s, which would be last week's like value area low.
Okay.
Yes, NASDAQ down, new highs.
Thank you, Eddie. Boy, we got eyes everywhere here. Did see 72% long in the NASDAQ on this ride up. Looks like they may have taken some profits as we now are looking at 60% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. New high a
The
day.
U.S.'s AI demise greatly exaggerated, clearly.
Oh, it's funny how that changes. The news cycle changes in less than 24 hours, Nick.
How's NVIDIA doing?
Well, tomorrow it's going to be like, what's DeepSeek? I did see an article that like there's early rumblings that Zuck has got a bunch of war rooms going this morning, starting from like midnight yesterday, from engineers rebuilding their AI. But I don't know if there's any truth to that. I would imagine there's something like that, but
Zuck,
I would guess they're scrambling a little bit to audit it all and see what they can do.
70% long in the Dow. On the tilt, what do we got here? 72% short in 73% short in crude on the tilt as well.
Mod in Discord just sent me a screenshot. Someone in Discord still long from 164,
really?
one contract, still holding it up $5,000 on one contract from those 164s.
Good for you,
man.
We're still pushing.
Man.
We're cooking here to the upside, guys. Cooking here in the S&Ps, Dow Jones, and the NASDAQ pushing high here. Sorry, Tony. I know I said I wasn't going to talk about the equities as much today, but you can't ignore it. Put in new highs of the day. The bulls on parade. 21,470 last trade, the NASDAQ. Very thin on the ladder. Looking at the ES and the NASDAQ. Crude chopping around the lows, about 20 cents off the lows, $73.43 there, but we just keep putting in new highs in the equities. Janesh in the chat says, it'd be crazy if we recover the entire move from yesterday. Hey, that's trading for you, but we are off to the races to the upside. Nick for a Tick VIP draft incoming here very, very shortly.
Here we go.
Look at this. Man, oh, man.
Hey, real quick in the chat here, Angel, hey guys, is there a way to see your trades on TopstepX? Yes, it is the third icon down from the left side. Click on that and scroll all the way down. There's also a journal there where you can type in each and every day your journaling. Lots going on here. So it's a third icon down with the little stars, the chart with little stars. Click on that and scroll all the way down. There you have it.
Thank you, Eddie. All right. Let's see if we can
see if these markets. Nick?
Yeah, are you excited?
What kind of coach are you going to be?
I don't know. It's going to be a bit of a adjustment and learning for me. Obviously, I do not coaching, but we do educational discussions on my show, but it really is not the main focus. It's a portion based on just how I'm dissecting things for prepping for the week, as well as just when people ask questions about how I came up with whatever, or some questions just lead that way. So this will be a much more dedicated time when I can help people understand like any of my concepts that I use when I trade, things like volume profile, like how I kind of rebuild levels and trade off of them. Because obviously I'm not a great breakout trader by any means, but I really am more of a, reversal, lower volume areas into high volume area type trader. So I can make that I don't think a lot of people necessarily do or don't have success with. So I can show and talk about, how that has worked for me. But like anything else, I'm just excited to help traders because that's kind of why I've been wanting to do this. Why I do kind of even just do what I do on the show day in and day out. I'm not in this for the pleasure of Andre's company, if you will, every single time I'm on. I know it's always like we're just hanging out with the water cooler with the bros. Every once in a while it turns into, when things are slow, it turns into an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. But it'll be good to really dive in deeper with some traders and kind of just see where some people are at and how I can help, because that's awesome. That's going to be really cool, and to see the results. I'm excited to see that too. Like, how do I do in this mindset? Obviously trading is a very individual sport. So just seeing, can I start to see people make improvements and, have fill some gaps in maybe the way they approach trading price action or reading price action in real time and how they can react in the future. So I'm just excited to help traders and see what this is for me, like how I can actually grow as, my own skill set, and even just, hopefully help a few people down the line.
Awesome. Great
Love it.
stuff. Top tick. The top ticks. You guys going to be on Nick for Tick's top ticks team? Without further
Top
ado,
tick.
Eddie, drum
That's
roll,
a-
please, man. This is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Man, baby.
Let's do it, Eddie.
yeah.
These VIP invitations.
Here we go.
That's one of my favorite team names.
TopstepVIP.
All right, who are our lucky 50 winners? Nick.
Oh God, I gotta put my glasses on. I can't even read this.
Oh my goodness. Oh, my back windshield just. All right, taking a look here. My goodness, who do we got? Look at all these winners. Look at all these happy faces, Andre.
Yes. I'm jealous. Man, oh man.
All right.
There is the top tick starting lineup. Nick for a tick. Any names look familiar at first glance, Nick for a tick? If not, I'm sure you get to meet them here shortly. But
No, I'm gonna look forward to meeting all of you guys. I have not really ever been active in Top Steps Discord, so this will be a chance to get to know some of you folks and be a little more active in there and share some of the things I see, and I think some of the things I share in a few other places. That's just intraday, even when I'm not on Topstep TV. So it'll be cool to hang out with you guys. Have a place that we can just continue to discuss things and just have a good dialogue. So it'll be really cool to get to know more of you guys and understand your trading styles and see where I can help. Obviously, I'm willing to help and able to for folks that want to kind of pay it forward and pay it back with me too. So I'll engage with you guys as much as you want to engage with me.
If you are one of the lucky ones to join Nick for a tick, let us know here in the chat. I do see Brazen. I'm on the team Nick. We also got Aaron Frazier. Yay, I'm in.
cool.
So let us know here.
Nice.
Yes. And
50
don't
of
run
them.
away here. About another hour from now, Coach Hoop's going to get his 50. And you might be on that team.
Great stuff. 3 teams down, 7 more to go. 150
There's Momo,
traders
man.
down.
Nice. Jason's on the team.
350 more traders to go. We got some people in chat that did become a top ticker. That's awesome. All right, cool. Yeah, like Eddie said, another hour. We got another draft coming. He's will enter. No, not this time around, Viper. Not this time around. The enrollment period, if you will.
350 more to go.
350 to go, baby.
Yep.
So we're not even halfway through it. All right, now let's get back to these markets because we are seeing a bit of a pullback here. We did top out at 21,481 in the NASDAQ. We're pulling back about 60 points now. 70 points now. 417s last trade. ES about a 10-point pullback there. 60.69 last trade in the ES. Gold just continued to grind higher here. 27.61 last trade here. All right, fellas. I know we're both up. We are up on the P&Ls. Anything? Is this the pullback? If you think this is going to be a trend day higher and continue to drift higher, is this the pullback that perhaps shares will be looking to get long from? Dakota, what say you? How are you reading this price action right now?
I mean, it's just let's just see where we go. I mean, we had 300-point rally from where we bought it, and now we just let's see how we react. I mean, is it overextended? Maybe. I want to see if we can get up to these 560s. 560s on our way down Sunday night, Monday morning. We did have a bit of a hesitation right here around 550, 560s. It'd be interesting to see how we react if we can get up there. But back to what we said again, is not expecting a huge day in one direction or the other. So maybe we pull back down towards the mid 300s.
Mid 300s. All right, last trade 426, 21,426. Got about 60 points off the highs there. Tilt flattened out about 50-50. Crude, actually, I take that back. Crude oil, 75%, 74% short.
There you go.
Crude oil. That's Eddie. I'm trying to keep up with you, my man. I got to keep up with Eddie. You guys watching.
You got my 6, I got your 6.
Hey, we got this together. All right, let's see if these buyers want to buy this a bit of a pullback here. About a 2-point, a little bit of a pop there in the ES. The pullback got back to about 69, 60, 69. Trading 60, 72 right now. NASDAQ trying to catch a bit as well. Dow staying pretty strong, staying above 45,000. Last trade, 45,050. Take a quick peek at micro Bitcoin. What's doing in micro Bitcoin? Okay, 103,500. Last trade there. Let's see. I did see buyers did definitely buy that pullback. All right, cool. Thank you, Gabe. JD's ready for some payouts. I love when he does this.
Crude really did just kind of like bounce off the top of that old balance range from hell we were in for like 3 months. And
Remember
now
that?
is settling back around in the 73s, 73.50s. But drill, baby, drill. Andre, did you finish Landman?
I have not. I watched another episode yesterday. I love it. I'm obsessed with that show. I'm obsessed with Midland, Texas. I'm obsessed with West Texas. I want to pick your brain about
Great
that.
show.
It's a great show. I'm obsessed with it's a fantastic show. But I do have
Just
some
want to just throw on the cowboy hat and trade some crude.
Looking forward to seeing more of it.
Absolutely.
But according to the show, they don't want crude oil going too cheap here because that's gonna kill the business down there.
What are they like between 78 and $88? I wonder how much of it is
Something like
factually
that, right?
factually accurate. I'm sure they have consultants and stuff to keep it pretty accurate, but it's fascinating. Just the way, hey, look, here's an accent. Let's just build a road around it. Just all that stuff is crazy.
Landman.
That's my job.
Good
I'm a
show.
landman.
Hard
all
to
right.
fight the drill, baby, drill narrative.
Absolutely. Oh, you think it? Okay. I mean, it definitely doesn't hurt.
I think that's what started that. From inauguration day on is kind of when we started that move lower. I mean, granted, we started it when we couldn't quite take out that 80s point. I think we were talking about a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
But from like that 77 spot, like once he was inaugurated and the drill baby drill narrative started coming out, it just started slowly drifting down and then finally flushed. I think whenever we were on, it was I think it was Thursday, right? When whatever, at the economic forum thing
Davos.
in Switzerland, whatever it was, you start during
World
that
Economic
speech, that's when it flushed.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, we're talking about more than equities.
Yeah, Tony.
President
Where's Tony?
says, we're gonna drill, and crude just drops.
I mean, that'll do it. He sure did. We were $7.
He sure did put out that rally too. I mean, crude oil was in a range for 3 months, and we finally started to break out, get volatility. It started to become a little bit more tradable, the way that I like to see it. And then it just, that was the end of that. It lasted a few weeks.
And no.
And back to the range.
I know.
All right. All right, fellas, let's take a quick break here. I want to throw it to JD. I want to see some payouts. We've been seeing some big numbers in January. Some of these live P&Ls, of course, and I want to see what this is turning into. Like Mr. Dakota did right here, taking a payout for over $250,000 here on Topstep TV. JD, I got a few. Who's on top of this payout list? Who's on top of this payout list today, JD?
We were just talking about crude oil markets real quick. Little segue in what we were talking about. I was talking to a friend of mine, very close friend of mine, who owns a fleet of oil tanker trucks. He's into the transportation business. And he told me, this was a couple of years ago, but anything over $55, if you factor in the costs of refinery, storage, and shipment, anything over, I think he said $56 is like pure profit for oil companies. So they like to keep those prices above that level. This was a few years ago, like right in the early days of COVID, before crude oil went negative. I'm going to assume it's right around the same, but I wouldn't think it changed too much. Anyway, here are your top live funded payouts from yesterday. Talk about starting the week on a high note.
Oh, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah. Okay.
There they are. We got Grace, $15,000, Duong, $8,000, Alan, $1,500, Alfred, $1,300, and Bing Ying, $600.
Nice.
You know what they say about $600 in Cicero?
Oh, man.
Whoa!
What did I
$600
say?
or $600.
Nick for a
Hey,
tip loves
that's
You
that one.
got it.
that could be a monthly wage in some locations. We have traders around the world, and $600 can be huge.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't got it, it is huge. Speaking of
Somebody's
if you
right.
don't got it, hopefully you've got it. 5,000 in payouts. Yes, if you do, if you're one of those that has 5,000 or more in payouts, you can join the Topstep TV Payout Club. And how do you join? Well, we're going to put that link here in the chat here. Every day on Topstep TV, we're going to drop the Payout Club link. Fill out that form where you can sign up for an exclusive 5K Club hat and pin. And look at that beautiful hat and that beautiful pin. Yes, the same exact hat that Andre is wearing and sporting each and every day. But right now, we can only ship to those in the United States. We are looking to expand in the future. But if you do have one and you do fill it out, you got friends or family here in the States, we can send it to them and they can send it out to you. But we are looking to expand in the future where we can ship to all parts of this beautiful place we call Earth. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Get those payouts, get those hats, get the pin. Pretty cool stuff. All right, crude. We were just talking about crude right before the payout update. About to put in some new lows here. $73.26, about 4 cents off the lows. Ooh, about 10 cents off lows now. A little pop there. Do still see heavy short, 78% short in the crude on the tilt. Average price of $73.53. So they are in the money there.
Getting paid.
Yeah, they are.
New high in the Dow.
Oh, wow, don't look now. Sure is.
Looks
Driving
like
it out.
gold's sort of topping off here for a little bit. Cooling off here at the
Gold,
tops.
yep. Gold is just
It
showing
is right at the top.
Hoag, are you pumped for Steenbarger today?
Oh, extremely. I mean,
I am.
That's
Yes.
we've got some really good questions. Anne Marie's going to be joining us. I think it's
Yes.
going to be a fantastic session.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's going to be in about an hour and 15 minutes. Dr. Brett Steenbarger joining Hoag and Anne Marie for a sit down with the best trading psychologists out there on the street, man. Really cool stuff. VIP week, Psych week, FOMC week, earnings. Still want to see what that Starbucks is. Starbucks going to continue to raise their prices. Can they cut down those wait times? I know that was one initiative the new CEO came in. I wanted to take on, cut down those wait times.
Andre, since your PSL experience in September, have you bought another one?
Can't say I have, Nick. Nope, I cannot say I have.
Well, if that doesn't tell you their earnings, no, I'm kidding.
I'm the
Didn't even buy
I'm
the
curious
first
to
one.
actually see them too.
Yeah, it is because I don't shop at Starbucks very often, but I mean everyone does. They're on every street corner. They're everywhere, and that and Chipotle kind of gives you an insight into the daily consumer.
I can't do Chipotle. Starbucks makes sense because their products really haven't changed much. In fact, they've added more. Like I get it. I just can't.
No Chipotle.
I don't fathom Chipotle. I just don't get it. I haven't understood the valuation and who's still eating there and why people still think it's good. It was good when I was like 14.
It was good. It was good.
Overrated.
It was so good.
Like leaving
I
football
think I've only
practice
had
and getting
Chipotle
like
once.
one of those burritos. Now I
was-
don't understand it.
Subway.
One of my
forgot
guilty
to-
pleasures was Starbucks. I used
There
to
you
get
go.
Starbucks every morning. I would DoorDash nice drink and a breakfast. And the one thing is you can't argue about the quality, right? It's like McDonald's. Everybody can make a better hamburger, but at least you know what you're going to get when you go there, no matter where you're at around the world.
It's true. Where's MP? MP used to love McDonald's coffee. Where is he? We're young traders. We drive in together and we always stop him down. Not for egg McMuffin or sausage biscuit or anything like that, just for the coffee. Cup of Joe.
Well, I don't know what just happened. I got
coffee's
booted
not
or
bad.
frozen inside of this, so I'm back. Hopefully that wasn't an
Okay,
issue.
Nick's back. All right, there you are.
We
Nick.
missed you, Nick. We were asking about you.
Come on, Nick. Top ticks.
But I
Head
was
coach right here.
leaning into Chipotle and then it just went dead.
And
So
yeah,
clearly,
Chipotle.
if you don't think the Fed and everyone else is watching this stream, you're wrong. They were ready to cut me off when I was trying to lay out my short Chipotle thesis.
There you go,
See, now
JD
there's a
Solar.
secret if you go to
Overrated.
Chipotle. there's a
Hit me.
secret. If you go there and you act real nice, real polite, and hey, how you doing? And oh, can I get a little bit more of that, please? I've noticed. I remember having a guy in front of me. Yeah, give me. Nah, that's good. What are you doing? No, and it was real pissy to the people putting
Rude.
food on the plate. Be nice to these people, and you're going to get more. And also, I was doing that once, and they said, you know what? We're going to give you a complimentary free drink and chips. I go, for
How about
what?
that?
For being nice. I swear to God, they said that.
See?
Hmm.
Be kind.
Wow.
Be
Be
kind.
kind out there.
Exactly.
Kind.
I
All right,
haven't
Every
had
Friday
McDonald's for like 6 months though. I don't eat McDonald's, but I just know it's about consistency and not the quality.
Good coffee.
Isn't-
I'll eat the breakfast sandwiches, but I can't eat McDonald's like burgers and stuff maybe once a year because my body is a temple. I'm very careful about what I put in there. But I agree with you. Chipotle, ew. I had it once.
Man,
I was like,
Chipotle
no,
used to be good.
thank you.
Chipotle used to be
It
so
did
good.
used to be
Myself.
good. It's like if you think Chipotle is good now, then you should have tried it in like
Ah,
2004, 2005,
crush
like
that stuff.
before I guess mass produced the way it is now.
Yeah, it got too big. All right, Nate, Dow putting in new highs here. We got some news coming in with James. Dow's leading the way. If the NASDAQ and the S&Ps want to follow, Dow's going to be leading the way because Dow keeps putting in new highs. 45,106 last trade there. 21,435 last trade in the NASDAQ. 60.77. If you guys bought those pullbacks and that's down to 69s, good on you in the ES. It was a nice little pullback there.
Yeah,
Like these guys are
and we got a
Scrooge.
pull back in the Nasdaq too, down to 490s. Yeah,
did.
down to 390s. I mean 390s from 480 to 390. I don't think I was
weekly
kind of
kickoff
waiting
high.
maybe.
Low.
Yeah,
380s weekly kickoff low.
380s. Okay. Well, 435s. All right, let's come on. James, come on in. We're going to keep an eye on this Dow as we keep pushing higher here. We'll keep an eye and see if NASDAQ and S&Ps want to put in new highs. S&P's about a point and a half off the highs of the day there. James, come on in, buddy. I missed you and your news stories. What do you have in store for us today, James?
Well, Andre, thank you. We missed you too. Show wasn't the same without you, so welcome back. And you were talking about Starbucks. I don't have a picture for it, but really quick, they released a new initiative today where if you buy a drink in shop, so it doesn't count for to-go orders, you get a free refill no matter what, as long as you stay. Apparently,
Really?
this perk was only available to like Starbucks members in the past, but now it applies to literally anybody. If you buy a coffee and you sit down and you finish it, you can get a free refill. And it's one of the ways they're looking to keep people in stores. The flip side of that coin, though, is now bathrooms are only for people who buy a drink. Whereas before, it could be anybody.
Oh.
So you give and you take.
Tough, James.
But as for the news stories I have for you prepared today, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the big story. Everyone already knows about it, but let's touch on it. DeepSeek. If you are just tuning in and you need an explain to me like I'm 5 level of what's going on, previously NVIDIA said, hey, we have powerful AI, but you need a bunch of our chips. And then China said, no, you don't. And there you go. NVIDIA stock crash.
I like that.
The article I have here says that it is like the largest loss for a single company on Wall Street in a single day. So not good. So everyone's going to be keeping their eyes on seeing what DeepSeek can do, if it's as good as they say, for the fraction of the price. We don't know. So your move, China. Going off of a story we started last week and talked about yesterday. That's right. Groundhog's Day is coming up, and PETA has an idea. PETA says the groundhog is outdated.
come
and we
on.
need to replace it with a vegan weather reveal cake.
Come
Great.
on.
Now the
Wait, is that
groundhog
a
has to
joke?
predict the weather and bake a cake? No, Dakota, this isn't a joke. Like, look at this. Like, this is what they put up here. They want a cake, kind of like a rainbow cake or a gender reveal cake, like you would see, where we
on.
cut into it, and red is early spring, blue is late
What are we
spring,
doing? What?
purple is you mix up the red and the blue.
Oh.
So yeah, PETA. I mean, the groundhog already does so much for us. Like, to ask him to bake a cake is ridiculous.
Man,
So
I'll
I
walk
think they're gonna
outside
keep,
on Sunday, and if I see my shadow, it'll be 6 more weeks of winter. It's the groundhog.
Hug.
Thank you.
You trying to take my job?
You
Trying to take my job, Hoag?
Oh,
look at that.
There it is.
Groundhog's Watch Day is in 5 days, y'all. Like I said yesterday, we don't need a groundhog to make a cake. We can send Hoag outside to tell us if he sees his shadow.
See the shadow.
It's going to be justice for life.
Sorry, James.
That's okay, Hoag.
Feed him some
That was a really good
carrots.
segue. Thank you for that setup. There's no good segue for this next one other than beer. My favorite Pennsylvania beer is finally coming to Illinois. Yingling.
Oh,
If
nice.
you've never heard of Yingling, it's pretty good. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's the best beer in the world, but growing up, this was the beer always in my parents' fridge. And I feel like it's when you start drinking, you kind of adapt to what you saw growing up. Like, if your parents drink Miller Lite, you probably start with Miller Lite. Yingling was my starter beer. I loved it. And when I moved out to the Midwest and tried to order one at a bar, the waitress thought I was having a stroke. Turns out if you've never heard the word Yingling and you ask for a Yingling, they look at you like you're speaking Mandarin.
Where's it from?
It's
Asia?
gonna
The beer
be,
itself, it's brewed out of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
It's going to be a lot of
pretty good.
competition for Spotted Cow in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
That's
So
there, yeah.
decent beers rolling out to bars this week, packaging in March. More info to come, which kind of is another segue into my last story for today. Avondale, or an Avondale restaurant. Avondale is a neighborhood in Chicago. They're serving no Lort by the shot or bottle, which is a
What?
booze-free version of Malort.
Ugh.
So
Oh my God.
How would anybody
they claim
drink
to,
Yes.
yeah, they claim to have removed the only redeeming feature of Malort, which is the alcohol. And so, yeah,
But
they
well,
no
measurement.
Lort. It's got a beautiful bottle. You can buy it for your friends, family. It was released last August in an Avondale bar, but really kind of picked up in popularity over the holidays. A lot of people to go for the sober January. And Hoag, how's that going? You're sober
as a
January.
judge. Sober
Sober
as a
as a judge.
judge.
Well,
About to
see,
turn
how about
into-
we get
about to turn into sober February.
Wow.
I mean,
Good.
with no Lort?
Good.
Why not? Right? We'll send you
No
a bottle
Lort.
of this.
I
Lord.
guess the real question is, are they going to add a cicada to it and basically just have cicada
Ugh.
flavored rubbing alcohol?
Ugh, whose idea is it? Who comes up with
Noon
those
Whistle
Made in
Brewing.
Chicago with Malort.
They should not have been
Yikes.
fined for that. You can put a cricket in anything. Anyway, no Lord, coming to you never. Andre, I wish we had the video of you, me, and JD taking that Malort shot ready
Yes.
to go. We'll have it ready soon, but otherwise I was going to play
Ugh.
that right afterwards.
Oof.
Well,
Put
back
some
to
hair
you
in your chest.
guys, and
Yeah, thank you.
stay tuned. VIP draft coming up at 10:30. Coach Hoop, let's go.
Got
Pit Raiders.
Ooh.
All right. Dow still staying strong here, about
JD.
14 points off the highs here. 21,420 in the NASDAQ, about 60 points off the highs there. Don't drink and trade. Very, very good advice there, GI.
JD had a
70s.
little bit of information here.
What do you
Yingling is
got,
the
Ed?
oldest brewery in the United States. The second oldest family-owned brewery in the U.S. is Schnell's, which brews Greenbelt beer in New Ulm, Minnesota. Greenbelt, the friendly beer.
Green
I didn't even know they still made it until JD started going out to up to Minnesota, and he's got a Greenbelt hat and everything.
Oh,
Good old boy, Sif. All right.
the happy beer.
That,
that
the
one.
friendly beer. Yeah.
60.78 last trade in the ES, about point off the highs. Dakota, it looks like they kind of want to push this higher. They at least tried to, but then we kind of ran out of steam. Obviously, we have FOMC.
tough.
It's a heavy week with data and stuff. How you're up $4,500 more, or about $4,300. Any certain price? I know you talked about the mid 300s. It doesn't look like we're going to get there anytime soon. So, what are we thinking here? Just new highs in the ES here, Dakota.
I mean, we could blink and be there.
That's true.
We got to practice on both sides of this market what we were talking about going into it, right? We're not expecting a big move in any direction. I mean, this is a big move, but it's not one directional bias market, not like a trending day. Because of tomorrow, we have FOMC, we have the earnings, we have a lot going on to tomorrow and seeing volatility. And so, what did we say when we first came on? We said we're expecting, chop, range bound with slightly bullish, and I think that's kind of what we're getting right now, where there's a lot of chop. It's basically range bound. We sold off down to 160. we rallied right back up. And sure, you know what? Technically, from where we opened or closed yesterday, we are up, 0.75%, right? Almost 100 points. Is that what you want to consider a trending day? I don't know. Maybe, depending on how you classify it. But are we going to see a 2% move? I don't think so.
About
Anything
time.
can happen, but I'm not going to expect this market to just have a very hard trending day to the long side, or at least I'm not going to play for that. I'm not going to sit here and just buy these dips looking for this market to continue to make session highs, even though I could be wrong. But I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this, we're kind of hovering right back around the mid 300s. Thoughts on that, Nick?
I could see it. I'm trying to think of where that puts us in relation to ES. What would that be? Oh God.
Try to push this thing. Look at this. Dow's pulling back a little bit. All you Dow traders. Yeah, go ahead, Nick, please. And all you Dow traders, this might be your pullback if you do want to get with the trend here.
Yeah, 660s roughly, Dakota. Maybe a little bit higher than that.
660s. Okay.
Which is like the top of the opening range.
Okay. Or we could just be wrong. We could just keep buying this thing up going into tomorrow.
I mean, we could. I wouldn't expect a ton of hedging to come in until middle of tomorrow. Like lunchtime, it seems like you get the FOMC hedge. At least with short-dated options, you do.
New highs, S&Ps. New highs, 60, 80, 60, 80, 60, 80, half.
They're trying to send the VIX back to the dungeon too.
What are they doing over there? So it's definitely not real. Go.
I mean, anytime the last couple months since August, which at this point looks like just an outlier, just because of a central bank stupidity with releasing information. We haven't really had a tick above or close above a 20 handle on the VIX, and it just, as soon as we do, it just volatility gets sold so hard.
It does,
and then it just kills the fun for the next couple of sessions.
VIX is fun. VIX just beneath 17, 1698. VIX, the volatility index. Some call it the fear index. Equities go down, VIX goes up.
I mean, that has been the trade of at least the last 6 months. It gets over 20, just sell volatility.
Sell vol. Well, I'll tell you what's not being sold right now, and that's the S&Ps. S&Ps continue to put new highs in here. 6082. Can we see 6100s? I mean, tomorrow, anything's in play. Again, taking a look. Fed Watch Tool, 99.5% certainty. Probability of a pause tomorrow for FOMC. Again, 99.5%.
Opened this 30-minute bar above the initial balance high. It's usually going to be a buy. Already.
Yeah, we're getting buyers are stepping in here.
NASDAQ not yet, but S&P has got a nice bounce once they open this 30-minute bar above the initial balance high, which that initial balance high is 6,079.
All right, up and away. Man, oh man, oh man. We are 400 points higher in the NASDAQ, about 60 points higher. This is a hell of a rally we've been seeing this morning, guys. 45,150 last trade in the Dow.
Well, we said it. Me covering that short signal.
Would you short this now, Nick?
Sorry.
Would you ever
covering my loss?
Okay. Now Dakota's speaking.
No, I don't think I would here. Maybe a little higher.
If we get to 560s, I might consider a short if we get to 560s.
20,560. All right, about 100 points away from that.
I mean, we're so the gap is to 840s roughly, right, Dakota? The NQ gap.
From Sunday? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's way up there. Yeah, it
still.
starts. Yeah, we got a ways to go.
Maybe the FOMC Wix will do it.
FOMC.
Anything's possible.
ECH, baby.
Anything and everything can happen. Oh man, last FOMC was absolute fireworks. Just look out below. Nick Vertick was on. David Green was on. I mean, it was just sold. We're down 1,000 points in the NASDAQ. Back on December 18th. Powell tried to cancel Christmas.
That was insane.
That was an all-timer. That was a big one. Basically saying it was a
Yep.
close call. The rate cuts were quote unquote a close call.
Mhm.
So like I said, we have it's again tomorrow, but FOMC coverage, wall-to-wall coverage here at Topstep TV. You already know how we do it around here, but if you're new, make sure you're with us 1 p.m. actually 12:55 p.m. Central Time.
Just gave
Got the
back
rate
the
announcement.
IB high on the S&Ps.
60.77.
I question the short. Right there. Man.
See if it'll hold.
Man, a short is tempting. I'm going to be honest. A short is very tempting up here in this zone.
Why is that, Dakota?
Just the same thing we said this morning. The same reason why we bought it down there. And it could be the exact same reason why we sell it up here in this zone is looking for this market to be range bound and not looking for any big moves in one direction or the other because of tomorrow.
Yep. And tomorrow, wall-to-wall coverage, FOMC. We'll get the rate announcement. Then we'll get the prepared text, the prepared statement. And then after that, we'll get the Jerome Powell Q&A press conference. That's where the markets will really get cooking. So, again, last December 18th, he called the rate cut a close call. Obviously, it's highly, highly unlikely that there will be a rate cut tomorrow. Pause. But then we'll take a look at the language. Obviously, going to say data dependent, dual mandate, blah, blah, blah. But you got to read in between the lines there. All right, we've seen a little bit of a pop here in gold. Gold just put in new highs, 27.62.
Andre, how many
Yeah.
How many questions from the reporters do you think he's going to get about, the new administration's ability to influence their rate cut decisions going forward?
Great point, Nick. Get your popcorn
Guarantee
out.
that's one of the first questions.
Get your popcorn out.
You
for
should
that
be
one.
there. You should be there,
That would
Nick,
be
for a
awesome.
tick.
I would love
Yeah,
to.
we should
have.
TopStep sponsor me as a press analyst.
We need to get the
whatever, and
credentials.
I will straight face ask Jerome Powell that question.
Can you hit me, Nick? How would you do it? Just give me a quick tryout. How would you do it? All right, Nick for Nick for a tick from Topstep TV. Go ahead.
Oh,
Mr. Powell.
Mr. Powell. No, I'd really have to think about it, but I would definitely. I mean, let's be serious. They wouldn't give me the microphone. There's not a chance over Leishman and all the other guys that are sitting there with actual credentials and history covering the economic, insights that people actually give. I would I'd be swimming with sharks. I feel like I don't know how I'd do.
What if you
It would just become a meme at that point because I couldn't take it seriously because the markets are a meme at this point.
Just make it up. Someone will believe you. That's all you have to
introduce
do.
yourself as Nick for a tick from Topstep TV. I'm Nick for a tick from Topstep TV.
What are your thoughts
Tell 'em you know
on
Andre.
the president of the United States launching a cryptocurrency a day before his inauguration?
Reserve. So yes, make sure.
You know what? You give the guy with the mic a gift certificate to Chipotle.
There you go.
And,
There you go. It all comes full
yeah.
circle, Eddie.
butter him up, and he'll pass that mic to you.
Oh man. Yeah, Hoag, we should be there, man. That'd be hilarious. All right, guys, we got legends this week. Like we were talking about, we got FOMC tomorrow. We got Dr. Brett Steenbarger coming up here in less than an hour. Hoag's in it. What's up, Hoag?
Hot Dog Hans. Let's send Hot Dog Hans
Oh
there.
God, we'll get kicked out. They'll never let us back in there. They'll never. That would be hilarious. All right, Eddie, come on in. Tell them what we got going on this week here at Top 7,
I'm in.
Topstep TV. This is pretty sweet stuff. Go ahead, Eddie.
You know what? We're really excited, stoked, and whatever you want to call it, to welcome Brett Steenbarger to Topstep TV today.
Really?
Yes, really. 11 a.m. Central Time. We got Brett Steenbarger, trading psychologist and author of The Daily Trading Coach. He's going to be here to answer questions live. Ask him anything. Brett has been an inspiration to Michael since the early days in the markets. And then this Thursday, we've got 11 a.m. Central Time, Jim Dalton.
Super.
Yes, very super-like. Market expert and author of Mind Over Markets will be here to talk about his experience, take your questions, and Mr. Dalton is a market profile master and Hoag's greatest inspiration. You don't want to miss this one, and there's nowhere else on the internet where you can get this type of value for free. And in case you missed it, opening call is starting at 7:20 a.m.
Say that again.
Okay. In case you missed it, we started opening call at 7:20 a.m. With Hoag, JD, and myself. with me talking about the overnight market movements and the news that impacts morning trading. We'll be testing this out all week, starting morning early with us, and we want you to give us some feedback. And let's see here. We're going to be coming up here next in a little bit. We've got Hoop going to be doing the draft, and I think we'll get to that right away here. So, all right, I'm going to pass this back to Andre. 7:20 each and every morning here this week. Brett Steenbarger coming on at 11 o'clock a.m. Central today, inside an hour. And don't forget Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time, Jim Dalton. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah. 7:20 start. Get those numbers in now. Okay. See if they want to push this thing higher here in the NASDAQ. The dip. Is this a bull flag? Am I looking at a bull flag here, Dakota, in the NASDAQ on the 5-minute chart?
We'll know after the fact, right?
Oh, thank you, Dakota. Thank you for that one.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
Hindsight.
And give me like 20 minutes. I'll let you know.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for that.
Man.
Man,
Essentially, yes. We've had, I mean, that's a 300-point rally, consolidating for the last, 30 plus minutes. And we're continuing to test those upper 400s, these 460s, 470s. Like, I would be tempted to short if we get up here to these 550s, but I mean, essentially, we're done with the trading day. At least from my view, that was the trade of the day, buying the bottom of those 160s, and the rest of this has been subpar price action.
Nick squirming over there.
I clearly just need to be more of a degenerate and just let things completely play out, and whatever happens happens.
Yeah. And roll the dice through consumer confidence.
Absolutely not.
No, never, man. You guys are number 1, number 8 on the big board for a reason. You guys don't do that. You guys are consistent. You guys.
I mean, Dakota had his CPI day that was not fun for him, and
correct.
For the most part, he's been in his live account for a very long time. If you take away that day, he never loses it. And it's the same thing for me. I've been in mine since January of last year, so well over a year, and it's really it's a war of attrition. It's survive and advance every day.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's exactly.
Yeah, that's the difference. That's the difference from what you really see elsewhere. It's a live account. We're seeing this on the Traders Daily, and it doesn't matter how much you're making. Some of the best traders are fine taking 1 to 2 trades a day, even a few trades a week, and 9 times out of 10, it matters on who's left, right? It's, hey, am I able to trade for tomorrow? Can I trade tomorrow? Is this one trade going to make or break my week, or is one trade going to make or break my month or year? Then you shouldn't be taking that trade, or you're in too big of a position size. There's no reset button on a live account.
There is not. Real fills, the price has to fully trade out to get these fills, folks. They join a bid. Just if that biggest downtick, they're not going to get a fill. This is pro ball trading here. You guys have been at it. Jabbing away. Watching that P&L grow. Watching that account grow. It's pro ball trading right here. All right, speaking of pushing higher here. ES. Creeping higher.
These are holding that IB high. Let's see if we get
was that IB high?
Do the same thing.
What was IB high again, Hoag? 77s? What was it?
79.
79, thank you. 79.
IB high on the NASDAQ. A little higher here, 21,481. We can hold that. Maybe we'll get your 560s you were looking for, Dakota?
Yep.
530s?
Yeah, looking for 560s. 560s is a zone, plus or minus some.
1,000, about buyers coming in.
Gold still pushing highs here, man. I would love to see them close that gap. That got a long way to go, though. Gap close 27, 75, 70. 75, 70. So another 15, 13 bucks. Can we do it? Can we close out that gap and take out that island top reversal right there? Will we do it?
No,
Stay
we're gonna wait
tuned.
for Island Mike to probably be on the show, and then we'll do it.
There you go.
Island Mike. Island Mike. Where's Island Mike? Island Mike's out there somewhere. I did see him over the weekend. 21,470. Last trade, the NASDAQ.
I might have to go looking for Island Mike tonight.
Island Mike, where are you at? Island time. Topstep X just asked me, am I still watching Tilt? I am still watching Tilt, Topstep X. 71% short in the crude. Crude, heavy shorts all day on the Tilt here.
Do we break out here? Is the question. Session highs. Here we go. Let's see it. Let's see it.
We saw it in the S&Ps. They're holding that IB high.
New highs, S&Ps. Well, I'd be high again. 60,
It's
79.
too bad we didn't know that you guys picked the dead ass low today.
I did
You
as
didn't
soon as
know
I
that,
covered.
Hoag?
Nick knew it. Nick knew it like
We-
15 minutes.
As soon as I covered. It was 15
As soon
minutes
as you
into
got
the
out.
session. It was in, and then I kind of dissected after the fact. You start looking at the entry, and I look at that low, and I'm like, oh, that's low of the day, isn't it? It's too perfect, like a
I know.
5-minute reversal.
Nick went to Dakota. Goes, that was a pretty clean bottom there, Dakota. That's
Yeah,
right.
it was
I know it
16
was.
minutes.
Yeah.
Pretty clean low there.
They both looked at each other like, "Yep, yes, it was." Yes,
But
it
here's the
was.
thing: we traded it. We're profitable.
You did. You
And
actually
that's
did.
it.
Correct.
It worked.
The day's over. I mean,
There's other
basically,
times where Dakota and I took that trade, and maybe we still got out, and then the market continues to flush, and we look like, hey, that was a hell of a cover. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I've taken that trade and gotten stopped out too, and it continues lower.
All right. Well,
What's your
sellers just came
team
in
name?
there. Top ticks.
Top tick, so it was the bottom
S&Ps are
ticks
up
today.
Top
S&Ps
ticks.
Yeah,
are
There
up
was
bottom
a pretty
up
nice
against
little
the gap that creates the island top there. Got to get above 60, 86 and a half.
86.
That's the bottom of that gap. It just bounced
Wait, can we go to-
right off of that.
Oh, there it is. I was going to say, show me a Hoag screen. I want to see what he's talking about.
So here's the session gap that creates the island top. So we
Mhm.
gapped to it, gapped away from it, right to the bottom of the gap right there. Nice little spot there. That looks like your 85s in the NASDAQ right there, Dakota.
I know.
Boy, we really bounced off of that nice. Back to the
So-
IB high.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if it holds.
Interesting what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a good example of resistance becomes support, right? Where Monday, this was a nice resistance zone. Overnight, this is a nice resistance zone right here at these 420s, right? 420s. And resistance, I mean, essentially is just becomes support. Is that what we are witnessing? Is that what we just witnessed right here? Is the resistance from the last day and overnight at these 420s becoming support? Maybe. So far, so good. So far, it has. I mean, that's quite the rally off that low, though. It's hard for me to see this market continuing to push. That's 1.5% rally off that low.
After, I mean, what did we close down yesterday? 3% in the NASDAQ?
Damn. All,
It
all,
was
off
Three and a
of,
half? I don't remember.
all off of NVIDIA.
Basically.
Yeah. We were down 5% almost at one point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. All right. Well, it looks like we maybe
Yes,
have
we
a
were in the overnight. It was below 5% just for a
Wild.
brief moment.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we got about 14 minutes left till European London close here on this Tuesday. I'm gonna throw it to Gabe. Gabe, come on in, my man. Got a little bit of a demo for the peeps.
What's
Do it,
up,
Gabe.
Dre?
Yeah, there's that
Man, we
voice.
missed
What's
you,
up?
bro. We missed you.
Oh, man, appreciate that. Thanks, man. It's good to be
Absolutely.
back.
Hope you had a blast, though. You know,
It's
going out to
cool.
Colorado
It's
was a
cool.
beautiful, fun time.
I'll tell you one quick story. Topstep is very, very well known around those parts. They see the name on the shirt, the hoodie. They see the sticker on Alex's helmet, and they're like, "Oh, Topstep. Oh, Alex Ferreira." I'm like, "Yeah, we're sponsoring him. Going for gold in 2026 in Milan. Like, that's awesome." What we do, financial trading firm, value scouting for trading talent. It's really cool. There's a lot of hype around Alex and Topstep, so it's really cool to see that collaboration really taking off in the early stages of the partnership. So very cool. Go ahead, Gabe.
Awesome. Well, if you guys did not know already, we demoed this yesterday, but Topstep X has released yet another risk management feature. We have the trade clock. Now, the trade clock is a flexible risk management tool that helps traders pause their trading activity without shutting everything down. So the trade clock essentially blocks you from entering new trades, maybe adding to your positions, so you can let your current trade play out without the temptation. This helps prevent traders from adding, once again, more risk to losing positions in a desperate attempt to average down. Of course, it's a risky move that can wreck your account if it's not a part of your trade plan. So unlike the lockout feature, though, the trade clock does not actually close your position. So right now, you guys see that I'm in this short. Full disclosure, this is a practice account just for the sake of the demo. I'm going to go over to the far left-hand side, and I'm going to go and click on the settings tab. And notice that now that I'm in a position, I've got this new trade clock right underneath that personal lockout. Now, if I want to set myself, maybe a 10-minute timer or a custom time that I want to be able to, avoid potentially adding to the position or modifying that, I can go ahead and just hit that little timer and give you a quick warning, letting you know that this is irreversible. So support or us in chat will be able to assist you. And it's only going to give you the opportunity to flatten and cancel all. So I'm going to go ahead and enable this trade clock. So now that I've enabled it, I'm locked out for making any changes for about 10 minutes. I'm going to go back to my charts and notice that the order ticket or the panel and the DOM on the right-hand side are now basically just locked out. I can't do anything with them. So now I can still control my trade in terms of my exits, but I cannot add anything to this position. Only thing I have now is to be able to flatten and cancel. So once again, this is just another really great tool to help exercise better risk management. But by all means, you are not obligated to use this. We had some, hecklers in chat saying this is not, a cool feature. But I think this is a great feature that for those that will find value in being able to restrict themselves from over managing a position in terms of maybe adding more risk onto a trade. So I'm going to go ahead and let's say I didn't like this anymore. I'm going to go ahead and just flatten and cancel all, just to show you that you can still do that even with that position on and the trade clock activated. That's what I got for you guys. So check it out. If you like it, great. If you don't use it. But we love you. Yeah. Hope you check it out. And back to you guys.
Thanks, Gabe. Exactly.
Oh, also that MF glare, bro, is back.
Dude, you saw that in the chat? You saw that? MF glare. It's gone. MF glare is gone. I don't know how it keeps sneaking through those damn blinds, but yes, we've eliminated the MF glare. All right, take a look at the Dow. Dow pulled back about 60 points off the highs there. Nasdaq as well. Again, IB high 60.79. We're like a point beneath it right now, Hoag. Now 2 points beneath it. 60.77, yeah. Hoag.
It's wrestling. There's a little battle going on here.
Same with the Nasdaq, just chopping around this zone.
Yeah, it came right up to my weekly pivot, which is like last week's value area low on ES, and then just rejected. So perhaps are we falling back into the old balance range?
Yeah, just rejected. Samana botching.
Those Fargan ice holes.
We got some more. Seeing some more green with the live funded traders. Again, the pro ballers got starting to see some more big numbers here. Amadou. Wow. Amadou.
Probably some guys that held that long from the low today.
Yep. Up 49.
I know. Which is
300 points.
I can't do that. It's tough to do in this market to hold it from.
All right, these fellas, man. These are pro ball traders, man. These guys talk to themselves, even when they're up money. Called the dead ass bottom. They're talking to themselves.
Are you ever satisfied? It's hard to be because we're always, at least the traders I know, you too, Nick, you're always looking to be better. Like it's almost like an satisfaction. No matter how much
you stop
money
learning,
you trade,
you die.
Yeah. That sums it up.
It's funny for me in some of my, it's a swing trade, so I guess you have to hold it a little longer. But in my day trades, I'm really trying to be more effective at holding on to winners unless something in the underlying trade thesis has changed from price action, from the auction, whatever. something that actually should shake me out of it versus like having like there's no reason for me not to, in theory, still be in a runner that had to stop at break even on that trade. So it's situations like that where I'm trying to find like ways to hold the right setups longer while still being kind of the scalpy take profit trader that I am. So we're always working. I'm not great at it, just trying to get better. I'm better than I was 3 months ago at it. So we'll keep going.
Hey, Nick, question for you in the chat from Janesh here. Where does Nick get his value area high and low, if he doesn't mind sharing?
Sure. So we can jump back over to 1 hour. And basically, this is from the fixed range volume profile that you guys can draw inside of TopstepX. And it depends on your platform. If you're using TopstepX, I don't know if there's a way to have it auto plot the some of the MGI like that. I don't know if the weekly is in TopstepX levels. I don't think it is. So otherwise, you manually draw it by looking back at the previous week's volume profile. So this blue section line right here around 83s, I drew it in a range just because it's not an exact science if I don't exactly have it. So I'm eyeballing it there. But that's how I got it. Is that blue line of the 30% volume down there.
There you go.
Interesting.
Hoag,
so why
67.
didn't you short it up there, man?
Dakota.
Yeah, Dakota, I know.
Look at these two guys. You guys are brutal.
Hey, let me tell you, I do the same thing. I'm like, well, so why didn't I just do what I
my prep, right? Even on Sunday watching it back, it would be like, well, this is not like, oh, long above, short below. It's more, what does price action do when we get to said levels? And there you would see sellers stepped in, they reoffered and it rejected. So you should probably be short around 80s if you didn't catch it at like the exact perfect spot.
All the time. I do that more times than I the funny thing is chat points it out too. Like chat's not afraid. Like, I mean, you said that was a resistance zone. Why didn't you short it? I'm like, yeah, I probably should have. Right? We'll let you know.
I know. We'll let you know. Hindsight capital, of course, easier said than done. Dow's rolling over here. Dow was off about 150 points off the highs there. S&P's taking a cue from the Dow. 60.74 last trade there. We are beneath IB high, like Hoag was talking about. That was 60.79.
Stops me up when this happens.
Yep. NASDAQ 21,004.
NASDAQ's starting to sell off.
NASDAQ is starting to sell off. NASDAQ's stronger of the three for now. Oil putting in new lows just a couple minutes ago. $73.11 lows there, about 8 cents off of those right now. And gold, like Eddie was saying earlier, gold just been kind of trading sideways right around the highs of the day, about a buck off the highs, 27.62. But let's see how far they want to sell this thing off here in the Dow and the S&Ps. Again, NASDAQ still staying stronger of the three.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm feeling the same thing now, Nick. If this market does sell off to these mid 350s, it's one of those. I'm like, kind of.
Here it goes.
The S&Ps were up against that gap, tested to a naked point of control, can't hold the IB high. That looks like failure at above that IB high in the S&Ps. I mean, I would look for this to rotate lower.
Here's a good question.
5 minutes for the London close. London closed in 5 minutes. Dakota?
Thank you, Eddie.
Oh, thank you, Eddie.
Yeah. Here's a good question, because there's an aspect to this. I don't know how to pronounce this trader's name. How is it tough for a guy who goes to sleep with 30 contracts, 30 lots on, not to keep 5 to 10 lots for 1 to 200 points, especially since you take profits? You need to trust yourself more again to kill it. So you're right. For me, it's less about the dollar amounts, less about like the size, and more about the process. The way this market has been reacting over the past few weeks, it's been more difficult for me, especially, to allow myself to hold a full position for over 1 to 200 points, especially since this week, right? This week, if we take a look at higher time frames, that even though we are obviously up 300 points with hindsight, this is an absolute massive sell-off, right? Where if we measure this sell-off, and this happened in basically a day and a half, over almost 1,300 points in the NASDAQ. And then we got a nice recovery the following day. And so going into today, we kind of had a game plan, and Nick Furtick and like basically we talked about it was, hey, today is the day before FOMC. Today's the day before not only FOMC, but big earnings. And so there's an expectation of chop, messy price action. Didn't expect this big of a rally. And so I'm perfectly fine with see profit, take profit. Now, of course, there's a scenario that we talked about was possibly if we got into a full position. I only got into 2 contracts. My full position's 5 contracts, where there could have been a better opportunity to hold a runner. But being into 2 contracts, I don't have as much luxury to close off, 40, 50, 60% of my position and then hold a runner, right? Just like if you're in 1 contract, you're either all in or all out. You don't have that luxury. So that's kind of the position I was in. Even though it was 2, I'm not going to be holding and expecting that big of a move, which with hindsight, I would have loved to. And I see some traders doing that. And whatever process those traders have, like those $50,000 in the live account, they are amazing. They're amazing traders. Whatever process that allows them to hold that size for that long, in this type of a market environment is just pro ball. Pro ball. You don't see that
Like it.
very often.
We're selling off here, fellas. About 20 points off the highs in the ES. About 70
And now I'm
points.
curious to see what we do at 60/60s.
Yeah. 60-66 last trade in the ES. Gold's still pushing higher here. Just put a new highs in gold. 27.63, 90 cents. Now
Nick
about-
for a tick. Why are you saying 60/60s? Because like both VWAPs, the 150 and 200 session moving average on the 5-minute chart are just bunched right in that area.
Yeah, that's a lot of it. Opening range high, VWAP.
Right?
I mean, it just fit. 30-minute opening range high. It's like there's a lot of confluence of MGI right there. So it just is
Mhm.
it's one of those where if you don't get an immediate flush through it, we consolidate there for a second. You kind of have a potentially a cheap long to take a stab.
A
Here goes NASDAQ, too.
RTYYM taking a dump here.
You're getting hurt. Or,
Heads
yeah,
up.
they're getting hit.
Downside.
Downside indeed. Europe closed 30 seconds. London closed 30 seconds. Yes, like Eddie said, YM, the Dow Mini is getting hammered right now.
Russell
okay.
also getting smoked.
Yep.
I wanted
true.
a bigger flush than the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's
I wanted to
NASDAQ. So,
see
not,
these
so
mid-
Dakota, to answer the question,
Yeah.
it's not a bull flag. It was not a bull flag after all. We're starting to see the sellers come in here. After European close, we got Pit Raider draft being unveiled here on the other side of the close. Also, 142,000 subscribers just crossed there, so that's pretty cool. Danielle, I'd say so. That's awesome. Let's keep click subscribe. Give us a follow.
I tell you what, still feels like just yesterday we were crossing that 100,000. I know you mentioned Danielle. Danielle and team continues to find ways to provide the best content, and we're continuing to show everything live, right? Live traders, live execution, showing everything zero hiding, 100% transparency, and it's only going to be picking up from here. It's what 40,000. That's an increase of 40% in those months.
Yeah. Real, live. Only Top Step. Real trades, real profits, real losses as well. It's, sorry. I always call it the Floyd.
Andre.
I call the Floyd Mayweather thing. Floyd Mayweather on his Instagram only shows you the winning bets. Only the winners. You never see the losing bets. You never see the
know
losers.
What? He's a good boxer. I won't make any comments about outside of the ring. I love him as a boxer.
Same. But yes. See a little bit of that here in this industry. You only see the winners for some reason from some certain people.
Yeah.
And
I tell you what, there's
a little dirty secret. It just doesn't work that way, folks. It doesn't work that way.
No. I have spent a lot of time when I was learning how to trade, finding somebody online, finding some type of streamer who, number one, trades a live account, right? Because there's a lot of like trash out there that people just come in and just throw around demo accounts. And are you really learning anything when they have zero emotion or zero skin in the game, so to speak? And then just to find someone who is just completely honest, it's so hard to go out there. I ended up leaning towards Tasty Trade. That was nice.
Options?
It wasn't. Yeah, options, because they would talk about it. They would talk, and that was the closest thing I found. And it's still very hard. There's times where I'll like review my slow markets class. I'll review Topstep TV. You know, where can I improve? What can I say? How's the chat taking it? Like, what can we do better? And then just compare. I love comparison, right? Like, how do I be the best? How do we be the best? I of course watch, you know, professionals like I don't want to Jim Cramer, right? Jim Cramer is great, right? Everyone says reverse Cramer, blah, blah, blah. Everyone has their own opinion. But the overall show and some of that stuff is like, they just don't trade live. So it's like a fear. People are afraid to trade live. People are afraid to show everything because they know traders love negativity. And
They're
as
gonna
soon
show
as you
their ass.
take a
I'll see it,
loss,
Dakota. I'll see it.
that's what they love. Like last night, I had 2 trades last night, Andre. I bought the NASDAQ. There was some Trump news come out about tariffs, dropped 80 points, recovered. I was down 500. And the chat was just going crazy, calling me out, right? Love the haters. The very next trade, I just got in long again. I ended up making $2,700 on that trade overnight.
And they went bye-bye. And they went bye-bye.
And it was just quiet. And I think it's just, it's an interesting thing to be transparent because it's so difficult. I don't know how many times Eddie says my name in the morning, coming off of a daily loss limit. And I'm just like, hey, suck it up.
You know what? You show up every single day. Coming off a day in Club DLL, you show up every single day. Nick for a Tick back in July was getting just chopped up when we kept making new all the time. Keeps showing up every single day. Yeah, we're gonna wear it from the chat, but what you guys do? You guys clock in, clock out, put up numbers. Number 8, number 1 on the Topstep big board. These are the real deal, guys. I hope you guys really appreciate it because they don't have to be doing this. Trading is hard enough. Doing it in front of thousands of people, millions of people a month is there's. I'll be honest with you, these guys got balls, man, and it's pretty cool that they do this around here. And they're not assholes about it. They're cool about it. They're chill. We wear the bullets from chat, and we're super, super cool. They're able to do this here on Topstep and Topstep TV. Nick for a Tick, coach
that's
of the
why
top
I posted that
ticks.
Kobe post. Kobe Bryant. He's
right.
the greatest.
These guys grind their
he's
asses off
one of my role
day in and day out, and they do it in front of everyone. I mean, as if losing money isn't hard enough. Then hearing it from the chat, all the people, dancing on the grave, so to speak. Like, obviously, it's the minority, but these guys have thick skin, and it's really, really cool that we're doing this. So we got Nick for a Tick's team. We got Coach Hoop coming back for season 2. They liked you so much, Hoop. They're bringing you back for season 2. The Pit Raiders. Let's do the draft right now. Eddie, take it away, my man.
Right, we've got the VIP draft here coming up here right now. And here we go. Pit Raiders.
Carl Hungus, is that him?
Oh, did he make it?
Yeah, Hungus.
Yeah, fun, don't we? I can barely read this.
That's the only one I recognize. I think a lot of traders' Discord username might be different than what their username is in the YouTube chat.
If you made the cut here on Hoops Pit Raiders, let us know here in the chat. Yeah, hey, I'm in. Let us know.
I see Dead Cat Bounce.
Oh, that's right up my alley.
Folks, I've got to step away to get ready for the segment here with Dr. Steenbarger and Anne Marie at 11 o'clock. And looking forward to seeing everybody there. So, we'll see you shortly. Enjoy the rest of the fast market.
There you go.
Congrats on all the VIP winners.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Jimmy Vu. Jimmy Vu's in.
Hungus. Who Hungus? Good trade job,
Maui Man,
Hungus.
are you in? Is that in?
Is that
trade medals
Hungus?
together? All right.
Listen, our flip. RRM made it. Technical Traders in. Kyle Phillips. Damn it. Don't worry, Cot. We got 300 more to go, my brother.
No, there's plenty. That's what this is. Team 4 out of 10. So it's only 40% of the way.
Hey, Hoop, question. All right, so you got your new team, season 1. They brought you back for season 2. For those that are new to the Coach Hoop experience and the Coach Hoop coaching style technique, what can a pit raider expect from Coach Hoop?
I think I changed a little bit along the way, hanging out and watching Dakota, to be honest with you. And by the way, I got to say, our coaches, even though we compete, we also have each other's back. I was in slow markets last night when said hindsight people are taking shots, and kudos, man. I wouldn't have been as nice as you were about that last night. So it's just, this is my whole thing is just more of a journey. 30 years of doing this. And I just try and get traders not to obviously make, speed up the learning curve. So mistakes I made. That's why I see Dead Cat Bounce. It's a great trader. It's a great trader name. So I think the biggest thing is, once again, like I do, like all the guys do on, the TV, I share my, my reports. I share my weaknesses because I want to be as transparent, because I don't have the holy grail of this thing. So, I just, my whole thing is just trying to speed up the learning curve and, kind of, I do it a little bit different for sure. So.
All right, well, congratulations to
that.
all the new pit raiders. We got Nick for a ticks, top ticks. We got Coach Hoop's pit raiders. We have 4 teams down, 6 teams to go. Hoop, quick thoughts on the markets. Starting to see the Dow roll over here. NASDAQ catching a bit of a bid. How have you been approaching these last 2 days, knowing that we got FOMC and some big earnings coming up later in the week?
Well, in my Discord class last night, we're doing FOMC all week, obviously because what's going on. I'm kind of always, and this, Andre, I'm looking everywhere to try and kind of figure out a little feel of what's going on. Like yesterday, something that for 10 years on the floor that happened all the times was crude broke, bonds rallied. So I start looking at, we're in January. So I start to feel out, this is when the market tries to feel patterns out for the year. Obviously being short cattle is not in the cards for anybody, if anybody doesn't know that one already.
What do you
But I think the biggest thing is, I think yesterday's news, depending on everybody thinks that's a little bit of a game changer. We'll see. But tomorrow between the FOMC and who's reporting after the bell, and Nick said it yesterday on Sunday. I would, after the bell tomorrow, good luck. I mean, it's going to be an absolute free for all with reporting tomorrow.
Yeah, we got Tesla, we got Microsoft, we got Meta,
Oh,
IBM. We got some heavy. Oh gosh! And on FOMC day, oh baby, I cannot wait for tomorrow. Also, have 2 more unveiling of the draft VIPs here on Topstep and Topstep TV. All right, Hoop, we'll let you get out of here on that. Again, make sure you catch Hoop in the chat. Always talking about guys head on a swivel like none other. Hoop, take care. Congratulations to all the new pit raiders, and Coach Hoop will be in touch with you guys shortly. Thank you, Hoop. Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it, Andre. Good to have you back, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, take care. All right, there you go. New pit raiders. 5th. We got 100 new VIPs coming out. Top ticks and pit raiders. Boy, tomorrow is going to be jam-packed. FOMC. More VIPs being unveiled. We got earnings after the bell. Buckle up. Make sure you stay tuned here. Watching pro ballers work at their craft. All right, Nick, for a tick. Kind of getting the sense that you're just going to ride this out into the end of fast markets. Do you ever hit the lock? Nick for tick, this might be a dumb question. Have you ever hit the lockout button? I don't know that. I'm not telling you to do that. Have you actually ever hit the lockout button on yourself, whether on TV or not?
I hit it yesterday.
Did you really? Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Right after I hit the $3,000 winner long in NQ. I just was sitting there like, okay, I caught a chunk of it. It ran another 100 points. I don't really want to give any of this back. I screwed around a little further with options trades towards the end of the day on those lows, but for the most part, yeah, I will hit it. Like even a day like today, like I think majority of the big moves for the early part of the session are done. I mean, there is potentially a long right here. It seems like it got front ran the last two little dips we had in ES at the 60s, but let's see if this holds. But yeah, likely on a day like today, I've got some things to do in the afternoon. I have no interest in trading this. I'll see if I can scalp some things tomorrow before FOMC. And then we'll see what the aftermath looks like after the Mag 7 earnings and Powell's press conference and anything else. But seriously, I don't really want to have a lot of skin in the game going into the latter half of tomorrow. I'll wait for Thursday.
Love it, man.
Correct. Yeah. I'm actually seeing there's like that short opportunity to those mid 300s.
Here's come to
Is this a shoulder head shoulder pattern, Nick?
What does it look like? Show us on your chart.
Yeah, here it is. Yep. I'm still looking for this market to come and test. Maybe this is where we broke out, right? This is resistance. If we could come back in towards these 360s, I might consider taking a long. I mean, yeah, this is a nice area of support, right? Resistance, support, resistance. The question is, can we come down there and test it? How far are we off from the highs? We're 80 points. These are still big moves. Like, I remember not too long ago, 80 points was a decent sized move in the NASDAQ, but now it's just a normal 5 minute.
Yeah, they did come
5 minute breakout trade.
Smacked it down there.
And there's potentially the long in ES forming. Bounced right off 60s. It's just kind of creeping up. So opening range high, VWAP, and all the other random MGI that Hoag was talking about, that's just kind of sitting there. So it may take a little bit of effort from sellers to break through that. If not, like I said, whatever it was 15, 20 minutes ago, that could be a cheap long with a stop pretty tight inside of that, to see if this kind of rotates back up towards the overnight highs.
Yeah.
I like it.
80 points used to be massive. I remember my first time on air with you, Andre. I had that 100-point winner on a short trade.
Who is this kid?
And that was massive. We were all looking for news. What's going on? We're selling off 100 points. And it's just like, that was a huge drop that day. And it was just so out of the blue. And here it's just like, yeah, what's 100 points? And we just,
I know.
It's crazy.
We just saw
I don't know if I took a trade my first time on air with Andre.
It's because you killed the volatility.
I did kill the volatility, but I don't know. We were just having a good time. We were Joe Rogan experiencing it up.
We were indeed. And you were also saying that you were taking a lot of crap from some of your European trading friends and your other trading friends out there that were just giving you crap about the markets. And like Nick for a tick comes on and just the markets just go sideways, and we're sitting there just doing Joe Rogan experience.
You guys had that ready to go.
There it is.
Wow, that was ready. Wow.
Who did
did not hesitate with that. And the longs work. There you go. 8 points.
Great job back there.
Everyone needs some European trading friends. If you don't have some, find some.
Absolutely.
It's a great different perspective on what's going on in the US markets from somebody that doesn't live here. I absolutely love hearing their thoughts on things. And most of them just trade the US equities. They don't even bother with DAX and some of the other stuff. They're big crude guys and NQ traders. So
like our good friend
I got
Jerome.
D from London.
Yeah, D. We got Jerome.
Yeah.
Yep. Aaron Luce.
Jerome D.
We got a couple. Mohammed from the Middle East. I mean, we are global here at Topstep and Topstep TV, all across the world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how many countries we're in.
That reminds me, Andre. I seen a post somewhere where I think it was the Flat Earthers organization. They sent out a tweet that we have flat earthers around the globe.
Yes, I saw that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Globe.
I've seen that. I've seen that. Yep. All right, we're coming towards Manfred. Don't forget about Manfred. Don't forget that long. Don't forget about Manfred CL Trader. 100%. There we go. Market Stalker D. What's up, D? All right, let's throw it to JD. JD's got some more. We got hot streaks, big board, and call-ups. Good to go. Again, call-ups all about the pro ball experience. You got two pro ballers on us with us right here, right now. Hungus is pumped up. Hungus is a pit raider. Great to see. All right, JD, come on in. Let's get some more stats in there.
Glad to see Hungus made it. Here are your hot streaks coming from 143 countries around the world. Around the globe. Here they are. Wait do you see some of these numbers? We have some potential live call-ups in these hot streaks today. We've got David R. on a 33-day ripper worth just about $7,000. Ali, 32 days worth $13,000. Ali's actually trading on 5 XFAs right now, and they're all doing pretty well. Sean S., 32 days worth $18,059. Steven, 30 days, $22,359. And Shen Yi, 29 days worth $24,267. Decent numbers for those hot streaks right there. That's some real pro ball trading in those XFAs.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Call-ups. Who wants to see them?
Call-ups live. That's what we're here for. That's what TopStep does.
Pro ball.
Who wants to pull up the first call-up? All right, we've got Paulus out of Espoo, Finland. Closed out 3 XFAs. Did not take a payout, but transferred $7,800 to that new live funded account. Nice job, Paulus. Welcome to the big stage. Next up, we've got Konstantinos from New York City. Konstantinos closed out 5 XFAs, did a 50-50 split. $17,575 payout, $17,575 transfer into that live account for that fresh starting balance. Nice job, Konstantinos.
Cool name.
And very cool. I think he's Greek. And we've got Lidio. Lidio closed out a single XFA, took a $5,000 payout, starting balance of $40,000. Nice job. And wait till you see this last one.
Oh boy.
We had somebody max it. We had a trader max it out here. Jean Yu out of Free Union, Virginia. Jean Yu closed out 5 XFAs, took that $25,000 payout, maxed out those XFAs, took the max payout in each one, starting in the new live funded account with a $225,000 account balance.
Man,
That's the way to do it.
What's 6B?
Pro ball trading.
He trades GC and 6B. What's the 6B?
The British pound. British pound.
Okay.
Great British pound. 6B.
See, you could trade currency futures here or forex futures. Whatever you want to call it. Currency futures.
That's right. MP.
And last but not least,
yeah, go ahead.
You ready?
Eddie, hit me with that. Hit me with
Here
it.
we go.
Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine.
There's your big board right at the top. Number 1 took a $227,800 payout yesterday, live on Topstep TV. It's Coach Dakota.
Wow.
Yeah.
Number 1. Rig Trades sitting at number 4. Nick for a tick also trading fast markets today, sitting at number 8. Young, we talked about today on our P&L board earlier. Had a nice day yesterday, sitting at 11. Kai Chun also with a big day yesterday. Kai Chun had a $54,000 winning day yesterday, trading the NASDAQ. Before regular trading hours, before the 8:30 Central Time open, Kai Chun was done trading. 54 grand in profits. Not bad. Nato trades are here quite a bit about. Joseph, Jamie, Jashimbeer, Jian King, G, Taylor, all popular names in the top 25. That is your big board for Topstep Live Funded Traders. These are all live funded traders here at Topstep.
How long do you think it's going to be until all 25 will be over 100K? It's not going to be very long.
No, it won't be long at all.
This cycle that we're in currently?
Last week, our top 5 were all 200K plus. In fact, our top 10 are all pushing 200K. So, milestone.
When the volatility's up, I would imagine it's not going to take very long.
No, we just seen 225 get transferred. So as soon as that's transferred and settled, there's another one up there. There's another one.
That's another one.
So.
Yep.
By the way, speaking of like 225, Dakota, I know you're very responsible with your money in your investments, but what is the one irresponsible thing that you're going to do with a chunk or a small portion of that
Great
for
question.
yourself?
Fantastic
Did you say
question, Nick.
What is the
the one
irresponsible purchase
irresponsible?
or fun or something that you're doing with part of that cash for yourself in the short term?
How are you going to treat
Dying to hear
yourself?
this.
Yeah.
Nice dinner,
Nice dinner.
Poker in Vegas.
vacation,
Golf clubs.
trip
Golf
to Vegas.
clubs. Vegas. Yeah.
You
You
guys
putting
are
it all
trying
on
to
black?
figure out my bad habits, huh?
We already
You
know your
stole
bad
a
habits.
word.
Just which one are you going to do with this payout?
Chat, what should he do? What should he do?
What's my
I'm
bad
guilty.
habit, JD? If you know my bad habits, what is that? Come on. So,
Chat, what should he
let's see.
do?
Poker,
What kind
Chipotle.
Yeah. Chipotle.
no,
It
I
used to be
don't. I don't have
Starbucks.
Chipotle. I've stopped door dashing. I've stopped drinking caffeine.
Okay.
My afternoon schedule. I really I go to chiropractor three days a week. After chiropractor, I go
really?
boxing. I've been trying to do 2 a days for boxing. I'll do a
Damn.
session, then I'll do sparring. Um,
Don't mess with Dakota.
and then I'll do a back massage a couple times a week. So maybe if you want to call that one of those. But over the weekend, I was really close on pulling the trigger to buying a car in Arizona. I showed it yesterday. It's the Jackson auction. Can't say that, tongue twister. But they have some old school muscle cars. I decided not to. I'm one that would rather buy an older beat up car and spend the time fixing it up. I do have family members who build cars. My brother, he builds cars. A couple of his cars went across the auction as well. But yeah, nice Plymouth Cuda, 1970s.
Ooh, heavy Cuda.
I actually probably want to.
I was just going to ask if you were
into
into restorations up at our
my
farm in
brother is.
Minnesota.
My brother will restore. I suck at restoring. Like half the people you see online. I was telling this to the slow markets chat. Was like, you see all the traders with the fancy cars. They probably don't know how to change their own oil, or they have to have some certified dude change their own oil, or like some type of master's degree in electronics or computers to work on anything anymore. But
we've got
be able to change your oil, maybe do something like welding spider gears together so you could do a burnout contest, change transmission, all that fun stuff that's can be viewed as therapeutic, right? Like we're going to go put in a rear end on a truck type thing. So I'm for that rather than just buying something brand new fancy at an auction. I almost did it, decided against it. I'd rather put that money to use to build a car.
Great question, Nick.
Up at our farm in Minnesota in the barn, we have a 1952 Chevy pickup truck with the old wooden box bed.
Cool.
I'm gonna go up there.
Nice.
I'm gonna do some ice fishing next month. I'll take some pictures of it for you.
Nice.
It hasn't moved in probably 25 or 30 years.
Cool.
But I want to pick your brain, see what a price out of restoration possibly. Yeah. It's a cool, real cool truck.
Possibly even buy that from you.
Okay, we will talk.
Ooh, I like this. All right, fellas.
All right,
fellas. We're coming to thanks, JD. Great stuff. We're coming to the end of Fast Markets, but by no means is it the end of Top Step TV Day. We got Dr. Brett Steenbarger coming up in just 5 minutes. Man, oh man, this is awesome stuff. Trading psychologist and the author of the Daily Trading Coach. He's gonna here to answer your questions. We'll be with Anne Marie and Hoag. It's like Hoag dropped off, getting prepped for that big moment. Got Nick for a tick. Number 8. Great trading today, guys. We're gonna cut this off hard stop real quick at 20. Oh, for the blue, we can do that. We will do that indeed. Yes, MP's father does do restoration, so maybe we can put a little collaboration together right there. Anyways,
does he really?
All right. Yeah, he does. He does indeed. He's got a warehouse full of Mustangs. Cool cars. He's got a bunch. Yeah. Hey, gold making new highs here. Gold pushing higher here. We're gonna go hard stop because I see the doctor is in the green room. We want to give him all the time our viewers want to watch him. Anyways, JD, great seeing you. Dakota, number 1, nice trade today. Nice payout as well yesterday. Nick for a tick, number 8 on the big board. I know we don't do really appreciation real quick. I just want to say I'm super appreciative to be back. I missed the hell out of you guys. Seeing what Top Step's doing and the Brandon winners that's getting out there in Aspen and just all across the globe with the Top Step stuff is really, really cool. It's great to be back. Without further ado, we got Dr. Brett Steenbarger coming up on the other side of this. Man, I missed to say this. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
All right, traders, it is the moment you've all been waiting for, our AMA session with Dr. Brett Steenbarger. First, you know me, you know Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie is my co-host and the author of the trading book, as well as the trading book workbook. Anne-Marie is my emotional support person here today. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie, for that. And finally, folks, our guest here is Dr. Brett Steenbarger. Dr. Steenbarger is a professor of psychiatry at SUNY, Upstate Medical University in Syracuse, New York. He's the author of several books, several blogs, several articles. If you don't know about him, you're going to learn a lot today. I can tell you that much. But some of his books, The Psychology of Trading, Enhancing Trader Performance, which I keep handy on my deck because I'm a trader that always needs performance enhancing. We've got the Day Trading Coach. We've got a Trader's Guide to Self-Discipline. If you have not seen his blog, it is fantastic. It is traderfeed.blogspot.com. Always some really good stuff on there. I've got some questions from the blog right here, but we're going to focus on your questions first. Dr. Steenbarger, how are you? How have you been? Happy 2025. We're so happy to have you with us. How are things going for you?
Busy, busy, busy. Happy 2025. There are a lot of cross currents in markets, a lot going on because of political changes in the U.S. and the potential impacts that might have not only for us, but for the countries we trade with. And so that's very much affected the flow of funds from hedge funds and larger institutions, which affects the markets we look at. So it's been a challenging time and a busy time so far in the new year. Right. And by the way, Hoag, I have a new book that will be coming out this year called Positive Trading Psychology. And it's the application of positive psychology, the study of our strengths, and how we can apply our strengths, what we're really good at, how we can best apply that to our trading. So instead of just trying to correct our mistakes and our weaknesses, who are we at our best? What do we do really, really well? And how can we bring that more and more and more into our trading?
Love that.
Well, you beat me to it. I was just going to bring up the 2025. You have a new book coming out. Thank you for letting us know about that. And Anne-Marie, how are you? You ready for the questions? And we'll see what happens here.
Absolutely. I'm so excited that you have questions from the blog too, because I'm an avid reader of that blog. And I've been an avid reader of that blog, I bet, for 15 yees. I've been reading that blog. So website address has never changed.
There is a library of things to read in that blog. Absolutely. All right. Without further ado, I've got all the questions and I've kind of grouped them into sort of categories. The first category I think we're going to address is about practice and emotions. James is part of the question, and I'm going to add Eric to this as well. Thank you for visiting us, Dr. Steenbarger, of course. The question is, they say you shouldn't trade on sim too long, that it could be detrimental to your trading. Do you think there would be any risk of detrimental side effects if we traded in combines, trading combines too long? In my case, I've been trading in combines for a few years before passing my first one. And Eric kind of adds, I think, a little bit something to this question. In his question, how do we ignore the money part of trading and take emotion out of the way? Big questions.
Yeah. The issue of sim and combines, it's very, very important to make all our mistakes when we are least financially vulnerable. And so there's real value in that practice process. Now, obviously, at some point, we develop some good practices and we have to put real money on the line and deal with the real emotions of having real money at risk. So we can't stay in simulation mode forever. But the audience might be surprised to hear that even very successful traders that I've worked with at hedge funds, when they start trading a new instrument or when they start trading a new strategy, they go into sim. Here they've been successful for years and years and years and years, but they are not too proud to go back to being a noob and making all their mistakes and getting a feel for the markets and the strategies they're trading. And then they, of course, ramp it up in terms of the risk taking in a step-by-step way. So not only is it important to trade in practice mode until you get that competence, as you learn and do new things, you may need to return to that practice mode.
No shame in going back to practice, especially when working on some sort of new strategy or new product, something like that. Anne Marie, do you find often that you will kind of return to practice or a trading combine when you're trying to learn some new
Absolutely.
strategy or something like this?
That's where I absolutely go. Every time I'm trading out a new idea, I slip into a combine and I go, all right, let me see how this works. What kind of risk do I have? What kind of drawdown am I looking at? Where are my mechanical flows in the right way? So 100%, I do that all the time.
No shame in it. No shame in it,
Yep,
right? All right.
not at all.
Michael has a question. And I think Michael is really a lucky trader because he knows exactly what his mistakes are. And that's what he says. I know exactly what my mistakes are, and I have clear trading rules. Yet I keep falling back into impulsive decisions. How can I prevent my emotions from tempting me to break my well established rules and develop long term discipline to stick to my plan without exceptions? Now, Doctor, this was one of the things that I was taking out of your blog. You have a little saying, you know, the little blocks of sayings in there, and it says confidence is silent. Insecurities are loud. I've always said that impulses yell at us. Intuition whispers. Do you think that this might be something that Michael could be dealing with?
Yeah, I like that last part, Hoag, about intuition
Yeah.
whispering, because when we are emotional and we're carrying on, we can no longer hear that voice of intuition. And very often, it's that intuition that first alerts us to the patterns that are setting up, creating the trading opportunity. So it's so important not to maintain a positive mindset, certainly not to maintain a negative mindset, but to maintain a focused mindset. Now, I'll address the question in two different ways. One is there are people who have chronic problems with attention. It's a condition that occurs. We've all heard of attention deficit disorder or ADHD if there's a hyperactivity component, but people vary in their impulsivity. And sometimes they need professional help for that. There are medications that help, and there are exercises that can train our focus. I've written about biofeedback, for instance. So it's important to figure out, is this attention and impulse control issue something that occurs only in trading, or does it occur in other parts of my life? If you're seeing it in other life areas, it may be a more general issue that you'd want to get professional help for. So that's the first thing.
So,
The second,
Doctor,
go
go ahead, please.
Well, the second thing is it's one thing to have a good process, to have trading rules, but if you've read Dr. Atul Gawande's book, The Checklist Manifesto, the idea here is that it's not enough just to have general rules. You have to actually codify them in a checklist and make sure that you're following each item of the checklist as you make your decision. A good example would be the pilot or pilots, pilot and co-pilot who are about to take off on a flight, cross-country flight, and they have to check all the mechanical systems, they have to check the fuel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they have a checklist to do that, because if they miss one thing, it could really impair the flight. So you want to be like them and have a checklist for how you generate ideas, how you translate those ideas into trades, how you size those trades, how you manage the risk, how you take profits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Once that's written down, you can follow that step by step. It helps keep us focused.
Of course, that makes complete sense. I mean, we tell people all the time that they have to have a plan. They have to be as close to if this then that type of situations when we're thinking about taking a trade. Anne Marie, you've known me for a long time, and you've probably heard me say 100 times that the best trades seem to be harder to take. It's the trades that scare me a little bit, that are where I'm maybe feeling that intuition, versus the trades that I'm getting yelled at just to take because I'm afraid I'm going to miss something. Do you find, Anne Marie, that some of the better trades you take are the ones that frighten you a little bit, and those are the ones where you're kind of feeling that intuition?
That's a really good question. I think more often it's the impulse control that I end up coming to. It's the, oh my gosh, I got to take this trade. And your words just a second ago, intuition whispers and impulse yells.
Yes.
That's 100% what happens to me. If something's yelling at me, I go, you better sit on your hands for just a hot minute.
Exactly. That's when it looks like a layup to me, it's probably going to be a bad trade. And it's those layups that yell at you, don't they?
Yeah.
All right. Doctor, moving on from some of the practice and emotions, I've got a category here: greed, fear, and regret. And Sue asks, can you discuss the role of greed in trading and how it leads to losses? And she says, of course, thank you for taking my question.
Happy to take the question. It's a good question. Greed comes from need. In other words, I get greedy because I need profits. Now, maybe I need profits financially. Maybe my personal situation is vulnerable in the financial sense, or maybe I need profits because I'm not feeling all that great about myself in other parts of my life, and I need that for validation. But greed comes from need. There's some need that we're trying to fill with our market activity. Now, if we're trading partly out of personal need, then what's the one thing we can't do? We can't not trade. If our trading is meeting our needs, we have to trade. We have to make money. And that greed keeps us not only trading, but over trading. So the idea is to step back from the greed to say, okay, what are my needs and how can I get those met outside of markets so that I can just focus on what is happening in the markets in order to find my opportunity.
I'd like to ask
Now,
a follow-up question there, Hoke, if that's okay. How do
please do.
how do I know the difference between my needs and my wants and how those drive my behavior?
From my perspective, they feel completely different. My want is to trade well. My want is a process goal. It's not a need that's churning within me. And because I have the want of a process goal, I'm free to not trade if nothing is setting up. But if I'm feeling an urge, a need, an emotional pull, then to satisfy that, I've got to trade. And that leads to the overtrading.
Thank you.
Would you say, I mean, everybody's different, right? And there's lots of personal needs that people feel that they need. And if they taking those personal needs and bringing them into trading, that's of course going to be a problem on its own. But if you get down to the real basics, would you say that having an income stream outside of trading may be able to alleviate some of that need to make money in trading and allow you to be a little bit less needy in your trading or greedy?
I'll be interested in your take on this, Anne Marie. I learned trading while I had a full-time income, and it took all the pressure off because then I was free to make the normal mistakes that a new trader makes. And I also didn't have the pressure of needing to make income to support a spouse and to support a family. So having a secure income or savings while I'm learning the ropes, that took away, I'm sure, 3/4 of the emotional pressure that I otherwise would have felt.
Yeah, that's a
I
great answer.
tended bar for 8 years when I was learning how to trade, just to make
Yeah.
sure the bills were paid. Just to make sure the bills were paid. Anne Marie, what are your thoughts?
Well, for me, I started with a ton of money. And I said, how hard could this be? Because I'd had 2 successful careers. I parlayed them. I'd lived well below my means. I always have lived well below my means, always saved a lot. And I thought, oh, this is my next adventure. I'm gonna be successful at the first pass, and it's gonna be nice and easy. And my desire to be a winning trader created a lot of very bad habits. And so I didn't have a financial need, but I had a physical, emotional need to go, I'm Little Miss Hotshot Trader. And it would make me expand my risk. And so that element there really ends up being the same thing. But my want was well outside of what I needed. I didn't need the money because I'd lived well below my means for years, and I had a lot of it. And I said, oh, okay, well, this is my next step. This is what I want to do. And so I was just all about, how can I be Miss Hotshot Trader? And then I realized I didn't know how to trade. Shouldn't really go in that direction.
You were used to seeing success in everything that you had done. And when it
Yes.
came time to trading, you thought, well, I've always been successful. I'm going to be a
Exactly.
master at this. And it's far more difficult. They
Yeah.
say it's the most difficult way to make easy money. And eventually
I would
everybody
agree.
seems to find that out, right?
I would agree.
All right. Peggy has a question. A little similar but different than the previous one. Hi, Brett. I have a hard time taking profits, always thinking it could go higher. Also, regretting when it does. Please help. I'm thinking regretting if it does go higher. Are you making too much money on these trades, Peggy? Kind of
Maybe
my
he's
thought
closing
about how I
out.
read this question.
Well, a number of the portfolio managers I work with, it's not an all or none thing, and they set first targets, second targets, third targets, and they will exit as the trade goes their way. They'll exit a third of the position, a third of the position, a third of the position, for example. And so what happens is they take profits on a part of their position quickly. They move their stop up at that point to break even. And then the remaining 2/3 of the position are sort of like a call option. You know, they're either will make money or, you know, that could get stopped out, but they've already taken profits on a piece. And so they are, in a sense, if you think about this, they are diversifying by volatility. What I mean by that is if we are in a lower volatility market environment or a lower volatility move, then the position goes our way and can easily retrace. In a low vol market, we're not going to extend and extend and extend with Momo. So part of their position is positioning for lower volatility, but part of their position is positioning for the momentum move. So they're diversified in that respect. Now, could they have made more money by just holding on to the whole thing? Yes. Could they have taken profits on the whole thing? Yes. But they rehearse a mindset where it's best to be diversified, take some profits quickly. Good enough is good enough. And the goal is consistency of profitability, not absolute profitability.
Oh, that's
I've
gold.
never heard it put that way.
Yeah, right?
Profitability.
Yeah.
That's
I
very,
know.
very interesting.
Gold. Yeah.
All right. Here's one, Fernando, and it's still kind of in the fear and greed and fear and regret kind of segment here. We're going to move on from that, I think, a little bit here shortly. But Fernando, I grew up poor and still have innate fear of losing money when it comes to live markets, but also wish to become more psychologically in tune to not being so fearful and greedy when I do start stepping closer to profitability. What are some of the mental exercises that I could use during my trading process to help me keep my mindset present and not stuck in the past and future? Present, staying in the present.
Yeah, and
Any
that's staying
thoughts?
that staying in the present is something we practice when we're in simulation mode and so forth and so on. And that can be very, very helpful. But I'm going to respond from a different angle. And this is something I think we touched upon in a previous program. And that is, and this is related to the positive psychology that my new book will be on. It's called a solution-focused approach. In a solution-focused approach, study your best winning trades. Now, I hear you loudly and clearly. There are lots of trades where you're getting frustrated, you're not trading well. But not every trade is a disaster. Not every trade is filled with negative emotion. When you are profitable, when you trade in a focused way, you want to study what you did right. How did I do that? How did I not get distracted by greed or fear? How did I take profits at the right time? It's what we do when we're successful that defines what we call our best practices. And so working on ourselves is not correcting the negative, but doing more and more and more and more and becoming more and more consistent with what we are already doing well. We're just not doing enough of it. But what we're doing well, we want to learn from that and build upon that foundation.
Accentuate the positive.
build on that. That's you. Those are your strengths. Build on those.
It's got to be. I mean, I had the benefit of having a couple of trading psychologists in the past, and it was always kind of drilled into my head. Don't just focus on what you're doing wrong. Focus on what you're doing right. Maximize those. If you sit there and think about all the things you're doing wrong, it's depressing. Give yourself a break. Think about some of the things that you're doing well. Fantastic question. This person is Michael, and he's wondering if he should quit trading. He's passed untold number of trading combines. When he gets to the XFA, usually only lasts 2 days, the longest maybe 4. He's only had one payout, which has probably been exceeded by the number of accounts and resets that he's had. Usually when I throw on a trade, I find myself in profit, $700 to $1,100, but I hold it because I don't want to exit early due to cowardice. But I go from being in profit to having the trade turn back on me to the point where it goes negative. What's my deal? Should I quit trading? If you're trading multiples, Michael, I can tell you right now, I think that the doctor may say, take profit off on part of the way to your target there and see what happens with the rest. Maybe that would be something that would help, doctor?
Yeah, absolutely, Hogan. And if he's doing well during the combine, then again, he wants to study the hell out of what he's doing well and create rules around that, because that's what he's going to bring to his subsequent trading. What's happening is it would be the equivalent of a player in practice, a football player or a basketball player in practice who's doing the right thing. And then in the game, they get caught up in the score and how much they're going to win by, and they stop doing all the right things. So you want to really, really drill and drill and drill what you're doing right when you're successful in the combine, so that those become very concrete standard rules that lay the foundation for your consistency once you're trading more of your own capital.
When you can make real money.
Yeah.
So it's
the rule of the general rule is build your consistency first, then build your trading size. That definitely happens at the hedge funds where I work. They assess your consistency of trading, and then they give you more capital, and they give you more capital, and they give you more capital. Be consistent first, follow your rules, and then grow your size.
If I could interject quickly to build on that, notice what Dr. Brett is saying about consistency. A trader that looks at something and says, hey, I'm $700 or I'm $1,100, but I don't want to close early, they're focusing on P&L instead of process. And what Dr. Brett is focusing on is focus on the process. The P&L will follow you. So that's the only thing that I could see that was glaring. If someone says, hey, I'm making this, but I don't want to close because I feel like I'm a wimp, I'll paraphrase there. They've got to focus on process, not P&L.
I love that. It's kind of like dance with the one you brung. If you were successful trading in the trading combine with consistency, bring that with you. Bring that with you. Right. We're going to move to, is it me or is it the markets? I've got a question here. Jacobo says thank you, and I wanted to ask, he started adding bookmap and footprint to his trading plan, and the results are decreasing. Notice how I make hasty decisions, and based on what I just see I just justify my decision. So based on what I see, I just justify my positions. I had a very mechanical plan, which I always knew what to do. How do you manage the fact of mixing this? Jacobo added a couple of tools. Performance has been declining. Thought that he was doing pretty well before, but still wants to add these two to the mix. How does he do that? I almost feel like if it's not broke, don't fix it. But doctor, what say you?
Yeah, I like the idea of finding new and better tools, but it takes a while to learn those and to become good at those. Now, am I mistaken? Are you going to be talking with some friend of mine named Jim Dalton?
On Thursday, yes, we are going to be talking to your buddy Jim.
That. How did I not? Well, he has some new tools for people, and he's been using market profiles successfully for a number of years. And as I shared online, when I was in Chicago and working at a prop firm, when we started a training program, it was grounded on them learning a new tool called market profile and based on the writing of Jim Dalton. But it's a whole different way to visualize market activity. It's a whole different way of visualizing breakouts and mean reverting markets and trends. And so it takes a fair amount of practice to get good at that tool. Once you put in that practice, you literally are able to see things in markets that you previously would not have seen. So I do think it can be a worthwhile investment. I personally would not want to learn multiple tools at the same time. I would want to take one at a time, get good at it, internalize that, and then consider other tools later on. I think that could make the learning curve more doable.
Yeah, it's kind of like you can do anything, but you can't do it all at once. Focus on one, get good at that, then add the other one.
100%.
Gary wants to know.
I'm a
Oh,
mechanic.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, doctor.
If I'm an auto mechanic and I get a whole new, better set of tools, that's exciting. And I could become a much better mechanic as a result of using these better tools. But it's going to take me a while to learn those and get good at those. And so you want to put in that learning time in order to build your skills.
Well, I've had some dealings with mechanics lately, and we're deeply in need of mechanics. So if you're looking for a second stream of income, become a mechanic. Man, we need a lot of them. Gary wants to know, when do you know if it's your trading? When do you know it's your trading badly? When do you know if you're trading badly versus when the market is not cooperating? It's kind of hard to say, but how do you know when you're trading badly, or is it the market? Well,
I know I'm trading badly if I'm distracted. And it doesn't matter what the source of distraction is. I can tell when I'm relatively focused. I can tell when I'm relatively distracted. And that to me is a key piece of information. Markets can be tricky. Markets can be difficult. I thought yesterday's market, where overnight we really plunged, there was the news about the AI coming out of China. There was also news about potential tariff wars involving Colombia, and we really sold off. But then, as the day went on, we actually saw some parts of the stock market outperform value relative to growth, for instance. And what started as looking like a trend day, an impulse day, ended up being a rotational day. So sometimes the market throws curveballs, sometimes the market changes midstream, and we want to be attentive to that. We want to be open-minded. What do we expect from the market? What's actually happening? If you were trading yesterday, you would have looked and said, well, wait a minute here. The Dow stocks are going into positive territory.
Right.
WTF. If this was supposed to be a trend day to the downside, that should not be happening. So at times it's the market. is throwing us a curveball. And by looking at the different parts of the market, by looking at different markets, we can assess that. But sometimes it has nothing to do with the market. I'm just distracted. Other things on my mind, and I'm not fully focused. And so I need to step back and get myself into the right mindset.
Anne Marie, did you have something you wanted to add to this?
No, I think the only thing I would add there is you have to, when you set up a trade, you have to have something in your mind that goes, if I'm wrong, this is likely to happen. And if that happens and you get stopped out, you have to go, okay, is my underlying suspicion about what should be happening today actually what's happening today? And be willing to recalibrate. And that's what I lean on into Dr. Brett saying, be present and be mindful in those spaces.
That's why I always say be creative. Just being creative enough to accept the information that has changed in the marketplace strips a lot of people's gears. It takes time for humans to adjust to that new information. And hopefully you can make that adjustment before it costs you too much. Doctor,
Absolutely.
you had something you wanted to add to that, please.
Yeah, there's a book that's out fairly recently. Tom Hoagland is the author.
Yeah, best winner loses.
Best
Yeah.
loser wins.
Best loser wins. Yeah.
Yeah. And so this is really a follow-up to your point, Anne Marie, are you doing a good job of being a loser? Are you doing a good job of recognizing when your idea is not playing out and stopping out appropriately, not losing too much money, maybe even learning from the situation so that it helps you with the next trade?
Doctor, while we're on this subject, I kind of feel like this is creativity, accepting information, flexibility is what we're really kind of talking about here when the market state changes and we have a difficult time recognizing that. There's another snippet in your blog that I found very interesting, and I want to get your take on this. It was a quote from David Burkus. Creativity doesn't just love constraints, it thrives under them. What does that mean?
Yeah, so the idea of creativity by constraints means that we create artificial limits, and that pushes us to think about a problem or a challenge in a new way. So the example I used on the blog is, what if I could only place one trade per day? Okay. Well, if I'm only going to trade once a day, it has to be a significant trade. It has to be a meaningful move. I'm not just going to scalp a tick here. So what would I look for? What rules would I follow? How would I know that something is the trade of the day? It forces me not only to think about the market in a different way, but to actually develop a way of trading the market differently to make the most out of the one trade. So creating that constraint helps us think in new and different ways,
That's
which
good
is the
stuff.
essence of creativity.
I love that. It's like,
Yeah, me too.
here's a straw, a piece of crepe paper, and a twig. Make something beautiful out of it.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Good
Love
stuff.
that. Here's a curveball. Pearson wants to trade on the institutional level. What steps could he take to prepare for that level of trading?
Wow, that's an interesting question. So institutional level, I'll respond with the institutions I work with personally and realize that there are many different financial institutions, and market making for an investment bank is very different than running a portfolio for a hedge fund. So there are lots of different kinds of quote unquote institutional trading. I work with hedge funds predominantly. And the important thing to recognize is that the hedge fund portfolio managers are managing large amounts of capital. At the fund where I started years ago, the minimum allocation, the minimum amount of capital that you would be trading was $200 million. Yeah, 200 million. So when you have 200,
can I just take a check for that and go?
I don't think you could just take the investor capital and run. Yeah, there's a legal and compliance team that would not like that. But so if you're trading many millions of dollars, you aren't going to just say, okay, I'll buy the S&P here and sell it there. You now think in portfolio terms because you need to have diversified bets. So yes, I might want to be long stocks, but at the same time I'm long stocks, maybe stocks are going up because they're anticipating growth. Maybe the anticipation of growth could be impacting expectations about inflation. And so I'll have another trade in fixed income in the bond market that will express my view in a different way. And maybe I have a totally different view about strength in one country versus another country. And so I'm going to buy that country, sell that country. So I'm creating new ideas, different ideas, and putting them all together in a portfolio. That's called portfolio management. And to trade at an institutional level, you really have to learn to think and to trade in portfolio terms.
So what we say all the time, I mean, the longest of time frame traders, the institutional traders, aren't just outright long or short anything. They're hedged in all over the place in all different kinds of products. To be an institutional trader, I think I'm not. I don't think I'm smart enough. Any institution that would have me as an institution, I probably wouldn't want to be in. But I mean, you've got to be, you got to understand macro, micro economics. I mean, these traders aren't just naked S&Ps or the Nasdaq. They're hedged all over the place, and it seems very complicated to me as a day trader for to even think about something like that.
Yeah, it's a different game because they're trading less often. Certainly they would look at a scalper who's looking at order flow and second by second changes in order flow, and that for them would be very complicated, and they can't do that. But realize that you learn the institutional game by starting out at the first rung of a trading institution. So at a hedge fund, you would begin as a junior analyst, and you would be responsible for covering a certain market or a certain strategy and gathering information and making recommendations about trades. And while you're in that junior role, you're observing the people who are doing other strategies, other markets, who are doing portfolios. And so literally you learn the business from the ground up. And that's how people learn, quote unquote, the institutional aspect of financial markets.
Again, you can do it all, but you can't do it all at once.
Right. It's crawl, walk, run.
Yes.
Little trust thing here. Eli's got a question, and process over profit, something we hear a lot, is crucial in trading. But it is really hard to do so when you still care about the outcome. What would you suggest as an exercise or mindset that would help with disassociating from P&L? Process over process, great words, hard to do. Any suggestions on being able to kind of disassociate from P&L? I mean, the best trader I've known said, I learned how to make good trading decisions. The money's a byproduct. And if to be able to do that is something that I think very few people are able to do. Do you have any suggestions for people to help disassociate that P&L from the process?
Yeah, and I don't think anyone totally dissociates. People want, we're all achievement oriented, and profit, certainly is something we want. But again, it's back to that question about trading out of need. That when we can't separate ourselves from the P&L, it's often because we have some psychological need or some financial need regarding the trading. And so it's easiest to separate myself from my trading results by focusing on the portfolio called my life. And what are my other investments in life? Like my relationships, my family, my personal activities. If we are getting a lot of gratification, satisfaction, and fulfillment from the various areas of our lives, then we don't intensively need to be profitable in our trading all of the time. And that helps us get a certain measure of distance.
This really, I think, does a nice segue into the next question, which is from a doctor, Dr. Raman. Says, "Hello, doc. My question dives deep into my struggle with instant dopamine spikes that I get with the winning streaks. The kind of dopamine shot we get while shopping online instead of the gradual increase in gratitude we get by physically shopping. I really find it hard to control some of my trades the next day when I get easy trades the previous day. So in other words, he had a good day. Now it's the next day. He's having a hard time managing his impulses, I would guess. He says, I realize it while trading, but sometimes the urge to get that gratification makes me force more trades when I know I should wait. Any tips on working that out slowly to find my best chance in reducing these unwanted dopamine spikes?" Says dopamine on it from a doctor. I figured we'd ask that
one. Okay. All right. Yeah. So a couple of responses there. It's a good question. One thing that Anne Marie and I share is, I think, an awareness of how our spiritual development can help our development as traders and our development in life. And we all come from different spiritual traditions and may have different beliefs, but there's something more important than the here and now. And it's helpful for me in working with traders to have in mind, or for me trading, to have in mind, this too shall pass. And it could be profits, it could be losses, but we step back and we realize that what's happening right here, right now is not the whole picture of life. And that gives us a perspective. That gives us an emotional perspective that makes it easier to not fall prey to the dopamine spikes. One of the exercises I have traders do is they've made money yesterday. They're all excited. And I have them do a visualization exercise, guided imagery. Imagine that yesterday was a bad losing day for you. Think those thoughts, feel those feelings. You really drew down yesterday. Now, in the drawdown mode, is the trade you're thinking of taking right now a trade you would genuinely take? If you're in drawdown mode, you want to make the money back, you want to do well, but you're not going to take frivolous trades. Usually, the people I work with, when they are in drawdown mode, that's when they trade their best, because then they're holier than the Pope. Then they have to, follow their rules consistently. So by imagining being in drawdown mode, it puts a different frame on the idea, a more selective frame, so they're not trading out of excitement.
Well, I really appreciate the inclusion of spirituality in this conversation. And I know that you recently wrote an online blog called Radical Renewal on the topic of spirituality in trading. We'll see if we can't find a link to that. If you want to tell us where we can find that right now, Doctor, that would be great.
Yeah, if you just Google Radical Renewal.
Radical Renewal.
Yeah. But it's leadingrenewal.blogspot.com. And it's linked on my blog as well. But the idea here, and I think I might have mentioned it in a previous appearance, the idea here is that you want to trade from the soul, not from the ego. And you want the trade to come from genuine conviction, what you feel, what you see, not from the ego as something that you want to become famous or to become more rich or what have you. And by taking the ego out of what you do, which is a big part of just about all the spiritual traditions, by taking the ego out of what you do, it allows you to trade from that intuition that we call the soul.
Gold.
Intuition is the soul, and it's
Soul speaks
very
to us.
gentle, very gentle when it speaks to us. It whispers, it hints, doesn't yell at us. Doctor, I know we're getting a little bit short on time. I wanted to just kind of wrap up with one of the things that I read in your blog, Trading as Warfare blog. There was a quote in there that I found very interesting, and if you would expound on it just a little bit for us. The quote was, "Many of the psychological challenges of short-term traders occur because they operate tactically without an underlying strategy." Can you explain that a little bit for me?
Yeah, and most concretely, short-term traders will look at what's happening on a short term. They'll look at charts on one time frame, and they miss a bigger picture of what's happening in their market. And so they'll see the market going down, and they won't realize that that's occurring within the context, a bigger picture context of a rising market. In fact, what's happening is we have cycling action within a bull market trend. One of the nice things about market profile, and you'll be discussing with Jim Dalton, is that he constructs profiles of different time frames. And so that you can see what's happening on the short time frame, what's happening medium time frame, longer time frame. And so you're combining tactics, which is the short-term execution of the idea, with strategy, which is your participation in the bigger picture. Yes.
I love it. The pitch is a tactic. The whole game is the strategy.
That's right. And in any sport, you have to practice your tactics. You have to be really good at your tactics. Your tactics are how you block and tackle. But you still need a game plan. You need a strategy for winning. So that's a different thing.
Fantastic.
I know. Great stuff. Love
I
it.
can't thank you enough, Doctor, for joining us.
Truly.
Please tell us you'll come back and do this again.
It's always a joy.
Happy to do that again. And I appreciate all the good questions that people submitted. I appreciate your organizing those questions, and I appreciate the back and forth with both of you. And look forward to coming back. Have a good time with Mr. Dalton.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that. I've
gonna be
had
fun.
the opportunity to meet him once before. He's always a lot of fun. He's a gentleman. He's very funny and so smart. Saved my life, I can tell you that much. And Brett, I know I'm looking forward to your new book, Positive Trading Psychology. and we're looking forward to that.
Well, thank you.
Anne Marie, always a pleasure to spend
Same.
time with you, and I'm
Same,
looking
same.
forward to talking to you soon. Anything else that I'm forgetting? Oh, I did want to also thank all of you, our viewers, everybody in chat, everybody that brought those questions. Great questions. If we did not get to them, I apologize. We will see if we can't get to them to the next time that the good doctor is here. And on that note, Dr. Anne Marie, I thank you from my heart. Blessings to you both and blessings to you all. And we'll look forward to our next segment, which is hang on. The shoulder tap. Well, I think we're really just going to be doing lunchbox trading. JD is going to join me as well as Deanna. So we'll see you then. Again, blessings to you both. Blessings to all of you. Trade well, everybody, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It's time for Lunchbox Trading. Hoag, great job in that last segment with Dr. Steenbarger. Talk about a tough act to follow. How are we going to? I'm not going to try and top that. We're going to. That's it for the day. We've came to impress, and I think we did. Everything else should be just smooth sailing under the radar from here on out. But Hoag, after that, had a few minutes to take a look at the markets.
JD, you're too kind.
I love having my. I've got to get in there and start reading some of his books. All I see in the chat was how much they love Steenbarger.
Here I can loan you one of mine.
I actually own it, and I made it halfway through mid part of last year, but I didn't get a chance to finish it. So I will get to that book, and I'm looking forward to his new book. Yeah, everyone in the chat saying what a benefit his books are, his blog. I'm gonna start getting into it all. So. But you did a great job hosting that. You and Anne-Marie, always a pleasure seeing the three of you guys cooking like that. It was excellent. What a treat for everybody.
I'm going to put the link into his blog. A couple people asking for it. Just going to put that in the chat right now. Okay, there it is.
Mm-hmm. No shoulder tap today. Hoag and I are going to look at the markets, look at some charts, see if we can get a trade. Deanna will be here at about 12:30 Central Time, another 20 minutes or so. Then she'll join us, and we'll start looking for some more trades. So, Hoag, you had a couple of minutes between segments there. Anything catch your eye in the markets? You were mentioning a gap fill potentially. What do you want to see for a gap fill? What market were you looking at?
Well, S&Ps, we've been under the foot, if you will, the sort of foot of the island spike.
Mm-hmm.
If we can close this gap in purple here up to 6109, that's gonna take some of the sting out of that island top. It shouldn't come back to that level if we're gonna see a real continuation to the downside. So we're not in anything. I don't have a trade on, but but I'm hopeful for investors and stock owners alike that we can kind of turn this thing around, and love to see new all-time highs soon. But we don't get to choose that. But that's what I'm hoping for right now, is that we see this continuation in the S&Ps to get up to 6109, close that gap. Yeah, it's going to make me feel a lot better about this island top up here. And an island top this was what is this? Tuesday to Wednesday, there was a gap. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we stayed up there. Monday, we gapped lower. And if we can't close this gap, then I think there's still more downside to come. But because this is a pretty powerful reversal signal, the island top, some people call it an abandoned baby. I prefer the island top. Sounds much more fun, right? Hey,
a little bit more fun.
I was at the island, and I was at the island top. Oh, you were at the top of the island. All right.
I've actually never heard the term abandoned baby before.
It's a candlestick term, and if we could see the gold has a real abandoned baby. It's a gap with a bar, and then a gap away from one bar. That's an abandoned baby, and it's a big reversal signal as well. But we're working on getting through that gap to close out that island top. Gold, we've got a ways to go. 27.75.70 to close that gap. Now that gap close may be resistance, but at least we've kind of taken out some of the sting of the island top here in gold. I've been, me, JD. I've been talking gold for 2-3 weeks now.
Wait a bit.
And there was a risk of changing that structure, but that risk of changing that structure seems by the minute to be less and less.
Let me take a look at it real quick.
Delta currently 291 positive. So it's not like it's real long, the
Mm-hmm.
delta, it still seems like there's buyers in there against shorter time frame sellers. Maybe they're using growler orders for their longs.
Mm-hmm.
What did we lose yesterday in open interest? Let me get the final here.
Pretty relentless rally
Yesterday
today,
in
though.
gold on that pullback, we lost 14,500 contracts. So this pullback was long liquidation, not necessarily new selling. Of course, there may have been some new selling involved in that push to the downside, but the loss in open interest says we got nervous. A lot of longs in this market, decided to take some profits. The laggards, basically the buyers of the island top up here were probably the first ones to capitulate, start that move to the downside. But right now, we're getting closer to closing that gap. And we'll see what kind of open interest we have tomorrow morning. If we have a big jump in open interest and we close that gap, ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby is right.
Something juicy might be coming. But I don't
Hey,
want
folks, we've got a fin port. Say again, Hoag?
Buy the high. Can we buy the high?
I mean, why not? I was just thinking about buying the high in the EN. We're 15 points away from your gap fill, 61.09.
Yes, we
You can get
are.
in right now.
We've only got about 15 minutes of the regular trading hours left. That's the thing that bothers me.
In gold, yeah. Mm-hmm. And we are tapping on the ceiling of new highs once again. We're still been on highs all day. I'm glad we didn't take any more risk on that cheap short during the opening call this morning.
No.
It was definitely a toe dipper, and we learned very, very quickly what direction this market wanted to go today.
And I think both of us kind of recognized while we were still in that trade, you know what? We don't like this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And the risk was so small. Why not? Right?
We still let it play out. Yeah. It was only $250 for a good education in the market.
Ooh, NASDAQ took out the IB high. Everything's coming up roses right now. There's no bad news. Guess what?
We're going higher. Look at that. All right, folks, we've got a form pinned to the top of the chat right now. Lunchbox Trading. Submit your questions. If you have a question for either Hoag, me, or Deanna, go ahead and grab that link. Type in your question, and we will see it. Deanna's going to be here in about 15 minutes or so. Hoag and I will be here for the next 45 minutes. So get those questions in. We'll grab a few in just a minute. We're still looking at the markets right now, seeing if we can scope out a trade. It's already slipped my mind. What did the house account do during past markets? Let me get it. House account's down about 228. Does that sound right? $228 down? No, because I am down 250 also. House account's down $500. Let me fix that.
$5, Hoag.
$5, Hoag. What'd you do? Oh, he was on mute. How long were you talking?
I don't know. Just a minute, probably. I was looking for what we did this morning. I've got it written down here. So it was actually long at 21,187. Our stop was set at initially 21,130. This was on Dakota's recommendation. 130, 130. If we never moved the stop or got nervous about it, we'd be, as my dad used to say, farting through silk sheets.
Always appreciated that one. Boomer Bryant says Jack's coming back to a couple grand in his Venmo for mute fines.
Yeah, no kidding, right? No kidding. I don't even know how to Venmo. I have to give him cash.
Send him a $5 bill in the mail, Hoag. See how long it takes to
Or
get
you
back.
can just send it my way, Hoag, and then I'll make sure it gets it to him, you know?
Did you like when I asked Dr. Steenbarger if I was managing $200 million, if I could just take a check?
Why not? It's a legitimate question.
So, man, I mean,
Pretty quiet.
it
Still
seems to
inching
me like
higher, creeping higher.
the only thing to do, we got 560s, which was Dakota's level here. We saw a bounce off of it. And it seems to be just wanting to continue to push higher. There's, several swing highs up here that could certainly be targeted. In the NASDAQ, I could see easily reaching the naked point of control, which is 21,697.
Oh yeah, that's not too far.
But I mean, what do we do? Do we just buy the high, and the minute it goes against us, get out of it? How do we do this? That's
It sounds reasonable, right? Just keep
I
looking
mean,
for better
there's a
trade
swing low
location to
right
get
here
long.
around 520. But I mean, that's a lot of risk. 523.75.
That would
fair
be
value gap below that.
23.75. So that would be the risk on this trade. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, somewhere below that. That swing low.
Oh, that
right
swing
there.
low. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scale down to a 5-minute.
And I don't trade on 5-minute charts, but I'm learning.
Yeah, I was looking at a 15-minute, and it still looked alongside bias, momentum to the upside, volume's dying out, which is typical for this time of day. You always see a bit of a drop in volume and volatility. But on a day like today, I feel like
I
shouldn't be short in the slow market,
We could just buy it. I feel like it's FOMOing in, but it's for entertainment purposes.
All right, Hoag, here we go.
Do we do it?
You want to do it? You want to do it, or should I do it?
Did it.
You did it? All right.
Yeah.
Are we on together for the next hour? Let me double check
Yes.
the schedule here.
Yes. We have Deanna coming with us.
Oh, yeah. We'll be here for, the next 40 minutes. I was thinking about Back to the Futures. We have Fatima coming on for Back to the Futures. Where's your entry price on that, Hoag?
579 in the orders.
The orders means 0.75, folks. House count long 1, NQ 21, 579.75. Right at our entry price right now. All right. While we let this house account trade marinate for a couple minutes,
I'm just going to put a catastrophic stop down here below 20.
Yes.
Below 22, 522 in the orders. I have no intention of letting it hit it.
Understood. We are not taking a lot of heat on this trade.
Not yet.
I would sacrifice $100 for better trade location.
We want it to go now.
Now.
And I'm not even looking at the chat, but I can hear him go, you guys just bought the high.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely what they're saying.
You guys just bought that. No? Somebody needed the liquidity.
No follow through just yet. And we're right on top of our entry price still. All right, Hoag.
Just hanging here.
Shalom in the chat wants to know. Is it?
Yep. Coming back.
Only 2 points from our.
So good at this, JD. By the time we get it bought, it's the high.
We could talk ourselves into anything, right?
Oh, of course we can. Because we're sitting here looking for trades.
Let's just cannonball this all the way back to 500. Put a bid in every 25 points. I'm joking. Don't do that. That is not a trading strategy,
I'm
folks.
trying to be responsible here. And all right, let's watch this and let's see if there's a question we can answer.
Yep. I saw you highlight the very first question from Shalom. Shalom wants to know, going back to trading psychology, Dr. Steenbarger was just here. This might have been covered a little bit. But Hoag, how do I prevent myself from entering a trade a second and third time after a loss? FOMOing into trades because you hate taking losers. I understand
Yeah.
the need to feel that you need to be in the market to make your money back when you're down on the day. But you should never really. I mean, we're doing it right now, aren't we, Hoag? We're in the market just to be in the market. I feel like
Pretty much.
we're buying new highs.
It hurts me to do that.
We're down a little
That's
money.
just the way it is.
So we're playing this question out in real time, actually, for you guys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Shalom, it's a great question. You see traders on here all the time that they get stopped out on a trade, but the reason for the trade still remains valid. Sometimes you'll see traders they'll get stopped out and then get right back into it because the stop turns out to be a better trade location than their initial trade location. So it's a really difficult question, but you have to ask yourself, does the reason for the trade still hold water? Is the reason for the trade still valid? Maybe there's times, and it happens a lot, where we get into a trade maybe too early, maybe it's out of FOMO, maybe whatever it is, and we get our stop hit, but it doesn't invalidate the trade. I think we're being invalidated on this long now.
We're down 10 points on this. Let's dump it.
Dump.
Okay. We're out.
All right, we're out. So
bias is still on the long side, but
this time bad idea.
We could definitely get better trade location on this.
Yes, of course.
Looking for the longs.
So again, you got to ask yourself, Shalom, is the trade still valid? Did I get in too early? Is my stop actually a better trade location before true invalidation of the trade? And of course, true invalidation of the trade is subjective 100%. Nobody really knows exactly what's going to invalidate a trade. It's all in our ability to use the tools we have to say, okay, looking for this long. If it holds here, this is going to be good. If it doesn't, we're going to be out of this. That invalidates the trade. So, yeah. Dakota said to short 560s. That's where we are right now. We try short now?
Dakota wanted to be short 560s?
Yes.
Back through 560? That is where we are right now.
What do you think?
How it plays out right here. Well, this is a minor resistance level on the way up. So let's see how it reacts here.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. JD, what are your thoughts on Shalom's question here?
Well, obviously, don't do what we just did. That was for tradertainment purposes only, and I caught the great comments in the chat too. Classic long trade, top tick in the market. Yeah, that was in anticipation of higher prices, obviously. But just firing away. I mean, so we've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks now, entering trades where your stop should be, and we've sort of validated that a couple of times. We talk ourselves into a trade. We figure out the level that will invalidate the trade, which turns out to be the perfect entry. I'm not going to say it's going to happen every time, but it's always in the back of your head now. If it happens once, you're always thinking about it. But just sitting there pulling the trigger, sticking to your bias after it's been invalidated, it's usually not the best way to go. So when the market tells you that you're wrong, you should probably listen to the market and try and get back in on the right side of the market instead of sort of just handicapping yourself by catching that falling knife or selling into those rips every time it happens. I know that feeling. I've been there 1,000 times myself. But again, as Hoag said, when the market starts whispering to you, listen to what it's saying, because the market is always right.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's always seems much better when the market's whispering to us than when it's yelling
Whispering.
at us. Hey, there's that spot you've been looking for. There it is. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
All right, we're seeing a little bit more
AJD
selling
says
here.
you're awesome.
What's that? Can you repeat that?
AJD says you're awesome.
Oh, no, you're awesome, man. I don't even see that comment.
You're awesome.
Where'd it come from?
The Lunchbox Trading questions. Wasn't a question. It was a
Oh,
statement, but
I thought it was
was
in
very
the
nice.
chat. Ah, very nice, AJD. D should be pulling in just a minute. Still liking the short here? I mean, we just saw a little spike down.
I mean, it's below 60. That was Dakota's level. It gave it up.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a pullback here. We got risk of around
If
80.
we get a pullback.
I mean, we do have a 3-bar reversal here. We're short.
We do. All right. House count is now short. What's our entry price, Hoag?
549 and a quarter. We got a 3-bar reversal. Risk is 85, 86. 86.
Perfect. CYA 86. House count short 1, 21, 549 quarter.
And it's immediately 10 points against it.
Right in our face.
It is a 3-bar reversal, so we're going to let this one play a little bit.
Yep, we'll give this one some room to breathe, definitely.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
You guys are ready back there, and we can ring that doorbell.
Oh. She is.
Coming in? Nope. All right.
I think.
Let's take a look at another question.
I think she had a really good day today.
Did she? Let's take a look. We just got an update.
I hope she had a good day today. I just have a feeling. I don't know.
Up a little bit. Couple ticks. We got some traders having real nice days.
Yeah.
I'm going to do up $48,832 in the live funded account. Balkaron up 6,700. Matthew S up 8,700. Josh and Beer up 7,200. All-star names. Seem to be reading these same names off almost every single day. Big numbers coming out of those live funded accounts. All right, how's our trade looking? Right on top of
basically
our
break even. Just hanging around here. We'll see. We do have the 3-bar reversal. Works.
We do.
Great.
We do have that. We'll always have our 3-bar reversal.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at another question, Hoag, while we're waiting. All right.
Yeah, let's do it.
What do you like? Robert wants to know, on any size account, is it more important to trade the setup and let the trade play out, or focus more on percentage? You're up for that trade idea. As soon as I set the stop at 1-to-1, would it be the 10 to 15 pip range, which would be a small move, 1 to 2 trades a day? It's not on the account. It's more so patience at this point. Or is it more so patience at this point? I'm taking this as a question of what should your risk be depending on account size. Does that make sense, Hoag? Am I reading that into that question correctly?
Yeah, I think so. Is it important to let the trade set up and then let it play out? Yes. If the setup has set out, let it play out. Focus on the percentage you're down or up for that trade idea, like percentage of the overall balance.
Overall account. Yeah.
Overall account. As soon as I set the stop 1-to-1 would be 10 to 15. Well, if you're only looking for 10 to 15 ticks, I don't think you have to worry about percentage of the account. So I would say, let the trade play out. I mean, if the trade you're taking is going to risk your daily loss limit, then that's something you want to think about as a percentage of your account balance. But if you're only looking for 10 to 15 ticks on a 1-to-1 trade, you'd probably want to let the trade play out, and you're going to need to be right a lot, Robert. At 1-to-1 reward over risk, you're going to need to be right about 6 out of 10 trades to make any money, if at all.
Very true. 60%, pretty tough to do. Hey, we got someone here. There she is. What's up, Deanna?
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Star of the London Open. Very good. How are you? What's going on in the markets today for you? What do you got going?
I didn't trade up until about an hour ago, so we'll see whether our Bob might be reversing. Because at this time of day, I would expect to see a little bit of a pullback, and we also have some relevant levels, so we're gonna see. I'm stalking a trade, and yeah. So trying not to trade too much because of my tumble that I had.
Yeah. Very sorry to hear
my
about
dogs tried to kill me.
You feel like telling the story again? I kind of missed it the first time around. Did it happen right before you went on air on Sunday night?
It happened as I was going on air. So what happened is that I kicked off, there was a lot of stuff happening. So we had the roofers taking down scaffolding because we had some work done, and then the dogs were barking, and then to top it all off, just as I pressed broadcast, my husband pops in and goes, "Hey, do you know where the business card is? I have to get the car off to repair." And I was like, "Okay, you'll never find it. I'm just going to run downstairs quickly." And it was still the intro screen.
Ooh.
So I try to go down. I step on a stuffed toy and I just go tumbling down. And I was like,
"Oh,
what just happened?" Why? But yeah, obviously I was in quite a lot of pain, but I managed to get the business card out, crawl back upstairs, and then I had to lay down on the floor to gain some composure. And then I pushed through. So I was like, okay, we can do this. But I probably didn't feel much because of the adrenaline. So literally it happened while I was kicking off the stream. And I could see some of the comments. They were like, "What's happening? Where is she? What, I can't hear anything." And I was like, I'm here. We can do it.
Oh,
thank goodness you're all right.
Could have been worse.
No. So. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no bow's broken, luckily. I am a bit clumsy that way, so it's not the first time it's happened, but it was because one of the dogs left the stuffed toy on the stairs, and I ran down. And so moral of the story, don't run down the stairs. Just take it slow.
No.
Don't rush. Just like in the combines, don't rush.
Take your time. One trade at a time.
Yeah.
One
Pretty
step
much
at a
don't
time.
run anywhere these days.
Yeah, you did say, yeah. Maybe I should stop as well, by the sounds of it. All right, we have a little bit of a consolidation happening on the 100-tick charts, which I'm using as a sort of a replacement for Bookmap, but I do have Bookmap on the other screen. I'm still not quite seeing the move that I want to see here. So I want
we're talking about RBOB, that's correct?
RBOB. Yeah,
RBOB.
so yeah, RBOB. I'm also using CL as my kind of a guide, I suppose. We have a GEX2 level right around 73 on crude oil. So I want to see that hold. And then I want to see some committed movement above my little ribbon here, which we seem to be getting. So I might try a long if we manage to hold above the 9 EMA at the very least. And then we could have a little bit of a rally, at least back to VWAP maybe. But yeah, I do use CL levels to position myself. So we'll see.
Interesting.
All
right, let's try just try one here, see what happens.
Getting a little pop there, huh?
It just needs to sustain. We have an anchored VWAP from the low that we made just a couple of days ago. That's the red line on my chart. So again, that's another guide that I would like to see supported. We tried to go into failed auction earlier, but that was more like lunchtime, so it was a bit too early there. So let's see whether the rally into the settlement can happen. It is a statistically probable trade, so at this time of day, I really wouldn't sell this. I know we have value acceptance. I know Hoag is going to pull me up on that. You're going against value acceptance, but that value acceptance didn't really come true. So now that that we have the average session range low, to me, a long is a better risk reward opportunity here.
And what was your entry price? Was that $25.75?
The entry price is, yeah, $205.75. Yeah. And I have a wider disaster stop that is conducive to the liquidity of the product. And right now that is around 0502, I believe. Let me just check. No, it's 05 evens.
Got it.
Yeah, I would never call you out on value acceptance.
Oh, you would. Come on. Oh, you would. Oh, you
For
would.
the people in the back, Deanna's long one RBOB at 2.0575.
It's not exactly the cleanest drop because we accumulated a little bit prior into the lunchtime. So let's see if they can push through the nearest supply. Then we have initial balance low to tackle. So yeah, we do need crude oil to wake up as well. But I think we're in an area on the crude oil on the daily chart that's a little speed bump demand that I marked. I don't know how long ago. I think it was a couple of weeks ago or something. So I've been looking for a return to that area as a potential swing up. So I have an algorithm that actually scans for those. And the algorithm is also saying, well, swing longs are on the cards. So again, I don't want to go against that, even though we did clearly go down today. But it was a bit choppy, especially on RBOB. So for all of those reasons, I'm looking at maybe longs into the end of day if we can get it, and if not, accept the risk, and that's it. See what happens tomorrow.
Excellent. People in the chat are curious about RBOB. I think there's a few people that have never heard of gasoline futures before.
Mm-hmm.
What does the acronym RBOB actually stand for?
It's actually
Robert.
Yeah, but it's a very catchy name. It's an abbreviation for reformulated gasoline blend stock for oxygenate blending. It's it's like you can make a song from it. It's so catchy, and obviously they abbreviated to RBOB because of that.
Call it gasoline futures, folks.
Yes, it's gasoline
gas.
futures. Yeah,
You
it's kind of like a crazier twin. It's kind of like a crazier version of crude oil. Obviously, there are differences. It's not a correlation with a factor of 1, but about 70% correlated. And usually there's a leader and a lagger, and that relationship changes every day. So you have to kind of watch both in order to try and find a decent setup. But typically what I do, I look for crude oil levels to hit first, and then if there's some kind of a reaction there, I will look for a reaction in RBOB too. And like I said, because of time of day, I don't like looking for further shorts because that definitely doesn't work on crude oil. I mean, maybe you'll get lucky every so often, and it does continue into single direction day. But keep in mind that usually happens on Thursdays when we have some more relevant option expiries in crude oil. They're like new options that have been introduced by the CME in July last year. and it looks like it's slowly growing in volume. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. But yeah, crude oil definitely needs to hold above 73 for this trade to work. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So.
Got it. Oh, what are we thinking for a target on this NQ short? We got 20. We're 20 points in the money right now.
IB high.
Initial balance high.
481.
Well, I would say a little bit above that. There's a level at 500. So maybe to be safe, you may not want to shoot for the entire IB.
We'll do the 10%
right?
rule. 05 quarters where the bid is, right?
05 quarters.
Whereas Coach Ray says, tip the doorman.
Tip the doorman. That's a good one.
Yeah, well, no, it's a really good one. He has a lot of those kind of metaphors, and he's very good at explaining things. So if you haven't checked out Coach Ray's classroom, something to do as a homework for anyone in the chat.
Yep. We're going to be picking his VIP team on. Let me find the schedule. Coach Ray, Thursday.
Oh.
Coach Ray's VIP team will be drafted on Thursday at 9 o'clock Central Time. If you want to be in Ray's team, you might get lucky. Here at 9 o'clock.
Mm.
Is this a head fake, Hoag? Or is that a reversal off at 20?
Well, both.
Noted.
Both. I think we're.
Yeah, let it play.
I think we're still in good. Still good. Just nice to see green.
It's a good color, for sure.
It is a good
All
color.
right. I'm going to go back to our sheet. Both have trades on. D is long RBOB at 22.0575. House count short NQ at 21.549.
There they are. Poppity pop. And now if we can hold.
There you
In
go.
the money. All right.
Here we go. Here we go.
Come on, come on. You can do it. Come on. Yeah. Set a pretty ambitious target here just in case they decide to run, because RBOB does that. Crude oil actually used to do this. It got really annoying when it stopped moving. So obviously Coach Hoop and I have been trading crude oil for a long time. He's been trading even longer than I have. But yeah, I'm coming up to like 19 years of trading in general. And yeah, crude oil used to be just popping by about 50, 60 ticks into the end of the day. And now we see a similar behavior, but it's only moved, it's pathetic, 20 points, 20 ticks. It's like, yay. However, our Bob nearly double that amount. So to me, it's a nicer product to trade. Like, there's nothing worse for me than when you're sitting in a trade just watching paint dry. Yeah, it's one of my triggers, actually. It's like you enter a trade, nothing happens. And then you're like, okay, maybe I got it wrong. Can I like redo the analysis? And then you try it the other way, and that doesn't work. And you're like, is this a range? And then you try that too, but you never get the edges of ranges. That's like the slow markets. And it is one of my triggers. So I'm very aware of not trading when the OVX, which is the crude oil volatility index, is below 35. So if we ever manage to hold a day above 35 OVX, that would be amazing. Otherwise, we stick off crude oil and only use it for confluence.
Hey guys, real quick, pinned to the top of the chat, we've got a question form. The legendary godfather of market profile, Jim Dalton, is going to be here on Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. If you have a question for Jim Dalton, grab that link, type in your question, and if it's a good one, we'll ask it. It's Jim Dalton.
Kind of funny.
Dalton's was one of the first webinars that I attended back in the day.
Oh yeah? How long ago was that? Was like when you first started?
Yeah, like probably 2014.
Mhm.
Long time ago.
Was talking to
Yeah.
him 2 or 3 days ago, and he says, I just got off the phone with Dr. Steenbarger. I understand he's going to be on next week too, or this week too. I said, yeah,
They should have come on
Yeah,
together,
they're
huh?
friends, aren't they?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah.
idea, JD. We should
Definitely.
do that. Have them come on
Should have a
together,
regular round table. Just let the two of them cook.
right?
Put you in the middle to moderate.
Just give them 2 hours. You and I go to the bar and watch.
I'm in. Yeah, we could sit down in series and watch on the TV.
See? We'll make it the pub for you.
So we do have a
Right.
question. Coach Robert picked this one out. Thought it might be relevant to what we're doing right now. Simon wants to know, how do you know your risk before placing your trades? Sometimes I hear Hoag ask, what is your risk? I don't even know how much it costs me to place a trade. I just enter or exit if a setup looks good. Very good question. What is your point of invalidation before getting into a trade? Is it visual? Is it technical? I think it's different for each trader setup. It's definitely a subjective question, but Deanna, you just sort of walked us through what you're looking at on that RBOB trade, how you set up
Yeah.
your entry, how
Yeah.
you set up your
For me,
risk.
it's the market structure. So level,
Mhm.
market structure, and where do we turn around if we turned around? Obviously, this was a bit of a front run of the trade just based on things that I've seen over the years. I call that the day range fill trade. So basically, you're expecting this to fill some of the range, and sometimes even all of it. Depends on whether you have the higher time frame on your side or not. But yeah, so you have to look at the market structure, and I don't know why anyone would be entering if you don't know the amount of money that you're risking. That would be very suspect to me. Like I couldn't trade like that.
Uh-huh. Like, where
It's
is the
true.
trade invalid?
Yeah.
Yeah, and how much are you risking on the trade?
Do you know how much you have in
Yeah.
your account? Like how much
Yeah.
you have available to risk? These are all valid
Yeah.
questions.
It's all just accountancy, really, accounting side of keeping the trade, the account alive. So I would definitely work on finding out how much you're risking and what. It's just my thought.
Keep yourself informed of what's happening in your own trading account.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
are sent a
Don't
statement
just click
or
buttons.
you have access to your dashboard that you can access at any time to see where you stand in your account. And yeah, you can't risk more than you have.
Yeah.
You couldn't a brokerage account, not a Topstep though.
JD, we're back to almost break even here.
How about that, Hoag? Is this the retest? Is that where we would have moved our stop? If we had moved our stop, we'd been ticked out.
No. Probably would have moved it to 565.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about that, but I'm going to move it there anyway.
Now, if I was in with more than one, I would have cut half at VWAP, but because I'm only in at one, I can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to let this play out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice looking trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's the trade this is the trade that I have the most edge on, sort of towards the end of the day. And then London is DAX, but obviously we don't have DAX yet. So London session and crude oil and RBOB, it's all a bit of a, guessing game because there's no structure to it. Like the moves tend to happen at random times of day. Sometimes Asia trends, sometimes nothing happens. And to me, it's a lot more difficult to read it. So usually I will give it a long time for London if I find a trade at all. And even then it's just like watching paint dry. So it's not the easiest thing to trade during London. But some people are trading NASDAQ because it's less crazy during London. So maybe that's something to look into. Or Dow. Dow has like 140 tick point move on
Hope
average
just added the
during
Dow.
London.
Hoag just added the Dow to his morning analysis on the opening call. If you
Oh, nice.
enjoy watching the Dow, jump in there. 7:20 a.m. Central Time, new start time for the opening call, and the Dow
We
will
have
be
3
talked about.
equities.
Yep, and we were taking Russell trades yesterday, so that's probably going to be on there also. And we'll have the whole basket of equities for you, folks.
Great.
Great.
So yeah, I've got my day back with this move.
Excellent
that
trade,
would
very
move. But it's technically a failed auction now. So if nothing dramatic happens, crude oil is just gone over its VWAP. So if it holds above that, then we have a very good chance of rotating all the way up, or at the very least, rotating up to about 74 in crude oil. And at that point, I will be considering an early exit because it gets a bit dangerous. But yeah, so far it's doing okay.
Nice.
No, I'm not going to touch it. Don't touch.
Let it go. Let it play.
Yeah, let it go. Let it go.
Let it cook.
Yeah, breathe.
Keep seeing some sellers come in and slap the NQ down 6-7 ticks at a time, and then it creeps back up and gets slapped down again.
Yeah, it does.
Do you think that's like passive buying or something? They try to sell it, and then somebody's like, no. Try to sell it. No.
Could go either way there, right?
Yeah. But it is distributing on the 30 minutes. Whether it holds on the structure, that is the real question here. If it turns around, it's got a long way to go.
Psycho says, Seiko in the chat says, I'm the one passively buying.
Well, stop it. I don't want to use the word because Deanna wants our Bob to go higher. So I can't say the name. But I'm thinking.
You can't. That's just for equities, right?
But it only works. All right, Jerome.
Doesn't work on crude oil.
Got it. Jerome.
Hey, Gigi's in the chat. Is that our Gigi from yesterday? Gigi joined us on Topstep TV yesterday.
I'm sorry I missed that. I'm going to have to watch that later.
Segment. There was Back to the Futures yesterday with Dolby and Anne-Marie. Great segment.
Gigi. There he is. Jerome. Let's see if Jerome works. I know some of you don't like when I say Jerome. Some of you do.
It is a love-hate kind of tug of war there for the Jerome.
Just hanging right at our entry now. I think we may be toast, JD.
Toast? Oh, we're toast.
I think we might be toast. Yeah.
Where's your stop on NQ?
565.
65.
Yeah, not sure that's going to survive.
We're right back at our entry price right now. It's basically a scratch right here.
It starts to creep up above 52. And then that would be
Look at
dangerous.
that. Look at that. Little flush there.
Yeah, supply in 15 minutes.
Toast.
Toast?
Jerome.
We're good.
Jerome. Toast.
We're still good.
Whatever works.
We're still good. Yeah. Still alive. Just a little scaredy move.
Alive.
Scare off all the weak shorts.
TDM trades in the chat. Just passed a pair of trading combines. Nice job, TDM. Nice. Get yourself paid.
You know. Lacey says hi.
What is up, Lacey?
Hello, Lacey. My 8 Muppets also say hi.
My rescue Lila is taking a nap right outside my door.
Nice.
She just kind of sits there and stares at me as I talk to a wall.
My cavalier likes to scratch the door, and he's so stubborn. Like, if you don't let him in, he will just keep banging at the door until you let him in. And he's deaf, so you can't even tell him off. He's just like,
no.
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. We're going to
Still in
push
it, Hoag.
past this VWAP. Bob, come on. Still in it? Still hanging on?
No. Jeez.
What's the time?
Flush. They flushed the
Just
NQ.
had a
and
good
then came
push,
right
and
back.
wow. Yeah. Maybe toast.
Mm. Each passing
There we
by, I
go.
like this less and less, Hoag. That's usually a good sign, isn't it?
What's that?
With each passing bar, I like the short less and less. But typically,
Yeah.
that's a good
That
sign,
can be
right?
a good thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, bear flag we got cooking here, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
We need this to close below 537, because that will mean the resolution of the distribution to the downside. If it doesn't happen, then we need to rethink that NQ short.
Toast.
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 We're
Jerome.
toast.
Jerome.
It's amazing how
Toast.
that works.
Yes, I Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. George says sometimes he'll take his VWAP off the chart if it's in the way.
That's the same George that says all roads lead to VWAP?
VWAP George. Yep.
The one and only.
Okay. So what happened?
If it's in the
He's
way, he'll just
divorcing
take it off
VWAP.
his chart. maybe it
Draw
lets it through. I
separation.
don't know.
We've got a decent little head and shoulders pattern playing out here
Yes,
on
we
a 3-minute
do.
chart in the NQ.
What I was looking at. Nice
Yep.
jab.
We just need something to push it down. Is that time of day as well when everything just grinds to a halt in equities?
We got 1 minute left here, guys. And we're pulling in Dolby and Fatima.
Nice.
He says sell another 50.
Sell another 50. Max it out. Here we go.
Full ports. Let's go.
Yes, Jay likes it.
That's still running. It's still running.
Toast.
Well,
See what
stick around,
74
Hoag.
does.
We're going to check in on this trade during Back to the Futures. But we are going to take a short break. Dolby and Fatima are coming in just a minute. So we're going to give them some time to get the next couple shots set up. Dee, thanks for joining us. Keep us posted in the chat how this RBOB trade turns out. Deanna's long RBOB, house account short the NQ. Both trades in the money at the time. Hoag, catch you in a little bit, my brother. We're going to take a short break right now. Back to the Futures is coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go. Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for Back to the Futures. We've got our fan favorite Fatima in the middle there, trading a pair of XFAs. Was up 11 grand going into today. Made money on both accounts overnight, locked them up, and now we're trading in a combine. Fatima, how are you? Oh, there's Dolby over there also. Can't forget about our boy Dolby time. Great to see you, Mr. Dolby. House account is short, but let's talk to Fatima about what she is seeing in the markets. How was it? How was it trading overnight? What were you looking at going into right after the reopen last night? You said you started trading. What were you seeing right after the reopen that got you in the market?
What was I seeing? There's the strong resistance area of 340. Well, it was 320s to 340s. I put 2 contracts at 320 for the down, and then let me see. Let me give you a precise time. So, sorry, 1 minute.
Take your time. We've got Hoag's charts up right now. You see we're targeting 05 and quarter and this house account short. House account is short at 21,549.25. We'll be monitoring that. Dolby does have the keys for the house account right now also, so we might be trading around this position also. See what happens.
Vroom, vroom.
Vroom, vroom. Here we go.
Yes, I entered at about, I think it was 518. It did go up for a while. I had my resistance area at 330, and then 558 happened, and there was a strong candle for the down about, let me see, about 50 points, and I caught all of that. And
ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, nice profit, and both those. Were you copying trades or trading those accounts independently? You copied them? Excellent.
No, I was doing, but it was different.
Oh, okay, gotcha. When I saw you shake your head, I thought you were answering that question. That's a good reason to lock up account, lock in some profits, and live to trade another day. You know, why give it back to the markets? We give too many donations to the markets.
Seriously.
Yep.
Although sometimes it is a robbery, JD. Sometimes it does feel like we're getting robbed.
No doubt about that. Starting to break through the neckline of this 3-minute head and shoulders on the NQ right now, where we dipped below it real quick. Maybe I should work on this.
One of the cleanest head and shoulders patterns I've ever seen. I think even I could draw that head and shoulders pattern.
Textbook, isn't it?
Really is. I think I saw a screenshot of that.
We're right on the neckline as we speak. We can get a nice little volume spike here and close below. That would be great validation.
Do you remember what the measured move is? Either Fatima or JD
is
for the head and shoulders pattern?
The measured move of a head and shoulders pattern is the distance from the peak to the neckline.
Okay.
Measured straight down from your breakout price of the neckline. So our target price for this head and shoulders would be 21,457.
Okay. 21,457? Oh, that's pretty deep.
Yep. Pretty deep.
Yeah. That's not where our target is. Our target is at 505s. Come and get us, Goldman.
Come and
get us. Fatima, I have a question for you. I think last time we spoke was several months ago. You had 3 different accounts, I believe, with 3 different risk parameters. Are you still kind of pursuing that? And how is that going?
I didn't really follow my rules for those accounts. So I had, like I told you, I think an account for 1K a day, and then another for about 2 to 3K, and then another risky account. But I would trade on the risky account first, and it would go pretty well. I would make a significant amount of money, and then I would be like, okay, I'm going to break my rules just like this one day and make it on the other accounts. But then I would lose. So it didn't go very well. I might go back to it, but for now, I'm just trying to Because I was saying last time, November, December were awful, and I just want to go like take it slowly. So I'm not really having any risky accounts. I'm still trying to hit my 1K a day. I did do that yesterday. I had 5 express accounts yesterday, and I lost a few because I didn't follow my 1K rule. I made over 1,500 on all of them, but I lost because I'm like, oh, this is so easy. I made it in 3 minutes. I can make another. Let me go to 2,000 and then I'll stop. And then, just the greed kicks in. So not proud of that, but I'm still aiming for the 1K. I did pass 2 combines today. And then for those, I'm going to try it again for those 2 combines tomorrow. And then I'm going to switch from NQ to ES for those accounts.
Oh, interesting. Specifically for the XFA?
Yeah, so I'm gonna so I guess I promised myself if I ever got 5 XFAs, I'll do 3 of them NQ, 2 of them ES, because I started with ES, and I guess it's where my biggest winning days were on ES, so I just want to go back, and it's slower, not as crazy as NQ, so I think the risk is less.
Do you trade more size in the ES than you would in the NQ? You trade different contract sizes or lot sizes, I should say. If
It's
you
about
trade
the
one in the
same.
NQ, about the same. Yeah.
About the same. So I would trade more size on the NQ, but like I told you last time, I've stopped that just to have better risk, and I like swore I would only do 2 contracts at most. And then when I hit 8K on every account, I could go up to 3 to 5. But yeah, I'm not going to do 10 or 15 anytime soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Really no reason to. Until you built that cushion, at least.
Let us know.
Yeah. Well, how are we feeling about the markets right now? You looking at the NQ at the moment? Are you seeing anything?
I entered at 541 for a long.
Okay.
If it goes below 5, if it goes, because that's where like my EMA was at. It hadn't broken my 100 EMA since. Let me see.
What kind of risk are you taking on that trade?
About 45 points. I'm just watching it for now. I just have 1 contract. I just wanted to I haven't traded much because I told you I traded mostly after hours. So I just wanted to get a feel. So I just did 1 contract, and then if it goes below 500, I will get out.
Sounds good. So Fatima currently long 1 at 21,541 with a stop below that big fat round number at 500.
Do you typically have stops that are that wide for your NQ trades?
Usually no, because usually I have more than I have like 2 contracts, so I have about 25 points, or I look at my charts and I see if I have any areas that look good or are risky. For now, I'm just doing it because I feel like if it breaks 500, there's a good chance it might also go break 100 points. So that's why I'm not risking it. But yeah.
Okay, nice. That's pretty. And this is a regular NQ contract, right? Or are you in micro?
Yeah.
Oh, I see D in the chat.
Sorry.
I see Deanna in the chat. She did cut that RBOB trade for a nice profit. So big shout out to D. She took that trade in the last
job. Coffee Buff, can you ask her, is she breaking all the rules to pass trading combines ASAP? Fatima, are you breaking your rules to pass trading combines quickly?
Well, my rules for the combines are different. I do go with the max, but I take only trades I'm 90% sure of. So, yeah. And I do get out immediately. So how I do my combines is I look at the money. I don't look at points. So I will enter with 5 contracts. if I'm below 500, I immediately stop. I immediately get out of the trade because usually when I'm 90% sure, I should lose about just 3 points at most. That's how I like want my perfect trades to be. So
I'm sure you have
yeah,
a good data set behind it. What happens when you apply that same strategy to an XFA or a live account? I assume that you've tried that.
Yeah, for sure. So when that happens for the Express account, for the live account or Express account, what happens is I don't get out of the trade. So I'm down 500. I'm like, it's okay, just another 500, then 1,000, and then I'm like, okay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I lose all my strategy. I just go on emotion, and I'm like just hoping, and I'm like praying. I start praying. I start doing all. I start panicking, and I'm like, I'm just gonna lose it, and I give up. I did a lot of that in November and December, but I've been getting better. Like I said, I did lose a few Express accounts yesterday, but I was proud of that because not proud that I lost them, but proud that I didn't lose them in one trade because that's what I was doing in November and December. So now I'm like getting out, trying to take better trades. So if I lost it, it's fine. At least I changed my strategy, and I'm not just holding one trade that's making me lose the whole account.
That's funny that you're so much more aggressive in cutting losers and trading combine, but in XFA you just let it loose. I think it would be the opposite for most traders. Yeah.
I think it's also because on my Express account or my funded accounts, I'm too nervous now. So I might not be taking the perfect trades. So I guess that's my logic. I'm just thinking during the combines, like I think this is a good trade. It's everything. With my strategy, it looks perfect. So I take it, and I'm like, okay, if it like doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And then if anything happens, I can just reset or wait until 30 days till the billing I get rebilled. But for the for the funded accounts, I overthink. First of all, I might enter earlier than I should have, and then I'm like, it's okay, I messed up. So I'm already talking to myself, saying, I did mess up, but it might fix. It might somehow work. And then I just start having more hope for some reason. I don't know.
Oh, interesting. How are you have a couple mentors? Are they still trading as well? I forget what their names are. You have two friends.
Kevin,
two
Russell,
male friends, I believe.
Amin.
Yeah, there we go.
They're still trading. Yeah, I usually when that happened in November, December, it was like really bad. I was so mad at myself, and they like talked to me, told me to take it slow. Kevin keeps telling me to switch to ES for now, which I'm gonna do.
How did you meet your trading mentors? Did you meet online or personal
So
relationships?
I met Kevin. We were in college together, and then we worked at and then he told me about futures, and then he added me to his Discord group.
Perfect.
And then he met Russell in a boba shop. So yeah,
As one does.
yes,
as one does.
And I think Kevin's amazing. He tries to help everyone as much as he can. He has he's the smartest guy I know. He has like a billion ideas. And then yeah, he basically added us to the Discord and we started trading. He showed us his strategy, and then Russell formulated his own strategy, and then I also kind of did that, but yeah.
So it looks like the house account is flat.
House account is now flat, yeah. Ended up scratching that trade.
We'll scratch a room. Okay. Fatima, we are back in the money for your NQ long.
We sure are.
How do you feel about it up here?
Pretty good. I think if it goes over 65, I might add 2 more contracts.
Okay.
And then my take profit would be at 600.
Okay. Well, Well, maybe if we can get back down to like 525, we can hop in with a long. JD, would you buy 2 contracts up here? Might be a little pricey.
We could be megaphoning a little bit too here in the short term.
I could see that.
We had that failed pattern to the downside. No follow through. We could retest that neckline one more time before ripping.
Yeah, let me get my megaphone.
I think
emoji
535. A good
There's a
entry
couple
for
different scenarios here.
535 for a pullback? Yeah.
535 and maybe long on the house account 1. That's what I would do.
Like
I think it's a decent target. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. We will work a bid. Come and get us.
Working the bid. Here we go. No Dorito, no trade, says Ace.
No Dorito, no trades. Yes, the old. This is the inverted Dorito. This is the megaphone pattern. Dorito is the other way. Well, I have an emoji for that too. See, this is the Dorito, which is lower highs, higher lows. Megaphone is lower lows, higher highs.
We could call it the play button for you too if you're just not feeling hungry at the moment.
Yeah, right. What's your upside target here for this trade, Timo?
All the way back to 600, right?
600.
600. Oh, that's a hell of a hold time. Most of your hold times that long?
It depends on the trade, honestly. Some I have. I did take a trade, I think an hour ago, a quick scalp, but that turned into like a 20-minute trade because it went down and I thought it would make a new high. It did after 20 minutes, so I kept holding. But it's usually, if I had an average, it would be maybe 20 to 30 minutes. I've held like
Okay.
sometimes for 3 hours, sometimes for 4. So I guess it depends on the trade.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, holding trades can be a big, can be very tricky. Can be very, very tricky. Because you hold it too long, it becomes a weakness. Because then you end up giving up a lot of profits. You don't hold it long enough, then that can mess up kind of your risk-reward ratio. Because if you're risking 50 points and then get impatient and only take profits at 25, then you've inverted your risk-reward. So it's all like a big balancing act. I really hope you can hit your 600s. I'm a huge fan of long hold times. Much prefer having the market do all the hard work of going up and down.
Yeah, absolutely.
We could get long.
Like,
wish we could have gotten one.
Nice, another little rip here.
Yeah, it's doing well. Doing very well. Has your strategy changed at all, Fatima, from the last time we talked to you, or are you still kind of running the same system? A lot of people in chat always want to know what kind of system our guests are running for their trades.
Excellent question, yeah.
So for a time, I was just looking at the charts without any indicators, just looking at volume, looking at different, how the charts are, so I've been doing this for, I think, 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of screen time, I felt like I knew where it was going. I would look at the wicks, the chart, like the lower lows, higher lows, whatever. So I would just look at that and not look at my charts at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's why I lost a lot during that time. But for now, I'm back to my old strategy. I'm adding, what's it called? Fair value gaps. I haven't done it as much because yesterday I got my profit in the beginning. I took a short. It was good. Saw that it was a trend day. I finally was in profit on a trend day. So yeah, and then today, after how it closed yesterday, I thought it would be an up day. So I've been trying to long it since the open, since it hit 180. So yeah.
Okay.
And I've stopped holding for too long because I was never holding my winners for a long time, but I would always hold my losers. So I also changed that, or I'm trying to still change it.
Mm-hmm.
L can lots.
All right.
Let's a lot of Okay, your message retracted. I was like, dude, what the hell are you saying?
I was just about to read it too. I was looking at it
Something-
and it disappeared after I read the first word.
Something about babies being abandoned. I'm like, what? What is going on in chat?
It's a chart pattern. The abandoned baby. We were talking about. Hoag was talking about it. Yeah.
Is it actually the abandoned baby chart pattern? Fatima, have you ever heard the abandoned baby chart pattern?
Nope.
It's an island top, is what it is.
Dead cat bounces, abandoned babies. What other what other trading related things are there?
Yeah, Hungus. Hungus. I think Hungus is coming up with a meme right now. Hungus is coming up with a meme of which chart pattern name is more offensive: the dead cat bounce or the abandoned baby.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. Sorry, Fatima, you long 3 now?
I just added 1.
Okay, so 2 all day.
Adding 2 longs.
Okay. What's your average?
550, which is a little more than I wanted, but it's fine.
Yep.
Perfect. So I just want to mark it on my chart so we can live vicariously
It
through your
goes
trade
below.
here. Right.
Yeah.
What's your stop
I
at?
think if it goes by 34, I'll get out.
34 CYA 34. 20 points of heat. You can handle that, Dolby.
Yeah, that's great. Wait, you want to get on house for a 30 points worth of risk, JD?
What was you said CYA 34, correct?
33-ish, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we can get in this with less than 20 points of risk, it would be a good cheap long opportunity for the house account to get on Fatima's trade.
It's funny. You just said 20 points, and I was like, what if we draw 20 points from 510, and then it gets up to 530? Then I'm like, oh, we're just gonna buy Fatima's stop. That's not cool. I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Yeah, I mean, ideally, JD, if we could get a trade where the stop could be outside of like 513s, I think that would be ideal for a long. It's a little bit nerve wracking taking a long here with still having your stop, at least for us, having it within the range, I would say.
Yeah.
It's been a very good range. Just like 30-minute range has been very tight. Where are my hotkeys at?
Still drifting higher. Tick by tick by tick.
Yep. No news, no reason to short. My opinion. There we go. There we go.
Still going. I think you're going to get your 600s, Fatima.
Someone in chat was saying 900s.
900s?
So.
Today?
Whew.
On the
Yeah,
close?
they said 21,900. That'd be, hey, I hope you're long. If you're calling, adding another, okay, what's your new average?
Here we go. Here we
Just
go.
for the fun of it, we're on Topstep TV. Why not? 54.
What's our gap fill? Yeah, our gap fill will be around 845 from yesterday. 844. Everybody get on this ripper.
Everyone hop in. Everybody hop in. Yeah. I mean, we got to get up there, right? It's only a matter of time.
Never get a pullback. I saw this comment come through the chat, and it's fewer true words have ever been uttered about trading. It never pulls back when you want to get in, but it always pulls back when you're already in.
Oh yeah, I think that
Mhm.
makes perfect sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, guys. While we are in this trade, I'm going to ask you all once again to submit your questions for Jim Dalton. The question form is pinned in the chat right now. Jim Dalton, godfather of market profile. He's going to be here Thursday at 11 a.m. Central Time. We are collecting questions. If you have a question for Mr. Dalton, grab that form that's pinned in the chat. And we are going to vet the questions a little bit. But we'll do our best to answer in one way or another everyone's questions and concerns. So get your questions in there. People will see them. We'll do our best to get to it.
Powerful week on Topstep TV.
Man, where else do you get this kind of tradertainment for free? Absolutely free.
Oh, Fatima, your position is doing wonderfully right now.
Excellent. That was an excellent buy.
Yeah.
Are you going to add 47 more contracts to get up to that 50 level? That's the real question.
If only Topstep allowed me to.
No, this is a
I
great
actually,
trade. So when you're
sorry, my exit might be sooner because I'm just trying to make a certain amount.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think I might get out at about 580.
Keeping an eye on that
what to ask you,
consistency
yeah.
rule. The consistency target. Always keep your eye on that, folks.
Yep. Because what size? Someone actually in chat was asking this. So, what size trading combine are you in right now?
Right now I'm just doing. I usually do 150Ks, but I'm doing 50Ks. This is a 50K one. I'm starting to do more 50Ks because I think that will help my discipline more. Because with the 150Ks, that's where I used to break a lot of my rules. Because I'm like 1K. I start thinking, I'm like, oh, like this is simple. I can do more than 1K, and then I would need to lose about 5,500 to lose the account. So now with the 50K, I'm more aware of the risks. So when I do 1K, I'm like, that's it. Because NQ, I can just lose 3K in a second. So
it is. It's a lot of.
That's helping.
Yeah, it's a lot of rope on a 150K account. You can get yourself in some pretty tricky situations. I always preferred the smaller accounts. I think they do. I think for newer traders or for traders who are working on discipline, it helps set you up for success more, just because your risk is a little bit more finite, and it's easier to come back from those days. Like if you're trading Nasdaq and your daily loss limit is $500, a personal daily loss limit, is way easier to go back in and sort of like fix that, or even like $1,000, right? Say like you have good enough discipline to not hit the daily loss limit, and you can still take your account to $990 on a down day. I feel like that's easier to recover from than say like 2,900 in a 150K account. But some people like that size. They want the extra bandwidth to make those trades. I just never a fan. Never a fan. So profit target is 580s, right? You're
getting closer. We're right there.
To getting that. Oh yeah, this is looking great.
Yep.
Actually, wonder, chat, do you prefer 50K, 100K, or 150K account? Let us know in chat. I'm kind of curious to see. 100K, I think, is like the hipster account. Almost no one trades that one. The first two responses were 100K. Okay.
300K, 250K, 0K. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good answers.
What do I know? Funny. So, Fatima, when you're in multiple contracts like this, are you typically doing like all in, all out, or do you like peeling trades off?
If it was a funded, I would peel maybe like one off. I wouldn't take it all. Yeah. Because I actually think it's gonna go. If I wasn't looking at the money, or trying to hit the consistency, I would probably keep this trade
A
on
runner.
until 6. So my target profit would have changed.
Yeah. Oh, actually, okay. I have a question now. Do you think it's easier to trade with a consistency target in mind because it forces you to take profit at a specific level versus an
Question.
XFA in which you don't have a profit objective?
So I think it's harder if I have a.
Do you think it's easier to use the consistency target for locking in profits? Does the consistency target? Well, obviously it does because we're watching it in real time. I think you're filled on your 80s, so you've locked in your profit. You have now locked in your profit. You put that offer in. You were looking for a bigger move, but you locked in that profit because of the consistency target. Do you think that's helping you or hurting you?
Oh, that's absolutely helping me. I would have probably been. I would have had a live account, or got my live account back by now if I did do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So
right
ripping.
now I would say it's gonna go to 600, and then like I told you right now, I think it's gonna go to 612, and if it doesn't go to 612, what I would usually do with how I was trading before, I would hold it until I lost everything. Even though I was in profit, maybe I was gonna be in profit maybe 2 to 3K. I would have hold if it went down back to, let's say 500. I would have kept holding it.
Interesting.
So that was like one of my biggest flaws. So yeah.
We've actually got a story about that.
I'm also like more successful with my combines because of this. Because like I get out where I have to.
Yep.
Interesting. It's pretty interesting.
Dolby, have you seen the latest update from the risk team on our live funded traders? We've
On
got a
all of
trader.
them? I mean, I don't
Today's
know.
standouts, the one that Brett shares in our Slack channel.
Oh,
We
yeah,
had
yeah.
a trader, a famous trader whose name, if I said it, you would all know it. Take a $22,000 swing in the markets today, up going into the open. Pre 8:30 Central Time opening bell, this trader was up $18,880.
Okay.
Ended up the day hitting the daily loss limit, down $3,100 on the day. In the live account. Is that brutal or what?
That makes me queasy.
It makes
You need to do a trigger warning next time, JD. That
it
makes
makes
me
my
queasy.
stomach turn when I think about
Oh,
losing
man.
$23,000. What would you do? Answer in the chat. What would you do right now with $23,000 in your pocket? What would you do?
Probably buy. I think I would buy 1,000 more cats, and then I would sell the ones that weren't like Gus. I think that's what I would do.
Where do you find
And then I'd be
$23 cats in the city of Chicago?
They're everywhere.
Second
You just got to go to
question.
the alley and you bribe them. It's one of my favorite jokes. Is like it's like an Alex Jones meme or something, and it's like the government doesn't want you to know this, but all the ducks at the park are free. I have 500 ducks at home. That's how I feel about cats in the alley. It's like these are just free
Cats
cats.
are
I'll just
free.
take all of them and just take care of all the cats with $23,000.
Why not?
Why not?
The king of cats for a day. The cat king for a day.
Ah, yes, that's right. I have another cat story. Another time though. To customers, well, not customers, community service for what ended up being a cat lady. It was a lot of cats in one house. It was absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So this megaphone pattern, JD, we allow like any shorts up here, Fatima? You just got out of a trade, so I mean, how quickly does your mind want to get back into the markets after a winter like that?
Oh, I should have traded on my funded account. I'm so stupid. Oh, it's fine. I believe. No, I think it's going to go higher, so I wouldn't short.
Yeah.
But if you see a short, you should.
I don't.
If
I
you
have
see a
rules.
short, you should take it.
I mean, listen. If you want to, we're talking about that megaphone pattern, right? So I mean, there is a case for shorts. I don't know if it's right here, right now, but there's always a case for either side of the market, and often it is good to make both cases before you hop into a trade. And it also is
you stare at a chart long enough,
high
you'll
end
be
of
able to stare at a chart long enough, you'll be able to talk yourself into either side of the market.
I mean, we're top of a 30-minute range high. You know, we have a megaphone thing going on, so cheap shorts could be on the table for somebody somewhere out there. Market Soccer D. I'm halfway to being a crazy dog lady. That's the thing. If you have too many dogs, no one calls you a crazy dog person. You have too many cats, you're a crazy cat person. So clearly,
what's too many
owners
cats?
are way more sane. Too many
more
cats?
Than two?
I would
Is more than two too many? How many
I'd
do you
say
have right now?
3. Currently 2. I would say 4 or more. Things start to get a little bit ridiculous. I've lived with 3 cats and it was fine. 3 cats, 2 dogs, kind of like a farm, but it was doable. 4 or more? Yeah, chat. How many cats is too many cats? And the answer can't be 1, because then I'll time you out for the next 20 minutes, or 0.
I was going to say 1.
1 cat is too many cats? I don't know about that.
Hey, Fatima, what was your P&L after that trade that you just got out of?
1526.
Plus 1526.
Yeah.
Right there for the consistency target on a 50K combine.
Yep.
If you missed it from the beginning of the segment, Timo was up in both of our XFAs this morning, locked them out, reopened them at 10 o'clock, didn't take trades, locking in those profits for the day. And now we're just here passing combines. Passed 2 more combines today, so being 4 XFAs tomorrow. And halfway to another one on this segment.
Yep.
Hey, green is good.
Green is good.
Is good.
Coming up, knocking on the ceiling of new highs, 21,600, big fat round number. There is some liquidity there. Looking at about an 80 lot. Let's see what happens.
JD, what is 1 cat worth in Cicero?
I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. I'm actually allergic to cats. I won't be around them.
That's too funny. Who's buy it?
I say buy 10
right
contracts
now?
for the house account.
Okay.
Profit at
So
612, and then let's see. Yeah,
Just
it
wicked
hit
above
612.
that. Just wicked above the megaphone pattern that someone in the chat said isn't a megaphone pattern.
Yeah, it got mighty close.
I drew it in
Big
too.
reversal.
If you look at my charts, it's perfectly clear.
Oh yeah,
wicked above it and came right back through. We'll see where this candle closes. That's a 5-minute chart.
We'll see if we can bid. We'll bid 595s on a pullback
To get long?
Yeah,
obviously.
And 590s. Yep. We'll see.
All right. While we are waiting for this little pullback for the house account to get long in the NQ, we've got Eddie waiting in the back,
guys? What's
ready
up,
to
girls?
come in.
What's up, folks?
Eddie,
Yes, we're going to see
how
if
many
we
jabs
can.
we got today? How many jabs?
We've got a
2
few
jabs,
here.
3 jabs. Let's do it.
Jab. Let's take a look and see what top step traders who are making these jabs count. Hayden Blaylock up 450 on my Express account, 2,000 on my practice for today. Good stuff. All right, 450. Good day. Abby's 150K pass. Thanks to Coda. Boring trades. Past 3 combines this morning on this volatility. It was early. Way to go, boring trades. James Hansen. I might be done after this last trade. 638 on the day. That is a great day. I hope that you sort of locked it in. Shub, our good friend Shub here, reached my target, worked exactly as per my plan. Thank you all. Jab, jab, jab. Carl Grants, past two combines, up day one, 1,500, then down 1,480 before the open, and finally up 1,500, 2,980 from low to 1,500 target. Good job, Carl. Way to jab away here on that one. And Michael Juarez, passed another combine. Thank you, Gold. Edward Staniforth. Started my XFA today, locked in 220. Felt like I was leaving some on the table at the time, but happy I did now. There you go. And RC. I'm happy being a better IP trader already. Imagine winning a V2. Happy I am up 7,000 with my NQ trades today. That was a big day for RC. Good job, folks. All right. Let us kick it into on this day. So let's hit our
What happened? What happened on this day?
Magical flea market gong. And we're going to be going back into time.
Oh.
Now, this day was a sad day, and we experienced this on the trading floor. On this day, January 28th, 1986, approximately 10:38 a.m. Central Time, January 28th, 1986, Space Shuttle Challenger lifts off for Cape Canaveral, Florida. Christy McAuliffe is on her way to becoming the first ordinary U.S. citizen to travel into space. McAuliffe, a 37-year-old high school social studies teacher from New Hampshire, won a competition that earned her a place among the 7-member crew of the Challenger. She underwent months of shuttle training. Beginning January 23rd, was forced to wait 6 long days as the countdown was repeatedly delayed because of weather and technical problems. Finally, on January 28th, the shuttle lifted off. 73 seconds later, hundreds on the ground, including Krista's family, stared in disbelief as the shuttle broke up into a forking plume of smoke and fire. Millions watched the tragedy unfold. There were no survivors. The crew, Francis Dick Scobie, Michael Smith, Judith Redzik, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, and Christy McAuliffe. In response to Covey, Scobie, the last words that were heard were, "Roger, go at throttle up." This was the last communication at the Challenger. And yes, we sort of were all gathering around the TV in the lounges on the trading floor, watching the disaster repeatedly happen. So the disaster was piped in on the CME trading floor. And that's what I have. And back to you, JD.
Man, I think I was in 2nd or 3rd grade when that happened. And I remember sitting at my desk at school. They pulled the TV into the classroom and we all watched it live. And yeah, that was one of those things you never forget. That's for sure. Sad day. Thank you, Eddie. All right. Dolby, we didn't catch any trades on the long side there, did we? House count is flat. Okay.
No pullback attitude in NQ right now. It is mooning.
Here we go.
We got Nvidia up a bunch. Nvidia's up 7-8%. Reddit's up 6.5%. Apple's up 4%. Meta's up 3%. So tech is on the up and up. Tesla is actually about break even.
Russell making a very nice move to the top side.
Someone in chat did bet that guy $500 if we got to 21,000. Was it 900?
900. You want to see that gap fill from yesterday? Gap fill on tap. All right, guys, we got 1 minute left. We're going to pull Hogan here for the afternoon recap. Fatima, wonderful to have you back on.
Thank you.
Past 2 trading combines today. Halfway to another one. Up money in 2 XFAs today. Big day for Fatima. Excellent. Wonderful trading. Thanks for sharing your wisdom, your knowledge with us, your trading experience. Always appreciated. Dolby time. We'll catch a trade maybe in Power Hour.
Most certainly.
We'll be waiting to see. All right, folks. Hoax coming on for the afternoon recap. We're going to take a real short break, 1 minute, and we will be right back. Thanks for joining us. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Hey, welcome to the afternoon recap. We didn't have a morning recap. It's getting ready for that session with Dr. Steenbarger and Anne Marie. Always great to see Anne Marie, and what it's always a treat to have Dr. Steenbarger with us. I hope you all enjoyed it and got something out of it, of course. All right. What did we do here? Well, the house count this morning, we had a long first thing. Relatively early, 21,187. We were looking at a pretty substantial 40 points of risk. Let's go into a 5-minute chart on this. Okay, so 187. I didn't have the chance to put too much on here. So 187, 187, 187, right there. Right there. And we just got out of it early because something happened and we didn't like it. Got out of 175.75. Right there. Right there. If we would have just held on to that, we would really be sitting in a nice position now if we could have held on to it the whole way. That's all right. Our experts, Dakota and Nick for a tick, ended up, I think, having good days today, so that's good. It wasn't until much later on we looked at a potential for a long 579.75. That turned out to be a loss, 575.75. We took a loss on that. We looked for a short right about here. We actually had some pretty decent profit in that short, but as we kind of suspected early, we kind of bought the high there. We didn't hold on to it. We didn't have enough risk on it. The market kind of took us, would have taken our stop. It always seems you're better off getting in where you would have put your stop. We were just kind of hanging, looking for trades at that time. Probably wasn't a trade I would have been actively seeking, but and so then we took basically a scratch on that short. So it wasn't very active today in the house account. We've got Power Hour coming up here. Maybe we'll see what we can find there. But when the market doesn't have any new news, when the equities took a big hit yesterday, and that big hit has now been absorbed, traders have very short memories. Oh, one more thing I wanted to show you on the NASDAQ. This is the IB high, 21,481.75. 481 in the orders. Once we left that, we never came back to it. And that was a decent trade for continuation. It happened at 11:05. We were in the session with Brett Steenbarger, so we weren't looking for trades at that time, but this would have been a tasty one for us to take a look at because let's see how the 30-minute bar closed above that. Boy, once it closed above there, it never came back to it. This would have probably cost us in trade location if we were going to be demanding that we had, some sort of confirmation that we were going to be leaving the IB behind below. But if we would have taken that trade right as it broke out to the upside, maybe we could have, depending on what the S&Ps were doing, we again would be sitting in a really nice position. These initial balance highs and lows can be really, really important. And take a look here. The initial balance high in the S&Ps, at first we had a failed upside auction, then another sort of failed upside auction. Well, once we took that out, now it looks like we may be able to close the gap, which will close the gap from the island top here. A lot of people talking about the other name for that. I much prefer the island top. Lacey says, hello, everyone. And so we get up to 61.09. That's going to close that gap. That's going to take a lot of the power away from this reversal pattern. Doesn't mean that the market is just going to continue to move higher. There's a lot of information coming out the rest of the week. I know you guys have heard a million times. Tomorrow's FOMC, Thursday's GDP, Friday's PCE. We did take a look, take out some of the weaker structure down below here yesterday. Naked point of control we took out today on the way up. Where are we going? Take a look at crude oil. So, everybody I think is wary of crude. The current regime is very energy friendly. We're looking for continuation of the downside. We didn't see that necessarily today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So the drop yesterday closed us below weekly kickoff low. Overnight inventory brought us back to settlement during the regular trading hour session today. Once we got back into settlement, back into value, the inability of this market to trade to the low value from yesterday was a kind of a good signal. We had Deanna come on, and she took a long, and RBOB, really nice long. That was a really nice trade. Good, nice to see for D. Absolutely. For all intents and purposes, the market closed. Are we going to be bringing value higher is the question. Always be thinking value when we're looking at profiles, when you're looking at market generated information. Here is value overlapping to higher. Weekly kickoff level, somewhat choppy around it, resistant, supportive, resistant, back to it. Is it going to be supportive? Very little activity, none, as a matter of fact, above the initial balance high. Initial balance low. This is what chops me up. This is what really grinds my gears, is when the market tries to extend and accept below the initial balance low or high, but when it becomes magnetic and the market goes below and above and below and above. How many bars did that happen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Finally, 7th time when D got long is finally when this market decided to pick a direction. This chops me up, grinds my gears, and I don't like when that happens. So I try not to get involved unless there's some sort of decision. Great trade by D this afternoon. And we are in the process, at least in gold as well, of closing out the gap that created the island top. We can just get there. I'm looking at this as kind of an extended regular trading hour session. Doesn't look like we're going to get to it today, but if we can tomorrow get up there and take out that high 27.75.70, that's going to close the gap to the island top and take a lot of that reversal pattern away from it. So great stuff today. Looking for trades in the house account didn't pay off too much, but well, that's all right. We got tomorrow, we got Thursday, we got Friday, we got next week. These markets are opportunity creating machines. So that's going to take care of our afternoon recap. Again, hopefully you're trading well today. Stay humble, creative, grateful, centered, all of those things. We'll be right back. We've got Andre, myself, and Britt. Britt is joining us for Power Hour. He's been trading with Topstep for 11 months. He's working in a trading combine right now where he's maintained a 69% winning day percentage. Not bad, Britt. We'll look forward to seeing Britt and all of you in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Lots more to come on Topstep TV. See you in a minute.
Oh boy, yes, we are back. This is Power Hour. We got Britt B in the house, our first Topstep VIP alumni. I'm back on Topstep TV. We got Hoagland in the house, Dolby time as well. It feels good to be back. Let's get right into it. Last trade in the ES, we did take a peek above 6,100. Last trade at 60.99 half. Britt B, how we feeling today? Welcome back.
Hey, thanks, man. Feeling great. Had a good morning and kind of got myself over to the Topstep community, and now I'm just kind of trading micros, having a little bit of fun and trying to catch some of the moves.
Love to hear it.
Nice.
All right. Hoag, I guess Dolby time. Should we tell them what we were talking about in the green room really quick? Perhaps.
About
credentialed press members.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, the White House says that if you are a legitimate content creator on TikTok, YouTube, or wherever, they want us to get press credentials. So I think we're going to try to send Andre, maybe James, down to the White House to maybe ask a couple questions. What would you ask them, Andre? What would be your first question that you would ask?
Ooh, good question. What would I ask the White House in the first press conference? I guess thoughts on crypto. Probably something pretty boring. Thoughts on crypto, strategy behind that, or maybe drill, things like that. Nothing too crazy, just so they invite us back. I'd like to get the invite back. So yeah, how about you, Dolby time? I
wasn't invited. I don't know. You're going. I'm not going.
Well, here we go. James said, Michael Patak's favorite question, once upon a time, what's the worst thing you've ever done? I don't think we'll ever. Won't ask that. Oh yeah, how did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you? Anyways, all right, let's get into it. All right, Britt B, what's your read on the markets right now? Trading around the highs in the S&Ps, NASDAQ, and I guess the Dow a little bit as well. So what are you thinking here?
Yeah, well, I think you got to look for that opportunity to buy. You know, we're holding up pretty well, and if you've been on the short side, you've only had a couple opportunities to really make some money today. The market itself, as I look at it, I've got kind of a different program from the standpoint that, you know, and Andre, most of the time, the last couple of times I've been on, we tell war stories. So I'll kind of talk a little bit about my trading viewpoint and what I do. My trading style is really pretty simple. I've got a swing trading method that I use, and I'm an anchor VWAP guy, but I also trade the 9 and the 32 and the 120 EMAs. So I do a lot of handoffs with my anchor VWAPs, and then I have a program that I run that looks at 12,000 data points. I got really fascinated in how the algos work. And so what that program does is it looks back over the last 15 days, and it's pinpointing the timing of the algos that pop on. So for an example, there was a couple months back, there seemed to be an algo that popped on with 10 minutes left of the hour into 10 minutes on the front end of the hour. Okay. And so that program was picking that thing off. It was really interesting. And I also use the market profile aspect when I look at each time segment. So I trade on a 1 minute the majority of the time, and I'm using that market profile on the 15, the 5, and the 65 minute, as well as the 30. So it kind of gives me an idea of where those pockets are and where that support should be. And of course, where is the point of control from that aspect. I use Fibonacci numbers as well. But I'd say the biggest thing for me was in even making the transition over to the screen is really trying to pinpoint my trade. So a bad day was only a couple of $100 and quit swinging for the fences. And so when I kind of got the mindset of let's just hit base hits, and then when the right swing trade opportunity comes, then I jump on it. But, you know, if the 9's above the 32, I'm looking to either buy the 9, or if it starts to look like it might break the 9, I'll look for the 32. As I said, my trading style is very simple. I like a rush into the 32, and if I don't get the rush and it kind of slowly goes after that 32, then I'm not a buyer there, if that makes sense. Because when I typically get that rush into the 32, I get an immediate response, and what I don't want is a move to the 32 or the move to the 9 and not have the follow through that I'm looking for. And I've just kind of learned eliminate the trade, whether I make a little or a lot, or lose a little, I'm out. And what it did for me risk managing wise was tremendous from that opportunity. So I kind of pick spots. My program, like I said, if you end up showing here on the screen, it is actually pinpointing out, and let me kind of move out. You can see these time frames that are out here. And basically, the blue is a sell program, and the white is a buy program.
Okay.
And what I typically do, very rarely do I take a trade against the trend, and it will rate that program. Once that first bar hits, it will tell me a 1 is a light selling program that should come in. It's not one that typically breaks structure or breaks a swing low versus or a swing high, and versus a 2 on a sell program is not a whole lot of volume, but we should see a little bit of selling. And then when I see those 4s and 5s, then I know that structure should be broken. That's kind of, we should see some good volume come in, and I can trade off of that. So if it's trending up and I see a strong sell program come in, then I start pulling up that Fibonacci, looking for what are those retracement zones if I'm bullish, if that makes sense.
It does. So what are you seeing right now? Because we are trending up today, I would say. And if we do see a little bit of selling, how deep would the pullback need to be to get in? I do see Mohammed got in from 21,595, I believe. So I think we're trending up. Dolby, would you agree? And Hoag as well.
Trending up? Oh, yeah.
Trending up, yeah. On the 5 minute.
I was looking at this 21,583 level. It's sort of just a retest of kind of that consolidation that we had. So we had a 30-minute consolidation. And then, here, let me draw it out, rid of all this other stuff.
Okay.
So it's just like right there. 30-minute consolidation was this kind of block. And then we came back, tested the high of that, and then bounced from there. So I would be bullish. Obviously, there's no news. So my rule is no news in indices. Just look to buy. Look to buy pullbacks.
Yeah. So, and guys, I pulled up the Fibonacci, and that number that you just called out at 583.50 is a 38% retracement level of this recent run up. So that's a great little pocket of congestion there. And I'm looking for that 9 to get over the 32, and then I'll start looking at buying opportunities. We are coming into a sell program, which I'm hoping gives us an opportunity to get prices a little bit lower. But we do sometimes get these what we call reverse polarity trades, and it will tell me when that comes. You'll see, you can kind of see on the left side of my screen right over here is reverse polarity, meaning I have a sell signal coming in. However, it's telling me to be very cautious with it, because it's a light selling program. And if we get above that high on that start bar, that typically it's going to be the opposite. They're going to run it up against that particular move. So right here, right now at 14.17, I'm waiting to see what this thing comes out. And hopefully we get a little bit of a pullback and we can get long for a new high would be the way I would treat that. Also, if you guys don't mind, there was a guy named Simon that had asked the question earlier about how do you know what your risk is when you enter the trade, and of course, Dia had said structure is a big part of it, and it is. And what I did when I heard that, I started using a long time ago, I was gaps in the right place, is I took a Fibonacci tool, and then what I did was I went 0 to plus 50 to plus 100, and then what I did is I stretched that out, and so that plus 50 would be 10 points lower if I was long, and I could see where my stop would ultimately be for that particular trade. So I can lay it over at 0 where I want to get in, and then I look at the structure and say to myself, hey, is this a stop that is liable to get hit? If it is, where do I need to be a buyer, if that makes sense? And that helped me out, and I think hopefully maybe that'll help Simon out. But you can restructure those Fibonacci bars. Just a thought.
I like it. All right. Right now, we just put a new high in the ES 6104 in the orders. See if the NASDAQ wants to follow suit as well. About 6 points off the highs there. Hoag, how are you reading this action in Power Hour? What do you think? Pull back, get long? How do we see it?
I mean, with my focus on the S&Ps,
okay,
I'm looking for it to just get to that 6109 to close that gap.
6109.
And that lets us limit risk. We started trying to buy it in the shoulder tap segment, and we just bought the high, got stopped out, tried a short, got stopped out at break even on that. I mean, obviously the trend is to the upside. I'm looking for something to the upside, but it's hard to buy it up here, which means it's the right thing to do, probably.
Pretty much.
Okay. Long
Dolby
50
time.
heard.
Yep, 50 lot.
What?
Yeah, we're trading the ES.
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
All right, just making some
Listen,
highs.
NQ is making a lot more progress towards filling the gap than NQ is, at least for now. I mean, and ES is already kind of at that lower gap area, trying to get into the gap, whereas NQ is still a ways away, probably close to
Don't
100
have any kind of squeeze.
60 points away.
Delta's congruent with direction. It's 5,200, almost 5,300 positive in the S&Ps. 6,200 positive in the NASDAQ. So there's nothing in there that says we've got a bunch of traders stuck. It's just buying coming in.
Yep.
Would you want to buy 6,100 Hoag on a pullback?
Yeah, I mean, where does that put our risk? Let's look shorter time frame here in the S&P.
Question.
6,100. Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna be looking for longs, and you'd like it to hold this swing low. Now, Britt, maybe there's something that lines up with your fibs on this level. I mean, kind of looking at 98.
Yeah, let me look over.
Which is it's a very cheap trade, but
98s
might be where we'd want to get in. But here we are. We're just putting in new highs, grinding higher, delta positive, congruent with direction.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at it, we had a nice little pullback to 23%. And so I'm looking, do we actually gain some momentum here where the buyers really truly say, hey, we're going up much higher? And that's why I like that 38 or that golden area of 61, 50 to 62%, because when you get that, it's usually they've stopped some people out, and then we get that momentum coming into new highs. But right now it's long and strong.
Yes, it is. 6,100 is Dolby.
What we
Keep
don't
an
want
eye
to do
on
is
that.
we don't want to do is get long and be that liquidity that everybody gets flushed out on.
Right, exactly. So I don't like that wick that we had, and I want to see us break through it with authority. Otherwise, I start eyeballing that wick and say to myself, hey, you know what? I actually have a better risk reward selling it and then just buying a new high if that's the case, if they can't get through it.
And I don't know how many times I've been run over by just selling the new high just because it's a new high.
I was telling my brother, I've got my brother trading now and working on the Topstep stuff, coming over to Topstep, and he's always like trying to sell a new high, and I'm like, well, you can do that, but you're going to be the guy making a new high in a minute,
pushing it higher.
Yep, that's the way it is. It's hard not to do it.
We'll keep an eye on.
I'm just kind of waiting for this buy program to come in, seeing if the sellers. This program would have sellers short in the NASDAQ right at 616.50. And so at 1424, the buy program kicks in. What I really like to see is the reverse on that first candle, then the buyers to come in and support that with the program on the second program to push us into the new highs. And I've got a little bit of space here. I've got about 8 bars before a new selling program would kick in. Right now it's a 2, so it's a minor sell program. But you can see, as much as everybody wants to go up, there's something that's kind of holding us right here, and the sellers aren't losing any money.
Can't go higher than the highs. Yes, Coach Jay. Indeed, that's a famous last words. Try to short these highs.
That's right.
S&P's just put in some new highs. 61.05. NASDAQ trailing a little bit. Dow as well. And after the bell, we'll have Starbucks earnings. And, of course, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. See what you guys got. Those trading setups, always very cool to look at. Memes. things like that. Shout out to Hungus for becoming a VIP. I believe he is a pit raider. Congratulations to Hungus. Hey, Britt, you are the first
Yes,
alumni of VIP alumni to join us on Topstep TV. How was your experience? What can people look forward to?
Oh, I loved it. Yeah, I was under Coach Hoop, and as I said in the green room, you know, he trades cattle, so I love that. But just a wealth of knowledge and has that floor experience, and you know, just listening to guys talk about their experiences, the thing that they struggle with. You know, I've always been a big believer. I don't, you know, I was listening to Dr. Brett, and I don't really spend any time focusing on my winning trades. I really look at my losing trades because I feel like I learn more about, you know, my trading style by dissecting those losers. But I see the point, you know, Dr. Brett was making, which is, you know, you give yourself some pretty good karma in the process of taking some time to look at that. But I got a lot of that, you know, with Hoops Group, and that was a great takeaway for me.
Awesome. Great to hear. Again, it is VIP week here at Top Step and Top Step TV. 2 more teams being unveiled tomorrow. Also, FOMC as well. Tons of earnings, so buckle up. And we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of the FOMC decision and press conference starting at 12:55 p.m. Central Time. So make sure to tune in. And Mohammed saying, get ready. New highs in the NASDAQ. We'll see here. About 5 points off that. Trying to see, where do we get in?
Britt, can I ask you a question from somebody in
Literally
the chat?
any pullback.
Anything. Go ahead, Hope.
I don't know if this is going to give away any of your secrets, but how does your program tell you how an algo is at work? How does it tell you that what you're seeing or that it's seeing is telling you that it's an algo?
So it just goes back there. It's a computer program. It's actually quite extensive. When you look at, for an example, what NinjaTrader platform can handle. And so the downside is it can crash my computer if I've got it going on too many programs. However, it's going back and it's looking at that momentum. It's taking like 12,000 data points and trying to ascertain what is ultimately, where are they showing their hands, right? Where do we all of a sudden out of the blue get these run-ups or the market gets hit and it's out of structure? Is one of the things it looks at. It's looking at the MACD. It's looking at, you know, as I said, 12,000 data points, and then it's going out. It basically, it'll give me a week heads up when I'm looking at those time frames outside. So anyway,
is it like,
does that answer your question? I didn't just I didn't
price
I
action,
didn't design it. I wish I was that smart.
Speed of the orders. That many, you know, kind of data points. It's telling you a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's telling. Yeah, and it's just doing the hard work for me. But like I said, I was so intrigued and so interested in how these algos were coming in and pushing the market, and to me, it was a bit of manipulation from that standpoint. And I wanted to, you know, I remember sitting on Dakota's evening class, and he had picked up that the gold market was at 8:05. There was a buyer coming in and sweeping the market, right? And it was there for about 2 weeks. And he started playing it about a week later. He's like, well, let's give it a try. And sure enough, he was making some pretty good money off it. And I was like, I started looking around trying to find somebody that had a program that was actually going out to do that data analysis. And, you know, I'm extremely fascinated with the quant guys and some of the, you know, the guy that, I don't know if you ever read the book, The Guy of the Market, Richard Simons, I believe is his name. But they were a bunch of quant guys that had figured out how to manipulate and, you know, design programs that could do the hard work and analyze trades and then predict price movement. And they made billions of dollars over the years. I think they started in late 70s.
Oh wow.
Oh my God. It's fascinating. It is absolutely a fascinating book. But
well, you know what the book was called?
That's the guy that solved the markets. As a matter of fact, it is written by, I'll tell you exactly.
Do we like longs and ES?
Yeah, The Man Who Solved the Market, How Jim Simons Launched the Quant Revolution by Gregory Zuckerman.
Cool.
Yep, they're saying in the
Anyway,
chat
very
as well.
Fascinating book.
Man Who Solved the Market.
Yeah, so this is a good example, right? I've got a small loser in this trade, and this trade I will keep unless I get stopped out in 1432, and wherever that market is at that point, I will eliminate the trade, and then I'll refocus because I've got a sell program that's supposed to kick in.
Yeah. What was your trade, by the way?
I bought that pullback right into the 9 EMA. What I should have been doing was originally I was going to buy the 32, but I figured, you know what, I'm on Topstep, so I might as well get a trade on. The 32.
Entertainment.
Right.
Don't need to force it. Don't need to force it. We'll keep an eye on this trade again. Bottom of the hour coming up in 1 minute. You see the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. While we're at it, we got 3,200 people watching us right here, right now. Click like, click subscribe, give us a follow. Just crossed over the 142,000 subscriber mark. Pretty cool on the march to 150,000. Man, oh man. See if we can get there sooner than later. There will be time. We got a little bit of a pullback, if you even want to call it that. 6102.
Say the word.
We're kind of looking for 6100s. There's got to be some stops just
I want to
beneath
see
there.
143,000 by Thursday when Jim Dalton gets here.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, tell us, Hoag.
Otherwise,
Thursday. For those
he
that
and I
aren't
just may go out to lunch. I don't know.
really. Man, oh man. Yeah, make sure to tune in on Thursday.
Yeah, I'm
Jim
looking
Dalton.
forward to that.
Man's yes. Hoag, are you excited?
Incredible.
Are you nervous?
I am.
Are you pumped?
No.
Yes.
I'm pumped.
Yes.
Jim is such a nice guy. Got a great sense of humor. He's very serious about what he does, and there's gonna be some surprises. So he's gonna say some things that people might not think that he would say, and they're not. It's not like he's talking in not like bad words or anything.
Mm-hmm.
He's very smart, very funny, just a really nice guy, and I'm really looking forward to having him on here. We need good questions, folks. So submit those questions. He's not going to go into the basics and the construction of the market profile. He's going to go into the nuances and the understanding of the two-sided auction process, and how to stack those nuances in your favor, and just how to read that MGI, market generated information. He's going to tell you he's not a profile trader. That's one thing he's going to tell you. He uses the market profile to organize the information, but he's not a profile trader. He's really good. I mean, he's got a new book coming out. We're very excited to have him with us. I've got talked to him a couple of times. I've got, some good questions. He's got things that he wants to make sure and say, and, we're going to take those questions. And again, we're not going to be talking about the construction of the profile. We're going to be talking about the nuances and how to take a look at the market's never ending two-sided auction. Market goes higher until it doesn't. Sellers take over. It goes lower until it doesn't. Two-sided auctions. It's going to be really good. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. That's on Thursday. I did hear someone say market or someone order filled. Britt, was that you?
Yep, I was getting out at a scratch at 1432 for the next sell program to kick in.
All right, so you're flat now, correct?
I'm flat.
All right, excellent. Every time we got 17 minutes till MOC.
Ooh.
See if we can push it.
My favorite times in the day.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for ES to get filled on anything.
Okay.
I mean, if we want to get long, what levels would we be looking at? Maybe 6101 is the midpoint of that little 5-minute range. Maybe 6100. But Brett, you're flat, right? So nothing going on over there.
Nothing happening right
now. Still looking for some more action though in NQ here. I mean, indices are kind of
I am. I'm just kind of watching this sell program, hoping that we get to a little better spot. And then I've got another buy program that comes in at 1448. And hopefully we're in a good spot to pick up a long and have a nice strong close.
I mean, do you want to place any bids anywhere in ES, Hoag?
No, I don't necessarily. Well, on ES, if I was going to,
or NQ,
and honestly, I'm not. Yeah, if I'm looking at it, a lot of my bids, I don't necessarily, unless I'm going to take a swing trade, I don't put resting bids in. I really like to see the structure and understand where I'm going to get in, what my stop is going to be, and ultimately what that target is. If it's an unrealistic target and the structure changes in the marketplace, then I'm going to adjust my risk management to it. I may or may not take that trade depending on what that market actually looks like. I'm not a range trader like yourself that buys on the bottom and sells on the top.
Not everybody is.
Nope.
Not everybody is. Everyone looks for something different, which is great.
Right. Stuck in this range right now. Needs to tighten up. And see if we can push this thing one way or another. Hoag Delta is still positive, congruent with market direction. I'm guessing last time was plus 5,300 in ES, plus 6,200 in the NASDAQ. Anything change over there?
Plus 4,000 now in the ES on that little pullback. We did lose some there, but still 6,300 positive in the NASDAQ. I mean, this isn't really my time frame unless there's some sort of squeeze that I'm looking at. Oh, speaking of squeezes, Andre, last Thursday, we had the squeeze of all squeezes.
How deep was it? How deep was negative was the delta?
Beautiful. It was actually it was negative delta in the NASDAQ. That tipped it off. We don't see that often. But NASDAQ was at the highs, negative 4,000. The MOCs came in, big buyers. That was the start of it. And I was like, all right, we got a lot of trap shorts here. This thing's just going to keep going, keep going, keep going. Mohammed was on with us. We were long two to profit on one, and we got out of the other one right at 3 o'clock, right near the high. It was a beautiful squeeze.
How many times, Hoag, what? Maybe we get that type of trade 4, 5, 6, 7 times a year, but we're always watching for. We're always waiting for it. It's something that we're always keeping an eye on Delta. More often than not, nothing comes to fruition. But when it does, like Hoag was just saying, we jump on it.
Awesome. It happens more when the market is directional in longer time frames.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
So you'll see it a lot, like in gold, when price is moving higher against Delta, it'll just keep squeezing shorts all the way up, But when the market's not directional, when did it happen? Here, hang on one second. I'm going to show you, Andre, where this was.
Okay.
Pull back here and indices. Looking for longs.
6,100s in the ES.
So it's right at the highs here. So there is the day, okay? So it's rallying, negative delta. Right at 3 o'clock is when it really started to break out. Well, this is actually 2:30. So we're long, and it just keeps breaking. It breaks out. MOCs push us even higher. We got out of this long at like 37.5. All right up here, right at the high. And we were just watching it squeeze, and then the MOCs 250 came out. Then it really started to accelerate, and we got out right at 3 o'clock, right near this high. And this really sort of had something possibly to do with the recent high that we put in, because all those shorts got squeezed out. Well, that takes buying power out of the market. Look what happened the next day. The market opens and breaks.
Go figure.
Because we couldn't hold that late spike base, right? So it's the best squeeze I've seen, dude, since the last time we saw a good squeeze, and it's been a while.
It's been a while indeed. Oh man.
Yeah. When you see it, you got to do it. You got to take it. It was a great 100%.
dig your claws into that thing and hold on tight. All right, that being said, we got 12 minutes left till MOC, 22 minutes left in Power Hour. As always, it's time for a pop quiz. I didn't say top quiz, I said pop quiz. Oh,
Ooh.
there it is. Here we go.
Alrighty, Series 3 for today. It is a multiple choice question for those that are throwing in the poll in chat. And we're going to run the question out. This one might be easy to some. I'm fishing. I'm fishing for some decent questions, but stuff that's not going to absolutely
I'm going B
force you
first.
to pull your
Gabe,
hair
what
out.
do you do? When are you taking this, Gabe?
I actually pushed mine out until February. I was supposed to take it at the end of this month, and I am not ready for it. So I pushed it to February.
2 weeks. 2 weeks for me. Here we go.
All right. Question of the day is: the price of cash corn would trade at a premium over the spot month futures contract under which of the following conditions? A, there is a shortage. B, interest rates and carrying charges are high. C, the harvest has begun. Or D, crops are abundant. Also, I spelled interest wrong. Shout out to my
premium.
So the price of cash corn would trade at a premium over the spot month contract under which condition? It's only one condition, so don't be fooled by the plural.
Yeah.
Right?
Shortage, right? Yeah, price goes up.
Right. Give people a few more seconds in chat. Get your answers in. And before Hindsight Capital comes in, go ahead and pull the poll. Your answer for today is A. There is a shortage.
Hell yeah, it is.
You guys killed it. You guys killed it.
Nice.
That's what I got for the Series 3.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Supply down, price up.
So Hope, let me ask you if I could, if you could put my chart up, because you are really good at market profile. I don't know if you've ever looked at a 1 minute based, and it's not necessarily, it's the 1 minute chart, but it's based off of these programs, right? So right now we're in a sell program. We started at 1432, but maybe you can kind of walk us through how you see.
What are you trading first?
That's MNQ.
MNQ. Okay.
Yep. It's a 1 minute chart. I've got the profile set up from time frame to time frame. In essence, all I want to know is where's the point of control? Where are those gaps? And how would you treat that? You know, when you look at the point of control down at 21,597.
How long are those profiles?
This one is from 1432 to 14 where the program comes in. So if I was short,
they're minutes long.
What's that?
Those profiles. Those profiles are just a matter of minutes, right?
Yes. So I'm dissecting that time frame with a sell program on. Where are they doing the damage? How would you look at it from your standpoint if you were scalping and you were short for a duration? When you like I like to see as an example, when we get down in this level right here and we didn't have any follow through and I see these little short nodes, that to me is it's time to take profit.
Right.
And
look for longs.
Yeah, and look for longs. That program to me is done.
Okay. So with the point of control at the bottom of that very brief little profile there, with it unable to continue to push lower, that low volume point of control in that very short time frame chart, looks like you ran into some buyers down there. They just started accumulating because you got a lot of volume down there without a lot of momentum to the downside. You can even see that on like a longer time frame profile. Sometimes you'll get a big move, and the big move, let's say it's to the upside, and all of a sudden you see the point of control on a daily profile, regular trading hour profile. You see the point of control jump all the way to the upper extreme, and there's a big volume bubble there. There's a fight there. There's sellers up there that are, trying to hold price from continuing to move further. And if there's enough volume there, that brings that point of control up. So it can indicate the presence of sellers on the high, buyers in the case of what I think we're looking at here on the low. But again, I'm spitballing here because I don't look at profiles in this short of a time frame.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the reason I ask is I'm of the assumption, and maybe I've been wrong, but whether it's a longer time frame like a daily or 30-minute or a 15 versus a 1, they're still aren't they still telling us the same structural aspect of it for that time period that you're?
Yeah, in a much shorter time frame. Yes.
In a much shorter, right? Which is what you're doing because you're trading 1432 on a sell program just to 1447. And from my point of view, the reason I started looking at that was really I wanted to know, hey, when do I think that this sell program done, and vice versa. If I went over to say the last buy program at 1424, we had good buying down here on this little anchor VWAP right here on a swing low on the 32 EMA. But you see how we had no follow through on this move right here, right? So that tells me, hey, this selling program actually, as bullish as I am, it probably has some legs, can do some damage to the downside. Now I'm kind of reversing my thought because it looks like people are picking it up right down here with no follow through down below the legs.
Yes.
So now it's
Dolby time. I know Dolby time. We took a peek beneath the 6100s for a split second. Trade 6103s now in the ES. Look at the NQ, about 20 points off the highs. Got about 5 minutes till MOC and 15 minutes left here in Power Hour on TopStep TV. Let's get in an announcement. I'll throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, what do you got for us over there?
Thanks, Andre. Andre, we got big news all week. We're going to be starting the opening call at 7:20.
Say that again.
Yes, we've got big news all week. We'll be starting opening call at 7:20. Join me, Hoagland JD, to talk through the overnight market movement and the news that will be making an impact in our morning trading. Tell your buddies, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your enemies friends. We'll see you at 7:20 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Also, get your questions ready. Questions available to post to market legend Jim Dalton. We have pinned that link to the top of chat. Yes, that white little rounded box, if you want to call it that. Click on that. That's going to get you to the form where you can post your question for Jim Dalton. He's going to be here Thursday, 11 a.m. to answer your questions. Jim's authority on market profile. With over 40 years of trading experience, this is your chance to get the toughest questions answered by the expert of the market. Another thing I want to add here right now, and we do see that NVIDIA picking up steam. White House AI and crypto czar said that there's evidence that the DeepSeek distilled knowledge from OpenAI. He also said that when asked if there could be an IP theft in the Chinese app DeepSeek, he says, yes, it's possible. So there you go. Maybe there's your answer why they have such a good AI for so cheap. They got good spies. Could be, maybe, but I'm going to pass this back to you, Andre, and MOC coming up here very shortly.
Ooh, they should call it deep fake.
Oh, man.
Hey.
I love it. Oh, yeah. Well,
sorry.
Dolby time. Looking for our opportunity. We are in a range. Looking at the 5 minute. I don't know how we're going
on the table.
50-50 on the tilt here. Delta not giving us a whole heck of a lot. How was MOC yesterday, guys? Big, small, indifferent?
It was crap. It was a fart in a tornado. I thought we'd have something juicy, and it built up. But it came out very light as soon as it hit the wire.
Small. Okay. Huge day tomorrow. Again, I hear on Topstep TV. Earnings all over the place. Got FOMC as well. Buckle up. And 2 more VIP teams being unveiled. Pretty cool stuff.
So cool.
Ooh.
A Lacey?
Burger.
So One thing I've noticed
Keep an eye on the
Man,
NASDAQ. Keep an eye on the NASDAQ. Go ahead, Britt.
I was just going to say one thing I've noticed over the last couple of days is there's been no confluence between the ES and the NQ. It just seems like they both they got a mind of their own, and we've been kind of detached from the YM for a while, right? But now all of a sudden you've got nothing to base that trade. You got no hope. You're on your own with NQ at this point because we're not jiving with them at all. So that makes it a really tough trade when you're seeing the ES make new highs and you're not even close to it.
Oh, the old correlation game. Yes,
You
when it works,
just
it's
took
nice.
my strategy away. My strategy is hope.
Right? There you go. Hope and a prayer.
I got no hope.
A little bit of selling
We can get a
here
little
in the NASDAQ.
consolidation down here for ES.
Consolidation? Okay, ES. Okay, yep. Trading
Make a
60.98.
small one. Yeah, we're already at the low of that 5-minute range, and if we can, see maybe a small time frame consolidation at the bottom of this range, there might be a long, but that's only if we like longs.
What's the system saying, Brett?
But maybe it rolls over. What does the system say?
Right now, I've got a light buy program that has a reverse polarity, saying that this market's got room to continue down. The 9's below the 32 in both the ES as well as the NQ, and so that's got me hesitant to do anything. We're down below 120 EMA in the NQ right now. We're not there with the ES, so that's the hard part. Everybody's kind of telling you a little bit something different.
All right, MOC incoming. Here we go.
All right, here we go. S&P 1,245,000,000 sell side. NASDAQ 1,483,000,000 sell side. We got the Dow 295,000,000 sell side, and the Mag 7 a complete wash 868,000,000 sell side. That's what I've got so far. Remember, these prices do change. Back to you, Andre.
Okay, big sell side coming in here. Again, over $1 billion in ES and NQ to the sell side. You see that reflecting the price right now, 21,575. Yeah, they are unreal. Man, oh man. Just buy it. We're in doubt. We're looking at about we're looking at 3 billion sell side.
Yeah, it's short.
Wow.
I would say, yeah. You're good there.
Yeah. Thank you, Eddie.
Sure.
Markets aren't doing much of anything right now.
I mean, nice sell off in the NQ for 60 points. So someone probably made a nice little bit of money on that one. ES
Broke
is
the
back
buyer
within
that we were looking at there, Britt. Those buyers broke.
Yep. Sure did.
Hoops asking, covering ahead of FOMC.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see a test back down into that little hole on that wick, about 50% of that wick right there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got trouble up above in the NQ because we've got to cut through, and then we got another one up top. But I could see some buyers come in right about that 565 area.
565.
Inclined to take a longer trip.
20 points from
in
that.
In NQ?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Say the word.
Say the words. Say the words. We got less than 8 minutes now in Power Hour. Hovering right around that 6,100 level in the S&Ps. Take a look at some of the other markets. Man, Toby this morning says, all you guys talk about is the NQ. All you guys talk about is the ES. All right. This one's for you. Gold price, $27.72, about $2 off the highs there. And take a look at crude oil. Let's trade $73.87. There you go. Let's see, Russell's pushing new highs there. Eddie, I do believe you said Russell making new highs. Yep. Time's looking right now. Anything popping here?
I would lean long without any major news happening. Coach Hoop is saying air horn for cattles. I don't know if that spooks the cattle though, Hoop. Be careful. Don't want to stampede.
Did they make it up to $204 today?
Hoop. Oh, there it is.
There
Haven't
it
heard that in a
is.
minute. Haven't heard that in
Moo,
a
moo,
minute.
moo, 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 moo.
All right, about 7 minutes or so, less than 7 minutes till the closing bell. And this morning, asked you for some cool submissions to, or we'll use the hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. So, Gabe, how did they do? How are we looking? Did they
We're
come
looking pretty
through?
good.
Nice.
They did. There's one particular one that stands out to me, and it's got your name on it, Andre. But
already?
hey, man, you
bad,
asked,
man.
and they're going to deliver, dude. Welcome back.
What
All
now?
right. So first up, I'm going to share a couple trader wins. We got Lucky Me, took shorts at the open, missed the reversal, stayed put, disciplined. Payout request incoming tonight, process over profits. But that's a pretty healthy looking performance dashboard for an XFA.
I like
So
that.
keep up the good work there, Lucky Me.
Solid.
Yeah, solid month, up like 15K. So I'd with some pretty decent red
Way to
days.
go, Lucky.
Solid work.
Works.
Absolutely. We got another one. We got Mellow Trader. Went from negative 900 this morning to up 600. Locked out and done for the day. So jab, jab, jab.
Turn around.
Nicely done.
You go.
Absolutely. We got Zeke's trade, doing my best forward testing. Hopefully I can bring the same when I start a new combine soon. But once again, just chipping away, staying at it, regardless of the account type you're in. Just consistency, getting in the charts, and managing your psychology in addition to posting up some good stats in that performance dashboard. So shout out to you, Zeke's trade.
Great job.
Zeke.
We got Rockin'. Rockin', I haven't seen you in a while, man. Welcome back. Happy to see a tweet from you. New 100K combine seems to be on the right track. Locked myself out for tonight. This was actually overnight in the Globex. Might not trade tomorrow either, but working on locking in profits and locking myself out. So just taking full advantage of the Topstep X risk features that are at your disposal. We got one here that was missed yesterday from JTag. New strategy for 2025. I bet he's thinking about other women. No, I'm just over here thinking about if I should put my entry where my stop loss is supposed to go. That's what I'm thinking about. I don't know about you, but
like
and last
that.
but not least, we got
played.
the man, the myth, the legend, lost trader. Heard Top Step Dre was at the X Games. If you know this news article, you're an OG viewer. I don't know if anybody can go back into the archives and look through this.
Oh, come on. Wow.
This
That's a
little
deep
show
cut.
here.
That is a
That's
deep,
a deep cut.
Wow.
I feel like Jack. I feel like Jack needs to be here to be able to see this. But I'm sure James is back there in the background just geeking his ass off right now.
Lost
But
Trader. Well done, Lost Trader.
well
Yes.
done.
Not those X Games, the ones in Colorado, man. Come on.
Yep.
Man, oh, man.
They involve snow, actual
Well
snow.
done.
There you
Back
go, Lost
to you
Trader.
guys.
Oh, thank you. That was great. Well, show Jack that one. Uh-oh, what do we got?
Hey, real quick here. MOC changing, doing a 180 here. We're 779 million buy side S&P, 226, 850. It just changed. 856 million buy side Nasdaq, 202 million buy side Dow, and we got some play in the Mag 7, 21 million buy side Mag 7. There you have it. Thank you, Andre.
Okay, so we went from sell side to buy side. Last 3 minutes, I did hear order filled. What did you do over there, Britt?
No, I'm put an order in. I'm just waiting to
Gotcha.
see if I can't grab something real quick for an upside move.
We're at what market?
I'll let you know. Yeah, I'm still down at that 565. So I'm looking for a little sell off here and then a quick little rebound before we close.
Nice.
Talk about a happy day. Maximize momentum. Passed the XFA and got the VIP team.
Ooh.
Wow.
Let's
Bonus.
go.
Go
It's a
play the
good
lottery
day.
tonight.
Dinner's going to taste a little bit better tonight. 2.5 minutes till the bell. Looks like probably not going to take a trade going into this. Again, make sure you stay tuned in tomorrow and for the rest of the week. Huge week here, Top Step, VIP week, Dalton, Steenbarger, and FOMC earnings as well. Holy cow. Never stops around
How do we
here. So
top
thank you.
this one?
I know, man. This is a big one.
A big week.
A little bit of selling. 60.96 last trade in the ES. Dolby time.
Yes.
Good to be back. Good to be back with you. Oh,
Trey.
who won Reversal Challenge on Friday?
Zona.
Yeah, he did.
Zona's back.
Oh, bro, he was hilarious. Hilarious.
Oh, excellent.
Roman Roy.
That makes me happy. All right, we got even 90 seconds left here. Shout out to Zona if you're out there. Well done on the Reversal Challenge. I'm sure people were loving watching you continue to win the Reversal Challenge. You will be back this week.
Nice little sell off into the close. Got those 65s.
I'm out. Not enough time. What do we have? 1 minute
it's
left.
like a minute. Yeah, not worth it.
Yeah.
Gotta wait. Wait for tomorrow.
Well, good day, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Nice to hang with you.
Yeah, man.
Always, Hoag.
12,000 data points. How about that? 12,000. Not 11,000, not 13,000, but 12,000 data points. Love it, man. Here we go.
It's the dirty dozen.
Right.
The dirty dozen.
Cool.
That's right.
Quick outro. Eddie coming to you in a couple seconds, but man, oh man, it's good to be back. Markets, buyers are back. Nvidia is back. A little bit.
Well, hey, good luck to everybody the rest of the week. Got FOMC, so rooting for everyone.
What does a Chiefs fan do when there's no football for a whole week?
Yeah, congrats.
We dream about the Super Bowl.
Going for 3 in a row.
3 in a row.
Yep, we dream about the Super Bowl.
And there we go. Bell is closed. Shout out to everybody. All the bell to bellers. Let's do a quick outro throw to Eddie. Eddie, take it away, my man.
All right. Well, I hope you had a good time today. And I hope to see you back tomorrow early, 7:20 a.m. Central. Let's take a look at what we've got coming out here around the 7:30 number. Yes, we do have some meat on the bone here coming in at 7:30. We do have the good trade balance. We got retail inventories, wholesale inventories. That's going to be our 7:30 number. Scrolling down a little bit here, we've got a 9:30 crude oil inventories. Yes, crude traders, it's your number. Don't forget about API coming out here in just a little bit. That might skew the market just a wee. Taking a look at also, we do have a 1 o'clock. I'm sorry. Don't forget about the 1 o'clock FOMC statement. That's the big kicker for the day tomorrow. We'll have that statement, and it's going to happen here. We got the rate decision at 1. And don't forget about the press conference following. That can also stir the market up. That's what we've got as far as our numbers go. As far as what we've got tomorrow for our schedule, what is on the menu tomorrow? We've got coming up here, like I mentioned, be here at 7:20 for opening call. Coming up in fast markets, we got coming up here oh my goodness here, my bad. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Tomorrow's going to be the 29th already. Wow, January flew by. Jared J is going to be with us for fast markets. Coach J will be with us, and Coach J's VIP draft. I have Coach J, his 50 new traders, and also that's going to be at 9:30 a.m. Central. At 10:30, we do have Deanna going to be getting her VIP draft and her 50 traders. So looking forward to that. Coming up a little later on, we're going to be having Trade with Top Step. John London's going to be with us. We also have Lunchbox Trading with David Green. And we got the FOMC. We're going to be hanging tight on that. We'll be watching it, possibly piping it in. And, of course, I'll be watching the wire. Anything that does hit that wire. Hot biscuits I will share with everyone. And to end the day, we're going to have, yes, the dynamic duo back again. Andre and Dolby. We got David Green and Coach Dakota is going to end the day with us for tomorrow. So, just a reminder, once again, 7:20 opening call. Get your ass up early or late, wherever you are here on this planet. And also, we've still got that submit your question to Jim Dalton here in the chat. All right, he's going to be here Thursday, but we want to make sure that we've got questions. Make sure that you have the opportunity to ask those questions. So just click on that link, and you can ask your questions. Let's not forget about coming up here very shortly at the buzzer. We got Coach Jay and Coach Paul, as Coach Jay does put those sirens, those lights in here for at the buzzer. 3:15 going to be here on YouTube. Coming right after that here, Coach Hoop, fundamentals and technicals in the Discord channel, followed by Coach Ray at 6 p.m. Central. Volume profile, Coach Vince at 7 p.m. Technical analysis. And then we've got Coach Dakota, 7:30 for slow markets. This is all Central time. And don't forget, also, I mentioned Deanna earlier here. She's going to get her VIP team and be with her tomorrow for the London Open, 3:30 a.m. Central time, right here, and have at it with Deanna. So good stuff coming up here, and just want to let you know now it's your time. Go relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Orders from headquarters. Stay healthy, stay safe, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.